In the year 98 of the Great Xia Empire, within the dormitory of Honglin University in H City. In a state of hazy confusion, Lin Dong suddenly opened his eyes. Where am I? Lin Dong scanned his surroundings, realizing he was in a student dormitory. Did I not die? I was ambushed by Yang Wei, who devoured my abilities and left me for dead. What is happening now? In the next moment, Lin Dong lifted his shirt to examine his chest, where the gaping wound had vanished without a trace. He hastily grabbed his phone from the bedside, checking the time. July 21st, 98, at 2 p.m. At that moment, the realization struck him had been reborn, returned to the eve of the apocalypse. Tonight at midnight, the sky would rain blood-red droplets, followed by a catastrophic meteor shower. By 9 a.m. on July 22nd, the zombie crisis would descend upon the world. With only 10 hours remaining until the end of days, Lin Dong's heart raced. The impending tide of terrifying corpses and the mutation of countless species would plunge the world into an abyss of darkness, slaughter, and fear. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Lin Dong endeavored to regain his focus. Having endured 6 grueling years in the apocalypse, Lin Dong's resolve had been tempered into unyielding steel. Since fate had granted him another chance, he vowed to make Yang Wei pay dearly for his past transgressions. The Yang family in the capital, prepare yourselves. The vengeance of my previous life shall be exacted in this one. This time, he was determined to emerge as the strongest amidst the ruins of civilization, to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Having lived through the apocalypse, Lin Dong understood that power was paramount. Without sufficient strength, one might as well be no better than a mere beast in the desolation. He concentrated on the preparations and opportunities he had missed during the initial stages of the apocalypse. Soon, Lin Dong pinpointed his objective: to ascend Mount Tai. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Wang Mian strode in. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Wang Mian instinctively patted him on the head. Hey, isn't this little Lin? Glaring at Wang Mian's arrogant demeanor and his ridiculous hairstyle, Lin Dong felt a twitch in his eyelid, his fingers trembling slightly. Those familiar with Lin Dong during the apocalypse knew that his trembling fingers signified not fear, but impending desire for bloodshed. Wang Mian, a wealthy second-generation student and Lin Dong's roommate, had long taken pleasure in bullying him, using his family's influence to torment the orphan. For 6 long months since their university days began, Lin Dong had endured Wang Mian's relentless harassment. Wang Mian's antics escalated from playful hits to demanding Lin Dong run errands for him, a daily occurrence that only intensified after the apocalypse began. Now, as Lin Dong's murderous intent surged, Wang Mian noticed the intensity of his gaze and felt his temper flare. To Wang Mian, Lin Dong was merely a poor student to be toyed with at will. How dare Lin Dong stare at him like that? Feeling his authority challenged, Wang Mian lunged for Lin Dong's collar. With his extensive combat experience, Lin Dong effortlessly evaded Wang Mian's grasp. Wang Mian's surprise only fueled Lin Dong's counterattack, delivering a swift chop to Wang Mian's neck. However, instead of incapacitating him, it only ignited Wang Mian's fury. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Realizing that his strike had not rendered Wang Mian unconscious, Lin Dong felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. His reborn body was still too weak, a fact he was slowly coming to terms with. As Wang Mian prepared to retaliate, Lin Dong swiftly landed a punch to his abdomen. As Wang Mian bent over in pain, Lin Dong positioned himself behind him, swiftly applying a chokehold. With Wang Mian gasping for breath, his eyes reddened as he struggled against Lin Dong's grip. Shh, relax. Dizziness is a normal response. This time, Lin Dong exerted all his strength. In just 5 seconds, Wang Mian succumbed to unconsciousness. Once he had subdued Wang Mian, Lin Dong tore a strip from the bed linens to bind him. Next, he proceeded to search Wang Mian's belongings. Finding 1,000 yuan in cash in Wang Mian's wallet, Lin Dong grinned as he pocketed the money. Just as he contemplated his newfound fortune, an idea struck him. Observing the still unconscious Wang Mian, Lin Dong grabbed a drink bottle filled with a yellow liquid from his roommate's bedside. After unscrewing the cap, he poured the contents over Wang Mian's head. As Wang Mian awoke to the shocking scene, he immediately began to curse. Lin Dong, you bastard! How dare you hit me? Do you believe I won't kill you? Lin Dong glanced at the remaining liquid in the bottle, and without hesitation, he forced it into Wang Mian's mouth. Ugh! Lindong, I swear I'll kill you. Ugh! Gag! Lindong, I vow to end you. You're finished. Seeing Wang Mian's murderous glare, Lindong only smiled wider. In the next moment, he seized a fruit knife from the dormitory table. Without a moment's hesitation, Lindong slid the blade across Wang Mian's throat. Blood spurted forth in an instant. At that moment, Wang Mian was rendered speechless, his eyes wide with terror and shock. Cough! Gurgle! Lindong, help me! Gurgle! Wang Mian attempted to cry out for help, desperately trying to free his hands to clutch his throat. But he was powerless, forced to watch as his life slowly ebbed away. Wang Mian's eyes were devoid of hatred or anger, only helplessness and pleading. Lindong could sense Wang Mian's fear of death, yet he had long grown accustomed to the myriad emotions humans exhibited in their final moments. During his 6 years in the apocalypse, Lindong had witnessed countless deaths, even narrowly escaping his own fate multiple times. Thus, his spirit had been forged into unbreakable steel. Once he confirmed Wang Mian's lifelessness, Lindong plunged the fruit knife into his heart. After cleaning up the blood, he concealed the body beneath the bed. With less than 10 hours until the apocalypse descended, Lindong felt no trepidation after eliminating Wang Mian. His thoughts were solely focused on the impending arrival of the end of days. Upon leaving the university, Lindong immediately hailed a taxi to a supermarket. There, he selected a collapsible plastic bathtub, along with some basic provisions and a large canvas backpack. Chapter 2. The peculiar crimson rain. After preparing the necessary supplies, Lindong promptly hailed a vehicle to Mount Tai. The majestic mountain is located near City A, adjacent to City H. After a 2-hour journey, the vehicle finally arrived in City A, following a transfer. It was not until 7 p.m. that Lindong found himself at the foot of Mount Tai. Upon arrival, he promptly dialed his trusted companion, Li Ergu. In the chaotic realm of his previous life, Li Ergu had sacrificed himself to shield Lindong from peril, rendering him Lindong's sole confidant. This time around, Lindong vowed never to forget his valiant friend. As soon as the call connected, Li Ergu's languid voice resonated through the receiver. Hello? What's up? Another heartbreak? Hearing Li Ergu's familiar tone caused Lindong's eyes to well with emotion. Noticing Lindong's silence, Li Ergu inquired again, what is going on? Spit it out. I'm in the middle of a game. After regaining his composure, Lindong's voice trembled as he spoke. Hey, Ergu, it's me. I know. What's the matter? Speak quickly. Are you alone? Yeah, what's up? Taking a deep breath, Lindong continued. Listen carefully, Ergu. What I'm about to say is of utmost importance. At midnight tonight, a crimson rain will fall, and you must go out to experience it. It would be best if you procure a bathtub to collect the rain and immerse yourself in it. Additionally, stock up on food and refrain from going out tomorrow. Stay in touch with me. The zombie apocalypse is imminent. Upon hearing Lindong's words, there was a profound silence on the other end of the line. After a few moments, Li Ergu's voice returned, laced with skepticism. Have you been watching too many horror films? Are you dreaming? Lindong understood the incredibility of his claims, but maintained a serious tone. I am earnest. You must remember to go out and feel the rain at midnight. The longer you are exposed, the better. This rain is crucial for you. You must not forget. Realizing Lindong was not jesting, Li Ergu ceased his gaming, his demeanor taking on a serious tone. All right, I got it. Are you certain the zombie crisis is truly about to unfold? Have I ever deceived you? Just remember to go out for the rain tonight. Li Ergu responded with a solemn tone. Okay, I understand. I'll go gather supplies. By the way, where are you now? If the apocalypse is about to erupt, you should hurry and join me. We'll be safer together. Though Li Ergu found the situation unbelievable, his trust in Lindong compelled him to heed his friend's advice without hesitation. I have something very important to attend to. By the way, where are you? In Wuyun City? Yes. Why don't you catch a flight here quickly? Lindong remained silent, engrossed in recalling whether Wuyun City had any meteor landing sites. Never mind. Ergu, remember that after the crimson rain, there will also be a meteor shower. Check the approximate location of the meteor shower's landing. If you can reach the site, do so. There are precious treasures to be found, but you must remember to hide indoors before 8 a.m. All right, I'll keep that in mind. Stay safe. After ending the call, Lindong's phone chimed with a notification of a money transfer. Once the call concluded, Li Ergu immediately sent Lindong 10,000 yuan via WeChat, followed by a message. Buy more supplies, stay safe, and keep in touch. Lin Dong smiled knowingly at the message. No worries. I have it all under control. Wait for me in Wuyun City. After the apocalypse begins, I will come find you. Stowing his phone, Lin Dong stealthily ascended Mount Tai. With a large canvas backpack on his back, he gradually climbed towards the summit. The scenic area was already closed for the night, and Lin Dong was alone on a secluded path, encountering no other souls, only his solitary ascent. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, Lin Dong finally arrived at the designated spot, close to 10 p.m. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, he knew this area was where the meteor shower would occur. After setting down his backpack, he retrieved some bread and began to eat. Subsequently, he took out the foldable bathtub he had prepared earlier, setting it up before taking a breather. The crimson rain at midnight held paramount importance in the impending apocalypse. This rain would awaken the latent powers within humanity, enhancing their physical capabilities. Moreover, another critical opportunity awaited: the meteor shower. The falling meteors would not only bring stones, but also a unique fruit and a special potion. This was one of the primary reasons Lin Dong had ventured to Mount Tai. In his previous life, 3 types of extraordinary fruits and 2 vials of potions had manifested in this very location, nurturing 4 elite evolved beings, the pinnacle of strength in the apocalypse. Having been reborn, Lin Dong was determined not to let this monumental opportunity slip away. He intended to seize every last fruit and potion and be at the forefront of the impending apocalypse. Lin Dong vividly recalled the locations of every opportunity that arose after the apocalypse. This time, he possessed unwavering confidence in surpassing everyone else and becoming the mightiest force in this new world. Having endured the cruel trials of the last days, Lin Dong understood that in the apocalypse, strength is paramount. As time flowed slowly, by 11 p.m., Lin Dong had regained his strength. He glanced at his phone, only to find no signal. A sense of unease began to creep in. With the apocalypse on the brink of unfolding, he wondered if Li Ergo had followed his advice and prepared accordingly. Just then, a brilliant idea struck Lin Dong. He retrieved all the bottled water from his backpack, unscrewed the caps, and emptied their contents. He then placed the empty bottles on the ground, ready to collect the crimson rain. According to scientific research conducted after the apocalypse, this crimson rain harbored a peculiar energy. Not only would it awaken latent abilities within humans, but it would also catalyze the evolution and mutation of all flora and fauna worldwide. This rain could be deemed a grand evolution on a global scale. However, once the zombie crisis erupted, the remaining crimson rain would become exceedingly scarce. Chapter 3. First Level Evolver After All. No one could foresee that the blood rain would become exceedingly precious after the apocalypse erupted. Only a minuscule quantity of this blood rain was held in the hands of the national research teams. Following the activation of his abilities and enhancement of his physique, Lin Dong, as an evolver, had no need for this blood rain. However, this rare blood rain could awaken special powers in ordinary individuals. Thus, in the midst of the apocalypse, these droplets were immensely valuable, akin to a hidden treasure. Once everything was prepared, Lin Dong opened his phone and began to wait in silence. As the clock struck midnight, the sky suddenly shimmered with a peculiar light. Almost immediately, blood rain began to cascade from the heavens. There were no hurricanes, no dark clouds. It simply descended inexplicably. It had arrived. The apocalypse had officially begun. Upon witnessing the onset of the rain, Lin Dong swiftly stripped off his clothing, standing completely bare. He spread his arms wide, silently welcoming the blood rain. As the droplets touched his skin, a tingling sensation of burning coursed through him, accompanied by an invigorating thrill. The experience was surreal, reminiscent of soaking in a hot spring. Yet the temperature kept rising, occasionally delivering sharp stings. After a full 20 minutes, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Awakening ability, B-Class Lightning Manipulator. Shortly thereafter, a panel manifested in his mind. Energy, 100, Strength, 13, Speed, 14, Physique, 15, Mentality, 27. Normal human values are 10 points each. Ability, B-Class Lightning Manipulator. Level, Ordinary Human. Seeing the attribute panel once more only deepened Lin Dong's confusion. He still could not comprehend why this panel appeared and how it could so accurately gauge his physical statistics. An unsettling feeling gripped him. This was no mere apocalypse. It felt more like a grand trial, where the lives of all humanity were the stakes. Perhaps only by standing atop the world would Lin Dong uncover the reasons behind it all. Half an hour later, the torrential blood rain began to subside. Lin Dong then gazed at the tub filled with blood rain and submerged himself once more. Level up. Physical attributes doubled. Current level, first level evolver. Energy, 200, strength, 40, speed, 40, physique, 40, mentality, 60, normal human values are 10 points each. Ability, B-class lightning manipulator. Level, first level evolver. In an instant, Lin Dong felt as though his body was engulfed in flames. He gritted his teeth, striving to relax. To his astonishment, he had leveled up at the very onset of the apocalypse. This was far beyond his expectations. 10 minutes passed before the burning sensation gradually faded away. Observing that his attributes had stabilized and the discomfort had vanished, Lin Dong finally rose to put on his clothes. He couldn't help but clench his fists in exhilaration. His physical attributes now surpassed those of an ordinary human by fourfold. This revelation astonished him. The attributes of a first-level evolver were supposed to be thrice that of an ordinary person, yet he had achieved 4 times. Moreover, his mental prowess was 6 times greater than that of an average human. His physical capabilities now far exceeded those of his past life and dwarfed those of everyone in the apocalypse. A first-level evolver. He had reached this level at the very beginning of the apocalypse, undoubtedly making him the first to do so. Lin Dong then collected the remaining blood rain and stowed it in his canvas backpack. He managed to gather 16 bottles worth of blood rain. Suddenly, a small blue electric sphere materialized in his hand. The sphere, entirely blue and the size of a ping-pong ball, held formidable power, capable of effortlessly annihilating an ordinary person. With a mere thought, the electric sphere vanished once more. Concurrently, Lin Dong's panel shifted yet again. Energy, 199. The sensation of mastering lightning filled Lin Dong with joy, causing his blood to surge with excitement. It was now 1 o'clock in the morning, and all that remained was to await the meteor shower. Just then, footsteps and voices echoed from the woods at the foot of the mountain. Brother Liang, are you certain you hid the money here? In this desolate wilderness? It feels a bit eerie at night. Stop the nonsense and hurry up. I remember it should be around here. There were so many police chasing us. I had no choice but to bury it. Curiosity piqued, Lin Dong peered down to see 2 burly men standing below, each equipped with headlamps and shovels, crouching to rummage through the ground. Enhanced by his newfound abilities, Lin Dong's vision sharpened, and he instantly recognized one of the men, Liang Zhe, an A-class flame manipulator. Liang Zhe was renowned as a formidable figure in his past life. At that moment, Liang Zhe seemed to have found something and waved to his companion. Found it. Over here. Quick, come. With that, Liang Zhe began to excavate the earth with his shovel, and his partner quickly joined in. Minutes later, the duo unearthed a backpack from the pit. Upon seeing it, Liang Zhe eagerly opened the bag, revealing a plethora of cash and an ancient blue vase. Ecstatic, the strong man took a wad of money, pressing it against his nose to inhale its scent. Ha ha ha, Brother Liang, you're truly remarkable. We're about to get rich. Gazing at the stacks of cash in the antique vase, Liang Zhe's eyes sparkled with greed. Shoo, keep your voice down. This money was earned with my life. I don't want to attract the police. The strong man, fixated on the money, swallowed hard and inquired, Brother Liang, how do you propose we split this cash? Half each. Upon hearing the suggestion to share, Liang Zhe's eyes darkened with a menacing glint, yet his tone remained casual. Fine, since you found the target and contributed significantly. We'll split it 50-50. As he spoke, Liang Zhe slowly tightened his grip on the shovel. Then, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, Liang Zhe continued, let us divide it right here. You count how many stacks there are, and we'll each take half. The strong man, blinded by the allure of wealth, eagerly nodded and began counting. In an instant, Liang Zhe lunged, raising the shovel and striking the strong man on the head. Chapter 4. This stone does not belong to you. Liang Zhe's actions were unusually ruthless. After incapacitating the burly man, he showed no mercy and continued to raise the iron shovel, striking fiercely at the man's head. He relentlessly hammered down until the man lay lifeless, finally collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. Lin Dong observed the grim scene from a distance, his demeanor cold and detached. He neither intervened nor revealed himself. He had no interest in Liang Zhe's abduction and murder. His mind was solely occupied with the impending meteor shower. Within the dormitory of Honglin University, a group of police officers surrounded Lin Dong's door, cordoning off the area with a long line of caution tape. Students gathered around, straining to catch a glimpse of what was occurring inside. A female officer glanced at Wang Mian's corpse and inquired, who discovered the body first? A particularly frail student timidly raised his hand and replied, "It was me." The officer shifted her gaze from the body to the student, asking, "What is your name? And what was your relationship with the deceased?" "My name is Liu, and I was a classmate of Wang Mian." The officer nodded, proceeding with her questions. "Is everyone from your dormitory present?" Liu shook his head. "One person is still missing." "Who?" "His name is Lin Dong." After reviewing the surveillance footage from the dormitory, the police swiftly identified the perpetrator as Lin Dong. The heinous incident quickly spread across the internet, trending almost immediately upon its release. Despite efforts to suppress the news, the overwhelming interest rendered such attempts futile. Upon learning of the online exposure, the police chief demanded accountability. "Zhao Wan'er, what is the meaning of this? Why couldn't you manage to contain the information? Do you realize that once the suspect learns of this, it will complicate the investigation?" Chastised, Zhao Wan'er furrowed her brow. "Chief, I believe the murderer hid the body beneath the bed, a location so easily discovered. This indicates he was prepared to flee or hide. Lin Dong never intended to conceal his crime, so even if the news were contained, capturing him would remain challenging. Lin Dong had evidently premeditated his escape. Our investigation reveals that Wang Mian frequently bullied him. Lin Dong, an orphan raised on survivor benefits, endured a life of hardship. Now, as a university student, he continued to suffer oppression, ultimately leading him to commit murder. I suspect Lin Dong may possess a vengeful personality, making him an extremely volatile individual. Thus, allowing this incident to gain traction could serve as a beneficial warning to the public about Lin Dong. Moreover, with the news circulating, his chances of evasion will diminish. We have analyzed the surveillance footage and identified Lin Dong's escape route. He fled to City A. I propose we promptly notify the police there to assist in reviewing the footage and swiftly locate him. After all, Lin Dong is merely a university student with little worldly experience. I am confident we can apprehend him by tomorrow." At that moment, an irate middle-aged man in a suit stormed into the police station's conference room. "Has there been any news about that scoundrel Lin Dong?" It was Wang Mian's father, Wang Fuguwei, who, upon learning of his son's murder, was consumed by fury. As the father of a sole-beloved son, the death of Wang Mian left him devastated and enraged. "Chief, I am willing to provide the police with any assistance. I implore you to capture my son's killer swiftly. I will ensure that Lin Dong meets a gruesome fate." After leaving the police station, Wang Fuguwei called his underlings. "Listen, I want to hit on Lin Dong. I will pay 1 million for his head. If someone can capture him alive and bring him to me, I will reward them with 1.5 million. That night was destined to be tumultuous. Soon, Lin Dong was placed on the police wanted list, with a bounty of 300,000 for his capture and 50,000 for information leading to him. The reward amounts were entirely proposed by Wang Fuguwei, who was willing to fund the pursuit. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained atop Mount Tai, silently observing Liang Zhe's every move. After killing his accomplice, Liang Zhe continued to dig a larger pit, preparing to conceal the body within. Lin Dong, while consuming food, coldly scrutinized the unfolding events. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the sky suddenly erupted in a meteor shower. "It's here," Lin Dong exclaimed, exhilarated at the sight of the brilliant shooting stars streaking across the sky. In the blink of an eye, 5 dazzling meteors descended, one landing directly beside Liang Zhe's backpack. Witnessing this, Lin Dong could not help but smile wryly. It seemed Liang Zhe had indeed been favored by fortune. It was evident that in a past life, this meteor had contributed to his rise. Today, it appeared that fate would intertwine his path with that of Liang Zhe. Meanwhile, Liang Zhe, frozen in shock, cautiously peered out from the pit, intrigued by the oddly smooth meteorite. Sensing no immediate danger, he slowly climbed out of the pit and reached out to grasp the meteorite. Suddenly, a youthful voice interrupted. "That stone does not belong to you." Startled, Liang Zhe turned sharply. Upon seeing Lin Dong, he momentarily lowered his guard, perceiving him merely as a university student. Yet, in an instant, a surge of murderous intent surged within him, for this was undeniably a crime scene marked by a lifeless body. Realizing the implications of his actions, Liang Zhe's mind raced before he adopted a facade of nonchalance. "Young man, are you alone? What brings you to the mountain at this hour?" He spoke while cautiously scanning the surroundings for any other presence, fixating his gaze on Lin Dong's expression. "If you desire this meteorite, feel free to take it." Chapter 5. The Golden Trial Book. Lin Dong stood still, refraining from approaching the stone. His mind was quietly pondering how he could eliminate Liang Zhe without a sound. After all, Liang Zhe's ruthless demeanor was still vividly etched in his memory. Individuals like Liang Zhe were prevalent in this post-apocalyptic world, and Lin Dong had once come perilously close to becoming like him. As he observed Liang Zhe's malicious grin directed at him, Lin Dong also smiled, internally devising a plan. He took 2 steps towards Liang Zhe, gradually closing the distance. Yes, I am alone. I have lost my way on the mountain. Liang Zhe's smile deepened at Lin Dong's audacity to approach him. Gripping the shovel tightly, Liang Zhe mentally measured the distance between them. Just 2 more steps would suffice. At that moment, he would not hesitate to strike. However, in the next instant, Lin Dong extended his palm, and a blue energy sphere materialized within it. I call this the energy cannon. Liang Zhe stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape in disbelief. The next moment, Lin Dong hurled the energy sphere towards Liang Zhe. The speed of the lightning ball was astonishing, reaching Liang Zhe in the blink of an eye. Upon contact, Liang Zhe was immediately incapacitated by the overwhelming surge of electricity, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, his face turned ashen, his hair standing on end, and a burning smell filled the air. Moments later, Lin Dong approached Liang Zhe's side, now wielding a lightning dagger. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the dagger into Liang Zhe's heart. Having dealt with Liang Zhe, Lin Dong swiftly picked up the meteorite from the ground. After securing the meteorite, he hurriedly made his way to another meteorite landing site. Lin Dong possessed an exceptional memory. He recalled the approximate locations of every meteorite that had fallen. Following the trail, he quickly found the meteorite. The subsequent events unfolded remarkably smoothly, as Lin Dong discovered 5 meteorites that had landed on Mount Tai. Among them, one meteorite emitted a faint golden glow, which ignited a surge of excitement within him. This endeavor consumed Lin Dong over 3 hours of time. By the time he gathered everything, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. Next, Lin Dong placed the 5 meteorites on the ground and began to open them one by one. The interiors of these meteorites were hollow, once broken open. They contained the resources needed for evolution. Upon smashing the first meteorite, a look of astonishment graced Lin Dong's face. Inside the first meteorite lay a red spherical fruit. Lin Dong recognized this fruit as one that enhanced overall physical attributes. The hierarchy of such enhancement fruits, from highest to lowest, is gold, purple, blue, red, and green. The red fruit could augment physical attributes by 20 points, meaning all aspects of the body would increase by 20. As for the golden fruit, Lin Dong had only heard of it, but had never encountered it. It was said that the golden fruit could raise a human's physical attributes by an astounding 100 points, an enhancement tenfold that of an ordinary person. Excitedly, Lin Dong immediately opened the second meteorite. Inside was a vial of blue potion. Upon seeing this potion, Lin Dong was instantly exhilarated, grasping it tightly in his hand. He recognized this potion as one that could elevate the energy value limit. The color grading of the potions mirrored that of the fruits, categorized into gold, purple, blue, red, and green. Thus, the blue potion was exceptionally valuable. Unlike physical enhancements, this blue potion could increase Lin Dong's energy value by 300. After obtaining the potion, Lin Dong eagerly uncapped it and consumed it. As warmth coursed through his body, the numerical panel in his mind began to shift. Energy, 500 next. Lin Dong consumed the red fruit. After a wave of heat, he saw the following changes: strength, 60, speed, 60, constitution, 60, mentality, 80. Normal human values are 10 points each. Ability, B-level lightning controller. Level 1 evolver, subsequently. Lin Dong opened the remaining 2 ordinary meteorites. Inside were 2 green fruits, and after consuming them, his physical attributes received yet another boost. Lin Dong then retrieved the meteorite emanating golden light. Upon smashing it open, he eagerly gazed at its contents. This meteorite contained neither evolution fruit nor ability potion. Instead, it held a pure golden book. The book radiated a golden glow, and it comprised only a single page. Curiosity piqued, Lin Dong opened the golden book. In that instant, he felt himself transported into a void filled with golden light. After a full minute, the golden radiance gradually faded, revealing his surroundings. He found himself in an expansive clearing, surrounded by an endless white expanse. At that moment, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Dong's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the Golden Trial book. This trial is for level 1 evolvers, with a difficulty rating of Hell level. Do you choose to accept the trial? Reminder, in this Hell level trial, if you perish midway, you will also die in reality. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lin Dong was engulfed in shock. A trial book. In his previous life, Lin Dong had heard of such things. It was said that these trial books set exceedingly difficult challenges for evolvers. They would face various mutated zombies, mutated animals, and even mutated plants. However, if an evolver died or failed in the trial book, they would meet the same fate in reality. Yet, high risk also equated to high reward. Those who succeeded in the trial would receive bountiful rewards, capable of propelling many ordinary evolvers to the pinnacle of evolution. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Dong found himself unable to make a firm decision. After all, this was a hell-level trial, and failure meant death. After a minute, Lin Dong hesitantly inquired, "If I withdraw this time, will I still be able to enter this trial in the future? Will the golden trial book disappear?" No. The golden trial book will only vanish once the evolver successfully completes the trial. Thus, even if you die during the trial, the book will not disappear. Lin Dong. Chapter 6. Superpowers. Upon receiving the answer, Lin Dong promptly chose to withdraw from the trial. As his consciousness returned to his body once more, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. He then carefully retrieved the golden trial book, gingerly placing it into his backpack. The bounty from this endeavor was truly monumental. Lin Dong intended to utilize this golden trial book at his peak condition, when his physical capabilities had reached their zenith. To re-enter the trial, having been reborn, Lin Dong would not wager his life recklessly. He had already positioned himself ahead of all others. Even if he did not claim the rewards within, he would still remain among the elite evolutionists. After ensuring his backpack was secure, Lin Dong began his descent towards the foot of the mountain. In stark contrast to the arduous climb, he now felt as light as a feather. Carrying the hefty canvas backpack was scarcely a burden, for his physical prowess had now reached 8 times that of an ordinary human. Energy, 500, strength, 80, speed, 80, constitution, 80, mentality, 100. Normal human values are set at 10 points. Ability, B-Class Lightning Controller. Level, First Tier Evolutionist. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Lin Dong's phone regained signal, inundating him with a flurry of messages. Among them, a particular WeChat message from Li'er Go caught his attention. Li'er Go, holy crap. Dong Gu, did you kill someone? Li'er Go, have you lost your mind? The entire internet is buzzing with your information. Where are you? Are you safe? Li'er Go, I now believe in the apocalypse you spoke of. I've awakened my own superpower. Following this message, Li'er Go sent a video. Once he positioned his phone to capture himself, he exclaimed with uncontained excitement, "Can you believe it? I've actually gained superpowers. Beyond your alleged murder." The internet is flooded with news of that blood rain incident. People are already posting videos of their superpowers online. Afterward, Li'er Go picked up a stone from the ground, saying, "Watch closely, I'll demonstrate." He hurled the stone, which suddenly exploded mid-air with a resounding bang, creating a small mushroom cloud that rivaled the might of a powerful firecracker. Can you believe it? I can turn objects into bombs, and I can control their detonation timing. Where are you? Hurry and find me. Now that I have power, I'll protect you. After the video concluded, Li'er Go sent another message. The police are definitely searching for you frantically, so be cautious. Once the apocalypse breaks out, they'll have no time to pursue you. Remember to find me in Wuyun City. Subsequently, Li'er Go transferred some money to Lin Dong and sent him a location address. This is my parents' address. I must return to ensure their safety. Come find me quickly. Together we will be much safer. Lin Dong replied to Li'er Go, do not flaunt your abilities in front of outsiders. It may invite trouble. Lin Dong, wait for me in Wuyun City. I will make my way there. Lin Dong, once the zombie outbreak occurs, phone signals will become unstable, along with power and water outages. Be sure to prepare in advance. After imparting these precautions to Li'er Go, Lin Dong closed the chat window and turned his attention to other messages. Aside from those from Li'er Go, he had numerous notifications from classmates. Classmate Flower, Lin Dong, where are you? I'd like to go out for a meal with you. Are you available? Classmate A, Lin Dong, where are you? Classmate B, Lin Dong, your murder incident has been exposed, but you handled it splendidly. I've never liked Wang Mian. Rival, Lin Dong, you fool, are you stunned now? Just wait to meet your demise. Malicious classmate C, brother, you executed this splendidly. I admire you. Where are you now? Malicious classmate C, send me your location. I'll come to drink with you. I can offer you a very safe place. All these individuals were clearly trying to extract Lin Dong's whereabouts. Faced with their messages, Lin Dong chose to ignore them entirely and swiftly blocked them. Next, he opened Douyin to check for further information. Soon enough, he discovered what he sought. At midnight last night, a blood-red rain fell from the sky, capturing the attention of experts and prompting an investigation. The cause of this blood rain remains under scrutiny. Meanwhile, many individuals online claim to have developed superpowers after being drenched in the blood rain. Numerous videos related to superpowers have surfaced, with clear assertions linking them to the blood rain. Others have reported experiencing the rain but not acquiring superpowers, suggesting they may be spreading falsehoods. The National Security Department has commenced an investigation into the origins and authenticity of these superpowers. Many netizens expressed regret for not experiencing the blood rain to obtain powers. Thus, we must caution everyone that the truth behind this superpower phenomenon is still under investigation. Observing the familiar information from his previous life, Lin Dong grinned. The National Security Department has begun its inquiry, indicating that the evolutionist army of the Great Xia Empire is also starting to take shape. Those who initially awaken as evolutionists will become the strongest backbone of the Great Xia Empire, serving as its trump card in the apocalypse. It appears everything is unfolding as Lin Dong had envisioned, gradually progressing. Lin Dong then clicked on the comments section of Douyin to peruse the reactions. Xiao Gongzi, superpowers are real. I now possess the ability to make others insult me. Just see for yourself in the comments below. Grinning, Lao Dehua. Don't listen to his nonsense. I was caught in the rain after work last night, and I didn't gain any superpowers. They're all fakes. Yu Guang. Are you just jealous because others have superpowers? Your lack of powers only shows your worthlessness. Wise one, I also believe superpowers are likely real. The videos shouldn't be fake. Chuha, exactly. The National Security Department is involved in the investigation. How could it be false? Deng Wu, right. So many people posting videos claiming to have superpowers, it cannot be fake. My her belongs to him. Do you think this could be a conspiracy from the beautiful country? My her licks is it? No way. I just returned from foreign networks. And other countries are experiencing superpowered individuals too. Chapter 7. Obstruction of Justice. Alas, humanity's evolution has left me behind. Woe is me. I too yearn for superpowers. I desire the ability of the rubber fruit. How could I have consumed the blood rain and not awakened my powers? I long to be invisible. I wish to roam every women's bathhouse. Observing these explosive comments, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, those who had been doused in blood rain, yet failed to gain superpowers, merely experienced different physical conditions. Some would activate their abilities a couple of days later, while others required the energy from crystal cores to awaken. Of course, there were exceptions. Some individuals who had encountered the blood rain remained devoid of powers altogether. After shutting off his phone, Lin Dong continued to saunter down the mountain path. However, just as he was about to exit Mount Tai, he caught sight of the police barricading the area. The entire scenic spot was cordoned off, swarming with police vehicles. Witnessing this scene, Lin Dong smiled wryly. It seemed the police were remarkably swift in their pursuit. Initially, Lin Dong believed he could effortlessly evade the police, considering the impending zombie crisis. It was now 6 in the morning, and in less than 3 hours, the undead would descend upon the world. Reflecting on this, Lin Dong decided against confronting the police. He concealed himself behind a large tree, quietly observing their every move from a distance. As for the pursuit, Zhao Wanner brimmed with confidence. The entrances and exits of Mount Tai had been thoroughly sealed by the police. Unless Lin Dong managed to remain hidden indefinitely, he would be unable to escape. Moreover, dawn was imminent. Once it broke, Zhao Wanner would immediately deploy teams to conduct a thorough search. Lin Dong, an ordinary university student, would certainly not elude capture. Meanwhile, Wang Mian's father, Wang Fugue, arrived at the foot of Mount Tai, flanked by dozens of bodyguards. Approaching Zhao Wanner, he inquired, Captain Zhao, why aren't you sending people in to search the mountain? What if that rascal Lin Dong manages to flee? Zhao Wanner glanced at Wang Fugue and replied softly, Mr. Wang, I understand your concern, but please refrain from interfering with police operations. Rest assured, we will capture Lin Dong this time and bring him to justice. Wang Fugue, clearly dissatisfied with her response, insisted, No, I demand that you conduct a search immediately. I want that scoundrel punished severely. You cannot allow Lin Dong to escape. Turning to the police officers present, Wang Fugue shouted, What are you all standing there for? Haven't you heard my orders? Hurry and search the mountain. Otherwise, I'll have your chief dismiss you all. You will all be unemployed. Move quickly. Wang Fugue's domineering attitude irked Zhao Wanner. Mr. Wang, please do not unwarrantedly interfere with police action. We empathize with your grief, but if you continue to obstruct our work, we have the right to charge you with obstruction of justice. Wang Fugue, taken aback by Zhao Wanner's defiance, felt his temper flare. Who do you think you are? Let me tell you. Even your chief must give me some respect. Do you believe that if you disregard my orders, I won't have you dismissed by tomorrow? Undeterred by Wang Fugui's threats, Zhao Wanner stood firm, her chest rising with indignation. I warn you once more. Should you continue to impede our investigation, I will certainly charge you with obstruction of justice. Wealth and power do not grant you the right to trample the law. As Zhao Wanner spoke with increasing fervor, Wang Fugui's gaze shifted to her imposing figure, a lewd glint flickering in his eyes. Very well, just you wait. With that, he departed, promptly dialing the chief of police. Hello, chief. After resolving my son's case, I demand an apology from Zhao Wanner. Furthermore, I want you to issue her a formal reprimand. She must personally plead for my leniency. Once the conversation concluded, a sinister smile crept across Wang Fugui's face. The chief, upon hearing his demands, hesitated. Mr. Wang, this matter is somewhat complicated. I cannot arbitrarily reprimand Zhao Wanner. She is a young woman of considerable connections. Her father is a regiment commander in H City. Therefore, I advise you not to provoke her. Wang Fugui furrowed his brow at the chief's warning, yet a ruthless glint soon returned to his eyes. In that case, have her apologize to me and join me for a meal. That should be acceptable, right? Mr. Wang, did you not understand my words? Are you planning to resort to force? You cannot lay a hand on this girl. Chief, you may not be aware, but I recently acquired an extraordinary aphrodisiac. Its effects are remarkable, and it leaves no trace in the human body. I have full confidence in my methods. You need merely to arrange it. Once successful, you may also partake in the experience of the commander's daughter. After Wang Fugui departed, Zhao Wanner released a long sigh, calming her anger. All of this was witnessed by Lin Dong from a distance. He marveled at the strength of this female officer. How intriguing. As time slipped by, dawn broke, and Zhao Wanner began organizing the search teams to comb the mountain. Lin Dong observed from afar, glancing at the time on his phone, 7:30 a.m. In just an hour and a half, the zombie crisis would descend. With no other option, Lin Dong hastened into the mountains, striving to evade the police pursuit. In truth, should Lin Dong choose, he possessed the capability to break through the encirclement without difficulty. His physical prowess now surpassed that of an ordinary person by 8-fold, and he had awakened his supernatural abilities. Against these regular officers, he could easily overwhelm them. Though he still harbored a fear of firearms, he remained confident in his ability to dismantle their efforts. However, Lin Dong intrinsically wished to avoid conflict with the police, despite having endured the hellish apocalypse. He harbored a deep respect for those in uniform. Once Zhao Wanner had arranged her search teams, she picked up a walkie-talkie to assign tasks. Wang Fugui, noticing the police finally taking action, approached Zhao Wanner once more. Captain Zhao, as we search the mountain, may I bring my bodyguards along? Chapter 8. Antisocial Personality Disorder. Lin Dong, a university student yet a remorseless murderer with antisocial tendencies, was adamant that no one could intervene. Zhao Wanner, glancing at the bodyguard behind Wang Fugui, shook her head resolutely. I understand your sentiments, but you must not interfere with the police. We will apprehend Lin Dong and provide you with answers. Zhao Wanner's tone remained courteous, leaving Wang Fugui with no choice but to acquiesce. However, in his heart, Wang Fugui plotted ways to torment Zhao Wanner, whom he deemed a celestial beauty, once this affair concluded. Upon returning to the mountains, Lin Dong meticulously observed his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze lit up. He discovered a concealed cave and swiftly took refuge within. The cave, although modest in size, was sufficient for him to conceal himself. Lin Dong nestled behind a rock, silently monitoring the area. After a brief interval, he heard footsteps approaching, prompting him to heighten his vigilance. As 2 police officers appeared at the cave's entrance, Lin Dong darted out with remarkable speed. His legs enveloped in a shimmering blue light, an application of his thunderous abilities that doubled his velocity. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong confronted the 2 officers, swiftly incapacitating them with a precise strike. The officers barely had time to react before succumbing to unconsciousness. After securing the officers within the cave, Lin Dong donned their uniforms. Aware that a zombie crisis would erupt in merely an hour, he had no intention of confronting those terrifying creatures atop the mountain. Although first-level zombies were slow and feeble, their sheer numbers posed a formidable challenge. Having endured the brutal apocalypse, Lin Dong was resolute in avoiding any hint of carelessness. As Lin Dong descended the mountain in police garb, the surrounding officers remained oblivious to his presence. With so many officers about, It was unlikely anyone would single out a particular policeman. Lin Dong maintained a calm demeanor, walking past several officers without raising suspicion. Thus, he brazenly maneuvered through the throngs of law enforcement. Just as he was about to exit the area, Zhao Wanner noticed something amiss in Lin Dong's demeanor. "Hey, where are you going?" she called out, approaching him. "Which team are you with? Why aren't you searching the mountain? What is your team leader's name?" Lin Dong, shading his face with the brim of his hat, replied, "I'm with Team 2. Our leader assigned me to guard the perimeter." He fabricated the lie without a flicker of hesitation, hoping to evade detection. Nevertheless, Zhao Wanner recognized him instantly. "You are Lin Dong," she exclaimed. "Someone, come quickly. Capture." Before she could finish, Lin Dong swiftly covered her mouth, brandishing a gun against her temple and taking her hostage. "Don't move, or I might accidentally pull the trigger." He deftly reached for her sidearm and seized it. Zhao Wanner's outcry drew immediate attention from all nearby officers. "Lin Dong, raise your hands and don't move. Stay calm, Lin Dong. Don't do anything reckless. Release our captain immediately, or we'll be forced to fire. You can't escape, Lin Dong. Raise your hands and surrender. Think of your parents." At that moment, Zhao Wanner's words struck a nerve. She realized the officer had no grasp of Lin Dong's background. He had been orphaned since childhood. With officers drawing their weapons and others reaching for radios to call for backup, Lin Dong felt the tension escalate. "I don't wish to kill anyone. I only want to flee. So please, do not force my hand, or I will not hesitate to shoot. Everyone, stand aside. Let me go, or I swear I'll fire." The officers found themselves at a loss. Lin Dong, astute and experienced, positioned himself securely behind Zhao Wanner, using her as a shield while leaning against a police vehicle. To calm him, Zhao Wanner spoke gently. "Lin Dong, please stay calm. There is no need for this. We know that Wang Mian has bullied you at school. If you surrender now, you might only face a decade or so in prison, and there's a good chance you won't receive the death penalty. If you can prove it was self-defense, you might even avoid a conviction altogether. The likelihood is that it would be deemed negligent homicide or excessive self-defense, leading to a few years at most. You can restart your life." As she spoke, Lin Dong chuckled softly. "Officer Zhao, I can never turn back. Not just me. No one can return. If you wish to survive, it would be prudent to heed my demands and drive me away from here." Just as Zhao Wanner prepared to continue her plea, Wang Fuguwei seized the opportunity from the crowd, hurling a stone at Lin Dong. He had no expectation of hitting Lin Dong. His intention was to incite Lin Dong into shooting Zhao Wanner. Once Lin Dong no longer had her as a hostage, the police would have the green light to eliminate him. Lin Dong's reflexes were lightning fast. He adjusted his aim and shattered the stone with a gunshot. The echo of the gunfire sent a fresh wave of tension through the officers. "Everyone, don't move. I will kill Zhao Wanner," Lin Dong announced, scanning the crowd. His sharp intellect quickly discerned Wang Fuguwei's ulterior motive. "Officer Zhao, it appears your popularity isn't quite as high as you thought. Someone is keen to use my hand to eliminate you." Chapter 9, Zombie Rain. At this moment, Zhao Wanner turned her gaze towards Wang Fuguwei, who had just thrown a stone. Lin Dong spoke again. "Officer Zhao, we should leave this place. Otherwise, if the police's guns misfire, we might both perish here." With no other choice, Zhao Wanner acquiesced to Lin Dong's request. She then called out, "Everyone, do not shoot. Let him leave first." As she spoke, Zhao Wanner and Lin Dong gradually opened the car doors and entered the vehicle. During this process, Lin Dong kept his body firmly hidden behind Zhao Wanner. The surrounding officers, witnessing this scene, were at a loss. Zhao Wanner pressed the accelerator, and the two drove away in the police car. Just as Zhao Wanner and Lin Dong departed, the remaining officers immediately relayed the message to the chief and then pursued them in their vehicles. Wang Fuguwei, seeing their escape, quickly followed suit. Thus commenced a frenetic chase on the highway. After several loops, Lin Dong glanced at the time from the back seat. 8:56 p.m. Only 4 minutes remained before the zombie crisis would erupt. Contemplating this, Lin Dong briefly pondered before stating, "Let us head to Hongdu Hotel." The driving Zhao Wanner glanced at Lin Dong in the rearview mirror and replied, "Lin Dong, are you truly prepared to walk this path to its bitter end? If you simply seek a good lawyer to defend you, you stand a significant chance of receiving a light sentence. You are still young. You ought to consider your future more seriously. You cannot hide forever." Lin Dong chuckled lightly at her words. "Officer Zhao, do you believe that even if I surrender now, you could take me to the police station? Moreover, my request to accompany you to Hongdu Hotel is for your own benefit." Zhao Wanner looked at him with eyes full of confusion. "What do you mean?" Lin Dong, glancing at his phone, replied calmly, 10 seconds remaining. While driving, Zhao Wanner continued to inquire, "What 10 seconds? What do you mean? Are you coming with me to surrender or not?" Lin Dong took out Zhao Wanner's handgun, expertly opened the magazine to inspect the bullets, and began checking the firearm. "I've already stated, even if I go with you to surrender, it will be futile." Observing Lin Dong's familiarity with the weapon, Zhao Wanner felt a chill run down her spine. It was hard to fathom that he was merely an ordinary university student. "What do you mean by that?" Before Zhao Wanner could finish her question, Lin Dong pulled back the gun's slide and declared, "It has begun." Zhao Wanner was entirely bewildered by Lin Dong's actions. However, before she could voice her confusion further, the skies unleashed a torrential zombie rain. Countless zombies descended from above, instantly engulfing the entire world. These zombies were enveloped in a thin layer of energy, which dissipated as they struck the ground. From that moment on, chaos erupted across the globe. "Ah, zombies! Run! Ah, help! Ugh! Ah, aya!" The sounds of crashing vehicles filled the air. Bang! Bang! The sound of collisions. Screech! The sound of abrupt braking. Bang! "Someone come help me. I don't want to die. Ugh! Aya!" Vehicles collided on the streets, flames spreading in all directions as people ran frantically, crying for help. The world had transformed into a hellish nightmare in an instant. A nearby supermarket was packed with people, frantically waving at those outside. "Hurry! Run! Get inside! Quickly! There are too many zombies! Run! Get inside! It's safest in there! Come in!" Meanwhile, the main road was choked with cars, a gridlock rendering it impassable. Besides the vehicles, numerous individuals were trapped inside, desperately calling for help. Many on the road had already been bitten by zombies. Some had even succumbed, becoming the prey for the undead. In the blink of an eye, the world had plunged into an apocalypse. Faced with the overwhelming horde of zombies, ordinary humans were utterly defenseless. Zhao Wanner, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was momentarily stunned. The next moment, she slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with the car in front. The sudden outbreak of the zombie crisis left Zhao Wanner in shock. But what astonished her even more was Lin Dong's earlier prediction. Connecting Lin Dong's prior statements, Zhao Wanner found herself engulfed in confusion and disbelief. Could it be that Lin Dong knew the zombie crisis would erupt? The mere thought sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to immediately dismiss her own speculation. Impossible. How could Lin Dong possess such foresight and capability? He was just an ordinary university student, not a deity. Yet, the current situation offered Zhao Wanner no respite for contemplation, as zombies were already swarming around them. Calmly, Lin Dong opened the car door and fired a shot, obliterating a zombie's skull. As the zombie fell, Lin Dong stepped forward and crushed its head underfoot. With a sickening squelch, the zombie's cranium shattered, brain matter spilling onto the ground. Lin Dong examined the remains and shook his head lightly. The zombies' heads had yet to reveal crystal cores. It appeared they would need to wait a while longer. By tomorrow at this time, the zombies' heads might begin to manifest crystal cores. Turning to the still-dazed Zhao Wanner, Lin Dong urged, "Officer Zhao, if you do not run now, the zombies will soon surround us." With that, Lin Dong slung his backpack over his shoulder and made his way towards a nearby, shuttered supermarket. Seeing this, Zhao Wanner bit her lip and resolved to follow Lin Dong. She had to clarify the origins of this zombie crisis. Lin Dong's accurate prediction of the outbreak was now undeniable. Though she was unsure of how he accomplished it, perhaps by staying close to him, she could unravel the truth. Moreover, amidst the terror of the countless zombies, Zhao Wanner still held onto a glimmer of hope. Despite the overwhelming numbers and frightfulness of the undead, she had unwavering confidence in the military strength of the Great Xiao Empire. When faced with unarmed, ordinary zombies, the army could swiftly restore order. Meanwhile, the officers and Wang Fugui, trailing behind Lin Dong, were equally stunned. The sudden emergence of the zombie crisis left everyone in a state of unparalleled shock. After exiting the vehicle, Wang Fugui, shielded by his bodyguards, swiftly dashed towards a roadside shop. Chapter 10: The Dark Side of Humanity in the Face of a Terrifying Apocalypse. Wang Fugui was utterly paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, while his bodyguards hastily sprinted towards the store. Completely indifferent to Wang Fugui's fate, when confronted with the stark reality of life and death, those bodyguards had long forgotten their duties. Just as Wang Fugui was on the verge of being devoured by zombies, one of the bodyguards returned, kicked a zombie aside, and helped him to his feet. However, as more and more zombies closed in, terror flooded Wang Fugui's eyes. Faced with an endless horde of the undead, Wang Fugui suddenly pushed the very bodyguard who had just rescued him into the throng of zombies, attempting to create an opportunity for his own survival. At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Smoke curled from the barrel of Lin Dong's gun, and a bloody hole appeared on Wang Fugui's head. Lin Dong's act of murder shocked everyone present, and all eyes turned towards him. Yet, in the next instant, the chilling howls of zombies pulled them back to reality. Unfazed, Lin Dong continued towards the supermarket, where the doors were closing. Zhao Wanner, witnessing the scene, opened her mouth as if to speak, but no words emerged. Wang Fugui's actions were indeed despicable, prompting disdain from all. Upon disembarking, the police began to fire wildly, rescuing ordinary citizens besieged by zombies. The deafening gunfire soon attracted more zombies, who relentlessly advanced towards the officers. "Ah, help! It hurts. Please save me. I've been bitten by a zombie. Officer, hurry. Help me. Wah. Shoot quickly. Shoot. Bang. Bang. Bang." The surrounding officers continued to fire, gradually retreating towards the shops on the street. A corpulent woman cowered in a car, rolling down her window to cry out, "Help. Please save me. Save me first. I don't want to die." Wah. A nearby male officer, gritting his teeth, rushed to her aid and pulled her out. Yet, once freed, the woman refused to leave. "Hey, wait. You need to help me get my LV from the car?" The officer was taken aback by her request. "You're about to lose your life. Forget the LV. Move it." Thus, the officer forcefully dragged the woman away from the horde of zombies. Lin Dong pried open the supermarket's door and stepped inside, followed closely by Zhao Wanner. He cast a glance at her but paid little mind. With the zombie crisis now in full swing, Lin Dong no longer worried about the police. Furthermore, he held a certain admiration for Zhao Wanner, the female officer. Upon entering the supermarket, Lin Dong was momentarily stunned. The place was desolate, with only a few scattered items on the shelves, many covered in dust. This small supermarket was on the brink of closure, and edible supplies were likely scarce. With this thought, Lin Dong ventured further into the store, seeking a small storage room. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanner stood at the entrance, anxiously watching her colleagues. Most other shops had already shut their doors, some even barricaded them. The police's only refuge now was the supermarket. Upon spotting Zhao Wanner, the officers felt a sense of organization return. "Captain Zhao, are you all right?" Zhao Wanner shook her head, beckoning them inside. "Quickly, come in." The ordinary citizens, recently rescued, rushed towards the supermarket. Upon entering, they hastily attempted to shut the door, disregarding the police who had protected them. "Hurry, close the door. Don't let the zombies in. Quickly, close it. They're coming." However, Zhao Wanner immediately intervened. "Wait, can't you see there are still people outside?" In the next moment, she was incensed by the crowd's response. "The police are here to ensure our safety. They should be the ones handling the zombies." "Exactly. That officer didn't even help me with my LV. Don't let him in. Close the door. Hurry. If you don't close it soon, the zombies will rush in, and we'll all die." Zhao Wanner vehemently blocked the door, shouting, "Do not close the door. Can't you see there are still people out there? Aren't the police human too? They just saved your lives, and now you want to shut them out. Have you lost your humanity?" Faced with her fierce questioning, the crowd lowered their heads, embarrassed. At that moment, a burly man forcefully pushed Zhao Wanner aside, shutting the supermarket's glass door. The officers outside, seeing the door closed, began to pound on the glass. "Hey, open the door. The zombies are closing in. Open up. The zombies are almost here." The leader of the group shouted back, "Go elsewhere. Don't lead the zombies here. Get out of here, or we'll all die together." Meanwhile, the rescued citizens glanced at the officers outside, but chose not to speak up or open the door. In that instant, the officers outside felt a surge of anger. "Open the door now. Do you hear me? Ah, ah, ah." The scene turned dire as officers began to get bitten and dragged into the zombie horde. The outermost officers were already sacrificing themselves. Seeing this, the officers at the door pounded even harder. "Open the door, or I'll shoot." With that, one officer aimed his gun at the burly man blocking the entrance. The man, terrified, took a step back, but in the next instant, he yanked up the iron shutter inside the supermarket. The man truly intended to condemn these officers to death. Seeing this, Zhao Wanner rushed forward, desperate to open the shutter and save the officers outside. Just as she pushed the man aside and prepared to open the door, he shouted, "Stop her. Do you really want to die with them?" Finally, the crowd reacted. In this moment of life and death, the most grotesque aspects of human nature were laid bare. They forcefully restrained Zhao Wanner, preventing her from moving forward. Alone, She was no match for the mob. Chapter 11. The ungrateful outside the door. Anguish cries and wails echoed relentlessly, intermingled with the sharp reports of gunfire. If one listened closely, the chilling sounds of zombies gnawing and tearing flesh could also be discerned. Overwhelmed by the cries of her colleagues, Zhao Wanner could not contain her tears. Are you even human? You are nothing but beasts. You stand by and do nothing as others perish. Open the door, please. Do you have no conscience left? Yet, despite Zhao Wanner's desperate pleas, those around her resolutely restrained her, denying her any chance to unlock the door. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, Lin Dong gradually emerged from the supermarket. In the next instant, the gun in Lin Dong's hand discharged with a deafening crack. Bang! A gory hole appeared in the head of the burly man who had taken the lead, witnessing the death of one of their own. The surrounding ordinary people stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they turned to face the police officer clad in uniform. Seeing them release their grip and hesitate, Zhao Wanner seized the moment to rush towards the door to rescue her colleagues. At that moment, a man reached out to stop her. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the man's head exploded under Lin Dong's fire. This time, none dared to make a move. The remaining individuals cast terrified glances at the young officer. Why did you shoot him? Aren't you a police officer? Have you lost your mind? How could you dare to kill? Do you possess any humanity? Seeing them speak of humanity after their earlier actions, Lin Dong merely grinned. He did not respond but instead fired again, silencing the one who had just accused him of lacking humanity. After dispatching his target, Lin Dong aimed his weapon at the others. Faced with this display, they fell silent, lowering their heads. When Zhao Wanner finally opened the rolling shutter door, she was met with an ever-growing horde of zombies. The sight of the dark mass outside sent a jolt of fear through her heart. At the entrance, only 3 policemen remained. She hurriedly opened the door, and the 3 officers scrambled inside. However, they were not alone. Several zombies surged in alongside them. The sight of these creatures left the survivors in the supermarket dumbfounded, prompting a frantic retreat. It's over. We're doomed. Oh my God. Run. The zombies are here. The very individuals who had previously obstructed Zhao Wanner now stood paralyzed in fear as they witnessed the encroaching undead. Yet Lin Dong, upon seeing the zombies, exhibited no signs of panic. He swiftly raised his handgun and fired, the bullets accurately striking the heads of the zombies. In an instant, the threat was neutralized. Lin Dong's marksmanship was impeccable, honed through countless trials in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanner promptly closed the supermarket's rolling shutter once more. The next moment, the sounds of pounding on the door, accompanied by the zombies' growls and gnashing teeth, filled the air. Blood began to seep from beneath the shutter. Once the 3 policemen had entered, they collapsed to the ground, still shaken by their narrow escape. Helplessly watching their companions being devoured by zombies had cast a heavy shadow over their hearts. Moments later, the 3 officers regained their composure and aimed their weapons at those who had just closed the door. Why didn't you open the door? Are you animals? Woe is us. We've lost several colleagues. You are the ones who caused their deaths. Faced with the dark muzzles of guns and the officers' fierce inquiries, the others shamefully lowered their heads. You are all a bunch of beasts. Go to hell. One male officer targeted a burly man and pulled the trigger. Click. His firearm was empty. The remaining 2 officers frantically squeezed the triggers, desperate to avenge their fallen comrades. In that moment, they had forgotten their duties and roles. They only recognized that these individuals were ungrateful scoundrels. However, their handguns had run dry, and with their nerves frayed, they collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Zhao Wanner approached the 3 officers, checking on them before leading them to a clean area. Just then, a bespectacled man stepped forward, blocking her path. Wait, we need to check if any of the 3 have been bitten by zombies. What if they turn into zombies? His statement was met with unanimous agreement from those around him. Yes, we must ensure they haven't been infected. Agreed. This is for everyone's safety. Zhao Wanner cast a furious glare at the group and coldly retorted, I have already examined all 3. Rather, it is you beasts who should be concerned about your own injuries. After being rebuffed, the bespectacled man lowered his head and continued, then let us check everyone, including ourselves. It's for everyone's good. Pausing momentarily, he then turned to Lin Dong with a respectful demeanor. Officer, what do you think? The bespectacled man's inquiry indicated his stance and attitude. The others present were not surprised by the man's deference to Lin Dong. They all understood that he wielded a gun and had proven himself ruthless. After Lin Dong's decisive actions in eliminating 2 defiant individuals and his impressive display against the zombies, It became crystal clear to everyone that he was the de facto leader in the supermarket. Aware of the many eyes upon him, Lin Dong wasted no time. Issuing orders without hesitation, he pointed to several men and instructed, "You lot, reinforce the supermarket's entrance and clear away the bodies. Additionally, appoint 2 individuals to guard the entrance at all times. Now, everyone, strip down and check each other for scratches or bites from zombies. As for other matters, I shall leave them to her judgment." He gestured toward Zhao Wanner, signifying that all decisions would be made under her guidance. With that, Lin Dong strode toward the storage area within the supermarket. Having encountered countless instances of ungratefulness and betrayal, he had grown accustomed to such behavior. To him, the lives of these individuals mattered little. He intended to depart the next day for the Hongdu Hotel. In his previous life, the Hongdu Hotel had served as a trading post for revolvers in City A. In this life, Lin Dong planned to scout the hotel first to ascertain whether any revolvers remained. Additionally, the hotel was a necessary waypoint on his journey to Wuyan City, where he could find convenient transportation. As for the fates of the ordinary people in the supermarket, their survival was now entirely in their own hands. Chapter 12. No free lunch. The 6 years of the apocalypse had not transformed Lin Dong into a ruthless and savage individual. He merely observed the unfolding events with a detached demeanor, choosing not to intervene in the fates of others unless their actions infringed upon his interests or crossed his bottom line. Among the individuals he encountered, he held a particular admiration for Officer Zhao Wanner. Her ability to retain her humanity amidst the chaos of the world was a remarkable feat. It was indeed those who preserved their humanity that instilled a glimmer of hope in the hearts of ordinary people during these dire times. Upon receiving Lin Dong's directive, the assembled individuals ceased their dissent and complied with Officer Zhao's instructions. After reinforcing the supermarket's shutter door, a group of them knelt before her in unison, exclaiming, "Officer, we were wrong. We are not human. Officer, I was misled by that burly man. This is my first encounter with such a situation. I am truly afraid of death. However, I never intended to harm anyone. Officer, we are genuinely terrified. I fear the zombies. I am truly afraid of dying. That is why I acted foolishly. Please, do not be angry. Officer, the zombie crisis has erupted. We are all sinners, and we are willing to atone. Yet, there are many ways to seek redemption. And our greatest enemy now lies outside the door of the zombies. Thus, we hope you can be magnanimous." These individuals knelt there, pleading for Officer Zhao Wanner's forgiveness, fully aware that their true fear was not of her, but of Lin Dong, the merciless figure looming behind her. Zhao Wanner, too, understood that this was merely the power of Lin Dong's intimidation at play. Although she harbored a deep resentment for these ungrateful creatures, she could not bring herself to execute them all. After all, they were right in one regard. The true enemy of humanity lay beyond the supermarket doors, the zombies. Once she had ensured the safety of her colleagues, Zhao Wanner anxiously retrieved her phone to contact her superiors for assistance. However, the call did not connect. Next, she attempted to reach her family, yet the line remained silent. Ultimately, she could only gaze at her phone with unease, yearning for a glimmer of news from the Great Xia Empire. Meanwhile, after confirming each other's safety, Lin Dong and Li Ergu ended their call. With few friends remaining after the apocalypse, Li Ergu was the only one Lin Dong truly trusted. As for romantic entanglements, Lin Dong was currently single, devoid of a girlfriend. After enhancing the supermarket's entrance defenses, the bespectacled man led a tall woman to a secluded corner of the store. Once they ensured no one was around, they embraced and kissed fervently. After a prolonged moment, they slowly parted, and the woman playfully punched the man on the chest. "Officer Shin, what shall we do now? I am so scared. Outside are those terrifying zombies, and even the police are helpless." The bespectacled man slipped his hand into the woman's collar, kissing her cheek. "Lily, do not worry. I have a plan. I've already contacted our superiors. Now, we simply need to remain safe here and await rescue. Furthermore, if we can subdue that officer and seize the gun in his possession, we will be able to hide comfortably here. Trust me, I have it all figured out." Upon hearing his words, the woman smiled and planted a kiss on Officer Shin's cheek. "Officer Shin, you're amazing. If you get the gun, you must protect me." Officer Shin pinched the woman's cheek, grinning lecherously. "Rest assured, my little seductress, once I have complete control over this supermarket, you shall have your share." Upon reaching the supermarket storeroom, Officer Shin glanced at Lily, receiving her encouraging nod, and then knocked on the door. "Officer, are you in there?" "Officer, we have matters to discuss. May we enter?" "Come in." With Lin Dong's permission, Officer Shun led Lily into the storeroom. "Officer, The supermarket's entrance has been secured, he stated, while surveying the assortment of near-expired food items within the storeroom. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shin San, the Deputy Director of the Finance Bureau of City A. As he spoke, Shin San stood upright, puffing his chest with an air of arrogance, believing that once he revealed his identity, Lin Dong would surely seek to curry favor with him or even appoint him as the leader of the supermarket. However, the outcome was far from what Shin San had anticipated. Lin Dong remained unusually calm, as though he had heard a tedious joke. Being astute, Lin Dong quickly grasped Shin San's intentions. He was attempting to leverage his former position to exert control over Lin Dong, compelling him to comply. Oh, Deputy Director. And what of it? Do you wish for me to bow to you? Or shall I follow your commands? Lin Dong remarked, pulling out his handgun and casting a playful gaze at Shin San. Seeing Lin Dong's reaction, Shin San's heart sank. Lin Dong showed no signs of wanting to appease him. Rather, he appeared to harbor hostility. As someone who had risen through sycophancy, Shin San immediately recognized his precarious position. The recent memory of 3 individuals shot dead by Lin Dong sent a chill of fear coursing through him. No. Officer, what are you saying? I am here to report to you. Should you need anything from me in the future, feel free to command me. With that, Shin San wore a fawning expression as he looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction at Shin San's swift change of attitude. Shin San then turned to Lily, a glimmer of scheming lighting up his eyes. Officer, please hold on a moment. He pulled Lily outside the storeroom and, once they were alone, whispered to her, Lily, I have a task for you. You must use your charm to seduce him, and when he is thoroughly exhausted, steal the gun from him. Do you understand? Upon hearing Shin San's plan, Lily's face betrayed her discomfort. Noticing her reluctance, Shin San quickly reassured her, do not worry. Once we acquire the gun, our success will be assured. The rewards will be plentiful. Once this calamity passes, I promise to elevate you to a supervisory position. After hearing Shin San's enticing promises, Lily finally nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, their entire conversation had been meticulously overheard by Lin Dong, whose heightened senses were far beyond those of an ordinary human. Chapter 13. The evolution of zombies. Upon their return to the storage room, Shin San gently nudged Lily's body. Officer, this is my sister. Your recent act of bravery in dispatching the zombies was truly commendable. She holds you in great admiration and wishes to meet you privately. After speaking, Shin San subtly pushed Lily towards Lin Dong. Following the cue, Lily immediately stepped forward, her head bowed in shyness. Hello, big brother, I am Lily. Lin Dong glanced at the woman's alabaster curves and gradually lifted her chin with a finger. He then cast a playful look at Shin San, who, catching Lin Dong's gaze, broke into a knowing smile. Well, I'll step out for a moment. You two take your time, Shin San said, picking up a bag of cookies from the shelf before exiting the storage room. Once the door was closed, he positioned himself outside, attentively listening to the sounds within. As the Director of Finance in City A, Shin San was well acquainted with the art of flattery. However, this time, his scheming was destined for naught. Lin Dong, fully aware of Shin San's intentions towards the woman, remained unfazed. In the face of an attractive woman presenting herself, he adhered to a simple principle: seize the opportunity when it presents itself. Observing Lily's exquisite features and alluring figure, Lin Dong was poised to conduct a physical examination of her. Just then, Zhao Wanner's voice interrupted from outside. What are you doing here? Where's Lin Dong? Shin San, momentarily taken aback by Zhao Wanner's presence, quickly replied, Is there something you need? Officer Lin Dong is currently occupied and cannot be disturbed. Zhao Wanner cast a curious glance at Shin San before bypassing him to knock on the storage room door. Alarmed, Shin San swiftly blocked her path. I told you. Officer Lin is busy and cannot be disturbed. As the two engaged in a standoff, Lin Dong's voice emerged from within the storage room. Let her in. Shin San was momentarily stunned. Had Lin Dong and Lily already finished their encounter? So soon? It had barely been 2 minutes. Yet before he could ponder further, Zhao Wanner pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the young and beautiful woman beside Lin Dong, she froze in surprise. Meanwhile, Lin Dong seemed unfazed, casually patting Lily's rear. You can leave now. Once Lily had departed, Lin Dong turned his attention to Zhao Wanner. What brings you here, Officer Zhao? Speak your mind. Zhao Wanner scrutinized Lin Dong's carefree demeanor, her brow slightly furrowing. Lin Dong, did you foresee the outbreak of the zombie crisis? And how is it that your marksmanship is so exceptional? Lin Dong nonchalantly lit a cigarette and settled into a chair. Do you think you would believe me if I said I had no forewarning of the zombie crisis? As for my shooting skills, perhaps they stem from my fondness for video games. Now that the apocalypse has commenced, does discussing this hold any significance? What you should be contemplating is how to survive. Officer. Zhao Wanner fixed her gaze upon Lin Dong. If you are aware of the truth, you must disclose it for the greater good. With the zombie crisis upon us, we must unite. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from the zombies outside? Zhao Wanner stated solemnly. Moreover, I believe our military will soon intervene to resolve this crisis. After hearing her words, Lin Dong nodded slightly. You are entirely correct. I can assure you, the military has already acted. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he continued. But do you genuinely believe that relying solely on the military will allow everyone to weather this storm? Countless zombies have descended upon us. Do you not find that peculiar? I can assure you, the zombie crisis will not conclude so simply, for zombies have the potential to evolve. Zhao Wanner's eyes widened in terror. Are you suggesting that zombies will continuously evolve? How is that possible? Lin Dong chuckled and shook his head. There is nothing impossible. You do have a mobile phone, don't you, Officer Zhao? With that, he retrieved his phone and scrolled through various videos showcasing the powers exhibited by those who had evolved. Many individuals have suddenly acquired superpowers, which serves as a significant indicator. The world has undergone a monumental shift. Whether you choose to believe it or not, it has already transpired. After a minute of stunned silence, Zhao Wanner inquired once more. What else do you know? Lin Dong regarded her for a moment, contemplating before shaking his head. I have nothing else to share. Be wary of the zombies, and be cautious of humanity. Zhao Wanner understood that Lin Dong was withholding certain information. Gritting her teeth, she warned, Lin Dong, do not forget. You are still a murderer. Do not think that the outbreak absolves you. I can certainly report this to my superiors, who may escalate the pursuit for you. Furthermore, should I report your knowledge regarding the zombies, you would become the target of many. The military would undoubtedly seek to apprehend you. However, she added, if you reveal everything you know about the zombies now, I can assist in keeping this information confidential. Upon hearing Zhao Wanner's threat, Lin Dong suddenly broke into a grin. Officer Zhao, speaking such words directly to me, do you wish for me to silence you? With that, he pulled out his handgun and lightly tapped it against his thigh. Lin Dong was acutely aware that Zhao Wanner's threats were utterly baseless. The empire of Daxiao was already in disarray, and her words would not stir any significant upheaval. No one would believe that a murderer could accurately predict the outbreak of the zombie crisis. Moreover, within a month, experts from the Research Institute would publish findings regarding zombies. The words of those experts would carry far more weight than his own. The two exchanged silent glances for a full minute. Zhao Wanner sighed deeply, her tone softening. Lin Dong, I beg you, the information about the zombies is truly vital. Lin Dong extinguished his cigarette and spoke slowly. Very well, I shall reiterate. I am not entirely certain about the details concerning zombies. All I know is that one must strike their heads to eliminate them. As for the matter of their potential evolution, I am also unaware of the costs. I do not know what should be done. Chapter 14, The Purple Meteorite. Moreover, it is not only the zombies that are evolving. Various animals and plants are undergoing transformations as well. The threats will only multiply. Ordinary individuals, in their desire to survive, must either seek refuge in survivor camps or find ways to grow stronger and attain superhuman abilities. Zhao Wanner gazed intently into Lin Dong's eyes, attempting to discern whether he was lying or withholding information. However, Lin Dong's expression remained serene, betraying nothing of his thoughts. Ultimately, Zhao Wanner gave a gentle nod. Thank you for the information. With that, she turned and walked towards the exit. Yet, halfway through, she abruptly halted, pivoted, and bowed to Lin Dong. I am grateful for your timely intervention in saving my colleague. I assure you, I will not disclose any information about you to my superiors. From that moment, the murderer Lin Dong had ceased to exist, perishing at the onset of the zombie crisis. After her words, Zhao Wanner pushed open the storeroom door and departed. Lin Dong silently observed her retreating figure, shaking his head with a faint smile. At the door, Shinsan and Lily exchanged glances upon seeing Zhao Wanner emerge. Soon after, Lily returned to the storeroom. Lin Dong, facing Lily's return, exhibited no reluctance and began to examine her physique once more. At noon, Lin Dong finally stretched and sauntered out of the storeroom, while Lily lay exhausted within. Lily was indeed a demanding little sprite. However, as an evolved being, Lin Dong's physical capabilities surpassed that of an ordinary human by eightfold. Upon seeing Lin Dong emerge, Shin San was momentarily taken aback. as the plan dictated that Lily should have been the one to retrieve the firearm at that hour. Yet, Shinsan quickly approached Lin Dong with a solicitous demeanor. "Brother Lin Dong, where's my sister?" Lin Dong cast a glance at the impeccably dressed Shinsan, but chose not to respond to his inquiry. Instead, he turned his attention to the crowd gathering behind Shinsan. It was now noon, and the entrance to the storeroom was teeming with people. Upon witnessing Lin Dong's emergence, they instantly displayed expressions of trepidation. "Officer, we are hungry. We need to retrieve some food from the supermarket storeroom." "Officer, although we have erred, we cannot be deprived of sustenance." Lin Dong regarded Shun San and commanded, "You will distribute simple rations to everyone, 1 loaf of bread and 1 bottle of water per person. No more." Though taken aback by Lin Dong's directive, Shun San, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. "Understood." After assigning this straightforward task, Lin Dong ascended to the second floor of the supermarket alone. Through the glass, he observed the tide of zombies outside, and his brow furrowed in concern. Despite being a level 1 evolved being, the sheer number of zombies posed considerable trouble. The horde outside consisted entirely of ordinary level 1 zombies, devoid of any crystal cores in their brains. The dangers ahead would surely escalate. The Crimson Deluge not only transformed ordinary humans into evolved beings, but also caused animals and plants to mutate and evolve alongside them, one of the many sources of peril in the apocalypse. Lin Dong continued to gaze at the zombies outside, while retrieving his phone to browse the latest news online. "Brothers, a sudden zombie crisis has erupted in Luzhou City. Countless zombies are descending from the sky. Everyone must stay indoors. Do not venture outside." The video depicted a view from transparent glass overlooking the horde below. The comments section erupted with chaos. "Dude, it's not just Luzhou. It seems the entire world is facing a zombie crisis. It's terrifying. Zombies are truly horrifying. What should we do now? Is this the end of the world? I woke up to an apocalypse, and some are awakening superpowers. Why am I never invited to these human evolutions?" The world indeed seemed transformed, with awakened superpowers, descending zombies, and meteor showers. Perhaps this was the apocalypse. Others shared images of injuries. "I was scratched by a zombie. Am I really infected with the zombie virus? My husband 1T let me back inside." Various netizens offered their suggestions. "From a young age, miss, I suggest you dig into your ears while entering. You can't be disturbed while doing so." "Lonely hero, I suggest you heed your husband's warning. You are an uncertain factor, and no one can guarantee you won't suddenly turn into a zombie." "Chow I'm on, miss. Send a picture of your legs. I'll help you check for zombie virus infection." Wicked smile. Old Wong from the Gobi Desert. "Damn. Dude, are you really that hungry? You're about to become a zombie, and you still want to eat? Aren't you afraid of being bitten to death?" "Chow I'm on. I just enjoy being bitten by a pretty girl." Lin Dong sighed helplessly at the absurd comments flooding the internet. The chaotic atmosphere was exacerbated by such shameless individuals. The zombie virus, once contracted, would deliver a devastating blow. Only level 2 evolved beings possessed the ability to resist the infection of ordinary zombies. Thus, this girl had little hope of survival. Within a day, she would succumb to becoming a zombie. As Lin Dong continued to scroll through the latest news, a particular video captured his attention. In it, a woman held a meteorite emitting a purple glow. Judging by her attire, she appeared to be a doctor or nurse. "Everyone, this meteorite fell last night. For some reason, it emits a purple light. Does anyone know what this is? Should I throw it away? I've touched it with my hand. Will I get infected with the zombie virus? Or will touching it grant me superpowers? I'm so conflicted. Does anyone recognize this meteorite?" The video had garnered only a few hundred views. Lin Dong noted the woman's location. She resided in the Lanting Villa district of H City, merely over 1,000 meters away. He promptly contacted her and added her on WeChat. Through their conversation, he learned that the woman's name was Sun Yu, a surgeon. "Lin Dong, Dr. Sun. I know the purpose of this meteorite. Do you need assistance? Sun Yu, you know about this meteorite? Can it awaken superpowers? Or does it contain a virus?" Lin Dong. "This meteorite won't help you awaken superpowers, but I find it somewhat useful and wish to acquire it." Lin Dong. "In return, I can help you awaken superpowers and provide you with some food." Upon receiving Lin Dong's message, Sun Yu responded with palpable excitement. "Sun Yu, deal. Thank you so much. But how will you get here? There are hordes of zombies surrounding us." Chapter 15. The Murderer Lin Dong. "Lin Dong, you simply need to stay at home and await my return." Lin Dong. "And remember to delete the meteor videos online, otherwise, it might lead to complications." After reminding Sun Yu of the precautions, Lin Dong received an accurate location from her. Just then, Zhao Wanner and 2 police officers arrived on the 2nd floor. The officers displayed a complex expression upon seeing Lin Dong. After a brief pause, they bowed slightly to him. Lin Dong, we are grateful for your timely rescue. Observing the officer's gesture, Lin Dong casually waved his hand. It's nothing. I merely wish to avoid being a beast. You needn't thank me. Just refrain from bothering me in the future. Zhao Wanner sighed as she gazed out at the countless zombies. Rest assured, the world has descended into chaos. No one is concerned about your affairs anymore. A young male officer spoke up. We have already contacted our superiors, and I believe a rescue team will arrive shortly. Lin Dong smiled at the officer's words. While a rescue team is certainly a good thing, I advise you not to consider them your sole hope. Just as Lin Dong finished speaking, a commotion erupted downstairs. I'm still hungry. Why can't I eat more? Do you intend to keep all the food for yourselves? Are you being unreasonable? Now that the apocalypse has arrived, we should unite and collaborate. The supplies in this supermarket belong to everyone. A woman's sharp voice pierced through the noise. Exactly. This inferior bread is on the verge of expiration. And you expect me to eat it? Do you know who my husband is? He is the president of a company. I wouldn't even glance at a restaurant where the average meal costs less than 5,000. You dare to make me consume this garbage? Upon hearing the voices, Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner exchanged glances before swiftly returning to the 1st floor of the supermarket. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the storeroom entrance, where Shin Sen stood, furrowing his brow. A woman, weighing over 300 pounds, stood with her hands on her hips, vociferously berating Shin Sen. What do you think you are? The director of the finance bureau? Let me tell you, my husband is a taxpayer. He supports you all. Step aside. I want to go in and find food myself. Beside the hefty woman stood a muscular man, towering at 6 feet tall. How can I not eat more when I'm still hungry? If we don't fill our bellies, how can we face the zombies? Do you really want to hoard all the food in the storeroom? Isn't that a bit selfish? In response to the 2 instigators, the others maintained a silent attitude of support and observation. Lin Dong approached the storeroom entrance, leisurely lighting a cigarette. The heavy-set woman and the muscular man fixed their eyes on him, instinctively swallowing hard. Lin Dong remained silent, quietly observing the 2, awaiting their next words. After a moment, the muscular man gathered his courage to speak. Officer Lin, right? I admit our earlier behavior was cowardly. However, you cannot claim all the food for yourself. These supplies should belong to everyone. I believe we must unite to better confront the zombies. Am I not correct? With the muscular man leading the charge, the overweight woman also mustered her courage to voice her opinion. Officer Lin, this bread is about to spoil, and I truly cannot eat it. I demand to go in and find something to eat. After hearing their demands, Lin Dong nodded with a smile. Indeed, your requests are quite reasonable. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial premise. We must be equal. If everyone contributed to acquiring this supermarket, then the food should indeed be shared equally. But you seem to have forgotten that you were just rescued by the police. You are a group of burdens. You have no right to speak of unity or shared ownership. Lin Dong's tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the expressions of everyone present grew grim. The heavy-set woman and the muscular man fell silent. Lin Dong spoke the truth. They had contributed nothing, and in fact, had even caused the deaths of several police officers. This was an undeniable fact. Seeing that the 2 dared not retort, Zhao Wanner stepped forward. Enough. Everyone in this supermarket must heed Lin Dong's authority. You are not to oppose him. In this supermarket, Lin Dong is the absolute leader. At Zhao Wanner's declaration, a bespectacled student exhibited a look of shock. In the next moment, he pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, unable to contain his curiosity. He then pointed at Lin Dong, exclaiming, Lin Dong? You are Lin Dong, the murderer Lin Dong? The words of the bespectacled student instantly ignited the tension among the crowd. Everyone turned in terror to look at Lin Dong. The bespectacled male student continued shouting. He is Lin Dong, the one who murdered his classmate. Did you not see the news on Douyin? Lin Dong. He is that murderer. He killed his college classmate. He is a sociopathic killer. With the male student's reminder, everyone recalled the information about the murderer posted on Douyin Lin Dong. In an instant, all eyes were filled with fear and astonishment. You are a murderer. What? Isn't he a police officer? I remember now. He is indeed that murderer. I recall now. He is the one who killed the college student. Faced with the terrified gazes of the crowd, Lin Dong did not offer any rebuttal. Instead, he shrugged his shoulders with an air of ease. At this moment, The bespectacled male student shouted towards Zhao Wanner and the two police officers, "What are you three doing? Why aren't you arresting him? He is a murderer. Don't you know? He is not a police officer. He is a sociopathic killer. The wanted criminal Lin Dong." With the male student leading the charge, the heavy-set woman and the muscular man also turned to Zhao Wanner and the officers, shouting, "Aren't you three police officers? What are you waiting for? Quickly arrest him. He is a terrifying murderer. Didn't you hear?" The heavy-set woman also screamed, "Are you three police officers foolish? I command you to arrest him immediately." Chapter 16, Burden at this moment. Shin-san gazed at Lin Dong in terror, his mind engulfed in a haze. Zhao Wanner, realizing Lin Dong's identity had been exposed, let out a resigned sigh before shifting her attention to Lin Dong and the remaining two colleagues. The two male police officers, witnessing the unfolding situation, glanced at Lin Dong with uncertainty. Ultimately, it was Zhao Wanner who first stepped forward. "Everyone, please be quiet. Lower your voices. Do you wish to attract the zombies outside?" Once she saw the crowd covering their mouths in fear, Zhao Wanner continued, "I acknowledge that Lin Dong has indeed taken a life. However, I implore you to consider, who is our true enemy at this moment? Is it Lin Dong? The answer is evidently no. Our greatest concern lies with the zombies outside. They are the real threat. Moreover, Lin Dong just saved all of us. Have you forgotten? It was he who shot the zombies and rescued everyone in the supermarket. I do not care whether you acknowledge this. Up until now, only Lin Dong possesses the capability to lead us through this apocalypse." After Zhao Wanner's impassioned speech, the crowd exchanged glances, collectively bowing their heads. Her words were well-reasoned, prompting everyone present to ponder deeply. Indeed, at this juncture, Lin Dong was the sole individual capable of guiding everyone to survival. His adeptness at dispatching zombies and his exceptional marksmanship were testaments to his prowess. Upon hearing Zhao Wanner's assertions, a level-headed man in a suit raised his hand. "I agree. I believe Officer Zhao is correct. We must follow Lin Dong if we are to survive." With the suited man leading the charge, a short-haired woman also stood up. "Absolutely. I concur. In this apocalypse, only Lin Dong can guide us better in our survival. Our food supply is limited. Conserving our rations is essential. I support Lin Dong as our leader." Soon, many others raised their hands in agreement. "I agree. I too concur. I endorse Lin Dong as our leader." Observing the wave of support around them, the overweight woman and the muscular man exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Ultimately, they too reluctantly raised their hands. "Fine, I agree. All right. As long as Lin Dong refrains from unnecessary killings, I consent." Thus, everyone present unanimously expressed their agreement for Lin Dong to assume the role of leader. At this moment, all eyes turned toward Lin Dong, filled with anticipation as they awaited his response. However, Lin Dong merely shook his head with an air of flippancy. "Ridiculous. Who said I would lead you through this apocalypse?" His words caused the expressions of all present to stiffen immediately. Everyone stared at Lin Dong in astonishment. He continued, unabashedly, "Your lives are of no concern to me. I will not guide you through this world of despair. If you wish to survive, you must ultimately rely on yourselves. I refuse to carry the burden of you all. Perhaps tomorrow, or even tonight, I shall depart. Your fate is none of my business." Pausing momentarily, Lin Dong then added, "As for the supplies in the supermarket, I am not interested. However, there is one thing you must understand. As long as I remain here, all matters within this place are dictated by me. You may take food only with my permission. If I do not grant it, no one is allowed to seize it." After his declaration, Lin Dong cast a piercing glance over everyone present, causing them to bow their heads in deference, unable to meet his gaze. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Wanner looked at him in shock. "You intend to leave here? Why?" Her question echoed the sentiments of everyone else. Lin Dong met her gaze calmly and replied, "There is no reason. Simply put, I wish to leave. Moreover, it is time for you all to wake up. Do you believe this place is some sanctuary for survivors? It is merely a supermarket on the brink of collapse. How long can the supplies sustain us? What will happen when the food runs out? What if the zombies breach our defenses one day?" His words plunged the crowd into silence. Lin Dong continued, "Thus, only by leaving here can we hope to survive." At this moment, the man in the suit timidly raised his hand. "Leader Lin, may I accompany you? I wish to follow you." Lin Dong did not even glance at him, resolutely shaking his head. He then smirked, adding, "I believe you may have misunderstood my earlier point. When I spoke of burdens, I meant every single person present here. Do you understand?" Following Lin Dong's authoritative stance, everyone fell silent, refraining from further discussion. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Dong tirelessly scoured the internet for any information regarding the meteorite. Regrettably, he uncovered no additional news about it. As night fell, Lin Dong leaned back in his chair, searching for the optimal route to the Lanting Villa district while enjoying instant noodles. After plotting his course, he sent a message of inquiry to Li Ergu. Thanks to Lin Dong's reminder, Li Ergu had prepared ample food and water capable of sustaining himself at home for several months. At that moment, a knock resounded at the storeroom door. Zhao Wanna's voice followed. Lin Dong? May I come in? Yes. Upon her arrival beside Lin Dong, she spoke. I wish to discuss something with you. Lin Dong glanced at Zhao Wanna, momentarily captivated by the glimpse of white from her collar. Yet, he quickly averted his gaze. If you seek to persuade me to remain as a scapegoat, there is no need to speak. Hearing this, Zhao Wanna sighed in resignation. Very well. May I trouble you with another matter? Lin Dong remained silent, waiting for her to elaborate. Zhao Wanna produced a map of H City, stating, to the northeast of the supermarket lies a police station. We wish to accompany you to retrieve some weapons and ammunition. We know where the armory's key is, and you can also secure additional weapons for your protection. Chapter 17. Execution of the murderer. How about it? Is it acceptable? After speaking, Zhao Wanna gazed at Lin Dong with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Lin Dong glanced at the map. The police station and the Lanting Villa area were in close proximity, merely a few hundred meters apart. All right, we shall set out first thing tomorrow morning. After Zhao Wanna departed, Lin Dong leaned back in his chair, cradling his head in his hands, lost in contemplation. In truth, the availability of firearms and ammunition held little significance for Lin Dong. As an evolved being, firearms offered him minimal assistance. Furthermore, as time progressed, the intimidation factor of firearms would diminish in the apocalyptic world. What Lin Dong urgently desired were the crystal cores within the zombies' brains, as well as the supernatural fruits, enhancement potions, and trial books. These were the resources he coveted most. Having experienced the apocalypse once, Lin Dong understood that in such dire times, strength was paramount. In the apocalypse, power reigned supreme. In his previous life, Lin Dong had perished at the hands of Yang Wei due to his insufficient strength, which allowed Yang Wei to seize his abilities. Thus, upon being reborn, Lin Dong's foremost ambition was to diligently enhance his power. Once his strength reached formidable heights, he would immediately seek out the Yang family in the capital to exact his revenge on Yang Wei. Once his thoughts returned to the present, Lin Dong examined his attribute panel. Energy, 500, strength, 80, speed, 80, constitution, 80, mentality, 100, normal human attributes are rated at 10 points. Ability, B-grade lightning manipulator. Level, first tier evolver. As he surveyed his attributes, Lin Dong could not suppress a satisfied smile. A first-tier evolver. His statistics were 8 times that of an ordinary human. Lin Dong believed he stood on the vanguard of strength in this apocalyptic era. This was indisputable. For a typical first-tier evolver, physical attributes usually averaged around 3 times that of an average person. However, with the augmentation of various supernatural fruits and potions in this life, Lin Dong had far surpassed the ordinary first-tier evolver. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong retrieved the golden trial book from his backpack. After a brief contemplation, he decided against entering the trial immediately. Sun Yu still possessed a purple meteorite. Lin Dong planned to secure that meteorite before finding a sufficiently safe location to enter the trial book. After receiving Lin Dong's response, Zhao Wanna addressed all the survivors. It is with regret that I must inform you all that Lin Dong has decided to leave tomorrow. Upon hearing this news, the crowd collectively sighed and lowered their heads. Zhao Wanna continued, however, I have just reached a consensus with Lin Dong. Tomorrow, we will accompany him to the police station's armory to search for weapons. I firmly believe that with adequate weaponry, our future days will be far more secure. Upon hearing Zhao Wanna's words, a flicker of determination reignited in everyone's eyes. Although the protective Lin Dong would soon depart, if they could procure enough weapons, his presence would become inconsequential. After Zhao Wanna arranged for the night watch, she found a corner to rest. The first night of the apocalypse felt interminably long. As everyone else closed their eyes to rest, Shen San suddenly opened his eyes quietly. He then gently rose and nudged Li Li beside him. After rousing Li Li, Shen San proceeded to wake the overweight woman and the muscular man who had clashed with Lin Dong earlier. Once a few were awake, Shen San placed a finger to his lips, signaling them to remain silent. He beckoned the 3 to follow him into the dark corner of the supermarket. Upon arriving at the corner, The overweight woman eagerly whispered, "What is the matter? What do you need?" Shinsen scanned their surroundings to ensure no one was present before whispering, "You've only had a box of biscuits to eat tonight. You're starving, aren't you?" The overweight woman retorted impatiently, "Just say what you want. I'm nearly starving to death and lack the energy for your roundabout talk." Shinsan grinned mischievously and continued, "I know both of you harbor some grievances against Lin Dong, which is why I sought you out. If you heed my words, I assure you that you will both have your fill. Furthermore, I have already established contact with the higher-ups. Rescue will arrive shortly." The muscular man eyed Shun San warily, hesitating before asking, "What exactly do you intend to do? Speak plainly." The overweight woman fixed her gaze on Shun San, awaiting his next words. With a smile, Shun San continued, "In truth, Lin Dong is nothing extraordinary. He merely flaunts his power because he possesses a gun. If we can seize that gun from him, the entire supermarket will be under our control. At that point, ensuring you both have enough to eat will be a trivial matter. And I guarantee that when the rescue team arrives, you will be among the first to be saved. What do you say?" Upon hearing Shinsan's proposition, the overweight woman immediately responded without hesitation, "All right. I agree. That Lin Dong is nothing special. Once we obtain the gun, we'll make sure he knows hunger as well." In contrast to the overweight woman's impulsiveness, the muscular man exhibited greater rationality and caution. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, "I feel that there is no need for this. Lin Dong will leave early tomorrow. Wouldn't our future be dictated by our own choices?" Shinsan sneered at the muscular man's words. "Humph, don't forget that even if Lin Dong departs, those 3 policemen will take over as leaders. If they acquire firearms, you will still remain at the bottom of the hierarchy. You two will still struggle to find enough to eat, and they may even tighten rations to conserve food. However, if I become the leader, everything will change. I promise you that if we can seize the guns, we will be the leaders. We will dictate the distribution of food." Having said this, Shinsan gauged the reactions of the overweight woman and the muscular man. Noticing that they were deep in thought, he continued, "Don't forget that I am the deputy director of the finance bureau. Compared to Lin Dong, the murderer, I am the one who should rightfully become the leader. When the time comes, rallying against Lin Dong will be a piece of cake. The support for Lin Dong stems solely from fear of his gun. But if the guns are in our hands, we can justly execute the murderer Lin Dong. Everyone will stand with us." Chapter 18. Lin Dong's dark humor. After Shun Sen finished speaking, he gazed expectantly at the muscular man and the overweight woman. The latter, unable to contain her eagerness, promptly inquired, "So what should we do?" Hearing her question, Shun San grinned widely. "Worry not. I have a plan in place. I assure you, if we follow my strategy, we shall effortlessly seize Lin Dong's handgun." With that, Shun San turned to Lily, a knowing smile gracing his face. The muscular man furrowed his brow, hesitating slightly as he replied, "Why don't you share your plan first? If it's indeed feasible, I might consider joining. Otherwise, I refuse to take unnecessary risks." It was clear that the muscular man still recalled Lin Dong's ruthless decisiveness during the murder. Shinsen glanced at the muscular man, silently lamenting the complication, and continued, "The plan is quite simple. We shall employ the allure of beauty to deceive Lin Dong into opening the door, then seize his firearm while he is caught off guard. There are 4 of us, and Lin Dong is but one." At this point, Shinsen looked directly at the muscular man and added, "Given your physique, overpowering Lin Dong should be a trivial task. Plus, we 3 will assist you." He then turned to the overweight woman, saying, "When the moment comes, you will use your weight to pin Lin Dong down, allowing us to snatch the gun before he even realizes what is happening. Trust me, even if Lin Dong possesses remarkable skills, he won't be able to utilize them." After making his point, Shin San surveyed the overweight woman and the muscular man. Noticing the latter's continued frown, he pressed on, "Consider this. Once we have taken over the supermarket, we will not only have an abundance of food but also other delightful surprises." The muscular man, intrigued, looked at Shin San, prompting him to lean closer and whisper, "That Officer Zhao is quite stunning, isn't she? You have been stealing glances at her on multiple occasions. A beautiful female officer. TSK. Once we establish our dominance, winning her over will be a mere formality. Everyone in the supermarket will have to curry favor with us, for we shall be the leaders." Mechanically swallowing hard, the muscular man clenched his jaw and nodded vigorously. Seeing his agreement, Shin San's smile deepened, for in his plan, the muscular man was of utmost importance. In Shun San's eyes, without firearms, Lin Dong would be no match for the brawny man. At this moment, Shinsan could hardly contain his fantasies of the glory that awaited him after seizing the supermarket. Simultaneously, the thought of Zhao Wan'er brought a wicked grin to his face. Once the four had finalized their plan, they stealthily approached the storeroom door. Just as Lily was about to knock, the muscular man suddenly raised a hand to stop her. Recalling Lin Dong's brutality, he whispered fearfully, "Maybe we should just forget this. I don't want to risk my life. Perhaps we should wait until Lin Dong leaves and then steal the police officer's gun instead." Seeing the muscular man's fear, Shinsan frowned and whispered back, "There's no need to be afraid. Trust me, this time, we will succeed. He is alone, and he plans to leave tomorrow. He would never anticipate that we would act now to seize his gun. If we launch a surprise attack while he is unprepared, we will surely prevail. And once we commit, there is no turning back. We must act now." After reassuring the muscular man, Shinsan nodded at Lily. Meanwhile, Lin Dong within the storeroom had overheard everything in its entirety. His physical prowess, enhanced eightfold compared to that of an ordinary human, rendered him effortlessly capable of handling common individuals. Upon hearing Shinsan rallying his comrades at the door, Lin Dong could not suppress a grin. To him, their antics resembled a child's feeble attempt to deceive an adult with the most ridiculous of lies, laughable and ignorant. Knock, knock, knock. As the sound of knocking echoed, Lin Dong felt a perverse delight in teasing them. It was akin to adults indulging a child in play. Yet when Lin Dong had finished his amusement, it would signal their demise. He retrieved his handgun, removed all the bullets, and placed the unloaded weapon conspicuously on the table. With a suppressed chuckle, he inquired softly, "Who is it?" Lily immediately responded in a sweet voice, "Lin Dong. It's me, Lily. May I come in?" Lin Dong coughed lightly, stifling his laughter as he gently opened the storeroom door. Once the door was ajar, Shinsan abruptly shoved the muscular man forward, lowering his voice to urge, "Go in." As the muscular man charged in, the overweight woman followed suit with an exaggerated cry. Observing their clumsy approach, Lin Dong could no longer contain his laughter. He offered no resistance as they restrained his hands, watching their every move with amusement. Initially, Shinsan had quietly concealed himself behind the trio. However, upon witnessing Lin Dong being subdued, he eagerly stepped forward to reach for Lin Dong's waist. Yet when he discovered the absence of a firearm, he froze momentarily before hastily searching Lin Dong's other pockets. Lin Dong, seeing Shinsan's clumsiness, feigned terror and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Please, do not take the gun I left on the table." With Lin Dong's deliberate hint, Shinsan finally noticed the handgun on the table. Instantly, he seized it with the fervor of a hungry dog spotting food. Once he held the gun, Shinsan promptly aimed it at Lin Dong. It was only at that moment that he exhaled deeply in relief. The muscular man and the overweight woman also relaxed slightly upon seeing Shinsan with the weapon. Lin Dong, observing their reactions, could not hide the amusement on his face. He playfully warned Shinsan, "Be cautious. Disengaging the safety on the gun can be perilous." At that, Shinsan hastily fiddled with the gun's safety. Ultimately, under Lin Dong's intentional guidance, they managed to restrain him. Seeing that the situation was under control, the muscular man turned to Shinsan and asked, "Phew. We did it. What now?" Shinsan, still gripping the gun tightly, greedily eyed the limited food supplies remaining in the storeroom. Though the food in the supermarket's storeroom was not abundant, it was sufficient to sustain everyone for several weeks. Noticing Shinsan's reaction, the overweight woman, entranced by the array of food, eagerly snatched a sausage, ready to indulge. The muscular man, however, cautioned, "Don't eat yet. We must address the immediate issue first." After devouring the sausage in 2 bites, the overweight woman glanced longingly at the other food items but ultimately redirected her gaze. Lin Dong then raised his hands and asked, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Chapter 19. A false hope. Upon observing Lin Dong's seemingly carefree demeanor, Shinsan was momentarily taken aback. Yet, with a hint of irritation, he retorted, "Lin Dong, how dare you inquire about our intentions? Do not forget that you are a murderer. What do you expect from us? We seek to execute you." Lin Dong merely smiled and shrugged. "Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and shoot." The fact that Lin Dong could still smile in the face of imminent death caused Shinsan to feel a twinge of unease. Truth be told, Shinsan found Lin Dong's nonchalant attitude quite irksome. Lin Dong exuded an air of control over everything, as if he were the true master of the situation. Even now, with Shinsan pointing a gun at him, it felt as if Lin Dong were the one in command, instilling a sense of powerlessness and despair in Shinsan, which he loathed. Deep down, Shinsan recognized that Lin Dong would always overshadow him in terms of presence. Confronting Lin Dong felt akin to standing before a superior, and this oppressive sensation left Shinsan profoundly uncomfortable. At that moment, voices echoed from the door of the storeroom. "What are you doing?" The suited patrolman, upon discovering the group inside, found his mind blank. Shinsan frowned at the sight of the patrolman, but soon relaxed. In that instant, he resolved to demonstrate to everyone that he was the true victor. He intended to crush Lin Dong beneath his feet in front of all, to prove that he was the beacon of hope for all and the best leader among them. Shinsan addressed the patrolman in a commanding tone. "Summon everyone. I have an announcement to make." The patrolman hesitated for a moment before swiftly turning to gather the others. The situation was complex. Though he did not grasp the full context, it appeared that Lin Dong was in grave trouble. Once everyone had assembled, the muscular man and the overweight woman brought Lin Dong before the crowd. Lin Dong maintained a playful demeanor, continuing to play along with Shinsan and the others. Meanwhile, Shinsan followed closely behind, striking a dramatic pose, his grip tight around the empty pistol, his only source of confidence. The onlookers were astonished. Lin Dong was being held captive by the muscular man? What was happening? As whispers circulated among the crowd, Zhao Wanner stepped forward. "What are you doing? Release Lin Dong this instant. Have you all lost your minds?" In response to Zhao Wanner's inquiry, Shinsan's smile widened. "Officer Zhao, since you refuse to deal with this murderer, I shall take it upon myself. As the director of the Finance Bureau, I must provide an explanation to everyone." With a self-satisfied glance, Shinsan scanned the crowd. A murderer like Lin Dong deserves to face the consequences of his actions. This has been an age-old principle. I invite you all to deliberate on whether we should execute this murderer, Lin Dong. Let us not forget the ruthlessness with which he took lives. If we allow him to live, might he not seek revenge against you? After Shinsan's speech, uncertainty flickered in the eyes of the crowd. Yet no one dared to speak. Noticing the shift in mood, Zhao Wanner interjected, "Listen to me. We cannot decide someone's fate so casually. Lin Dong has saved all our lives, has he not?" She turned to Shinsan, continuing, "Release Lin Dong at once. You cannot act irresponsibly. He has just promised to help us procure weapons. Are you truly going to repay kindness with malice? Ask yourselves, has Lin Dong ever threatened your lives?" As Zhao Wanner questioned them, Shinsan's animosity towards Lin Dong intensified. He aimed the gun at Zhao Wanner and shook the pistol slightly. "Now is not the time for your opinions. I am soliciting the views of everyone present. As the director of the Finance Bureau, I must prioritize the welfare of all survivors here." The constant mention of his title began to grate on Lin Dong's nerves. With a chuckle, he remarked, "You keep saying you're the director of the Finance Bureau. Are you not aware of how absurd that sounds? This is the apocalypse. Yet you still cling to your pathetic title? You might as well announce that your father is Li Gang." Shinsan's temper flared at Lin Dong's mockery, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. Humiliated, he pressed the gun's barrel against Lin Dong's head. "Silence, or I will blow your brains out." Yet, in the face of this threat, Lin Dong's smile remained unfazed as he turned to meet Shinsan's gaze. "Is that so? Then go ahead and shoot. Are you too afraid to pull the trigger?" Despite the temptation to end Lin Dong's life, Shinsan ultimately lacked the courage to act. For an ordinary person, taking a life is an unfathomably daunting task, burdened by a psychological weight that few can bear. Executing a death sentence requires immense mental fortitude, a quality that Shinsan, an ordinary man, simply did not possess. As Shinsan hesitated, Lin Dong's smirk only deepened, perceived by Shinsan as an invisible provocation and mockery. After a deep breath, Shinsan gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not get too comfortable. Your end is nigh." He then addressed the survivors. "As the director of the Finance Bureau, I have good news to share. I have contacted higher authorities, and rescue teams are on their way." Excitement surged among the crowd at this revelation. However, Shinsan quickly shifted his tone. "Unfortunately, the rescue team can only save a limited number of individuals at a time. Therefore, I urge everyone to carefully consider my forthcoming proposal." After laying out his false promise, Shinsan cast a menacing glance at Lin Dong and continued, "As director of the Finance Bureau, I propose the immediate execution of the murderer, Lin Dong. If anyone opposes this, they may speak now. But I must remind you, your decision will affect your chances of rescue." With that, all the survivors exchanged wary glances, none brave enough to voice dissent. Chapter 20. A word of caution for the next life. Upon witnessing the profound silence that enveloped the gathering, Zhao Wanner promptly stepped forward. "I oppose this." She turned to face all the survivors present, earnestly urging them once more. "Dear friends, Please contemplate this carefully. If you abandon the fundamental principles of humanity, repaying kindness with enmity and displaying ungratefulness, how do you differ from the zombies outside? Just as Zhao Wanner was about to continue, a hefty woman interrupted her. Humph. This is not about ingratitude. This is about distinguishing right from wrong. It is a punishment for evil. Don't let her mislead you. Have you forgotten that Lin Dong is a murderer? He deserves to be executed. At that moment, 2 male police officers also stepped forward. I oppose this. I too oppose it. They declared. This is a time of crisis. You do not possess the authority to arbitrarily take a life. It is a fact that Lin Dong saved us all. Do not forget that without him, you would have perished long ago. However, despite Zhao Wanner and the 2 police officers' well-reasoned arguments, the majority of survivors remained silently rooted in place. Although their words were cogent, most chose to prioritize self-preservation. Observing this scene, Shun San grinned broadly. Having garnered the support of most survivors, he provocatively inquired, "Did you see that, Lin Dong?" The majority remained rational and astute. "You are about to meet your demise. Do you have any final words?" Lin Dong had anticipated the unfolding events. Yet, he was somewhat taken aback that Zhao Wanner and the 2 police officers had chosen to speak on his behalf. Observing Shin San's triumphal demeanor, Lin Dong felt it was time to bring this farce to a close. He looked at Shun San with curiosity. "I fail to understand. I am on the brink of departure. Why do you still seek to provoke me?" In response to Lin Dong's inquiry, Shun San's arrogance only intensified. "Humph, there is no reason. I simply find you displeasing. Moreover, you are a murderer. This is all you're just deserts." Upon hearing Shin San's reply, Lin Dong chuckled and nodded slightly. "Very well, since you insist on courting death, I shall not be held responsible." With those words, Lin Dong effortlessly freed himself from the grip of the muscular man. In a swift motion, he seized the man's neck, lifting him high into the air. Simultaneously, with a powerful grip, he snapped the man's neck, ending his life instantaneously. After dispatching the muscular man, Lin Dong slowly cast him aside and reached towards the hefty woman's chest. At that moment, she was already paralyzed with fear. Just as she attempted to evade, Lin Dong placed his palm over her heart. In the next instant, he channeled a surge of electricity into his hand. The formidable current struck her as if she had been struck by lightning, causing her to collapse lifelessly to the ground. After employing his abilities to eliminate the hefty woman, Lin Dong murmured to himself, "This method of killing proves remarkably effective against ordinary individuals. There is no bloodshed, no scars, and it minimizes struggle and suffering." Meanwhile, Shin San, witnessing Lin Dong's swift retaliation against the muscular man and the hefty woman, was utterly dumbfounded. The other survivors gaped in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Dong had managed to kill the muscular man in mere seconds, and the hefty woman had simply been touched on the chest, only to appear devoid of life. What was happening? Lily, standing beside Shin San, noticed his utter shock and shook his arm. "Director Shun, for goodness sake, shoot. What are you doing?" Once jolted back to reality, Shin San immediately reacted, aiming his gun at Lin Dong. "Don't move, or I'll shoot." Seeing the gun pointed at him, Lin Dong wore a relaxed smile. "Director Shin, I propose a wager. I bet your gun is devoid of bullets." With that, Lin Dong swiftly advanced towards Shin San, snatching the firearm from his grasp. His physical prowess, enhanced to 8 times that of an ordinary person, rendered dealing with Shun San trivial. Though Lin Dong could not outrun a bullet, his reflexes and agility far surpassed those of an average human. He could easily evade before a shot was fired, rendering firearms no longer a source of fear for him. Once he had seized Shin San's gun, the latter was left in a state of complete shock. Lin Dong, grinning, pressed the muzzle against Shin San's chin. A gun is not merely a tool for intimidation. It is a weapon for killing. Without hesitation, Lin Dong pulled the trigger. A crisp sound echoed, causing Shun San to tremble. The next moment, he felt warmth spreading down his legs as he lost control, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Observing Shin San's utter dismay, Lin Dong could not help but chuckle softly. After a brief pause, Shin San, realizing he was still alive, scrambled to his feet, quickly dropping to his knees before Lin Dong. "Brother Lin Dong, I was wrong. Please, do not kill me. As long as you spare my life, I can ensure the rescue team retrieves you, and your acts of killing will be forgotten. Furthermore, you shall never have to fear exposure for your crimes again. Brother Lin, if you let me live, I promise to make your life splendid. I can facilitate your rise in the government's financial department, ensuring you enjoy a life of luxury." Noticing Lin Dong's apparent disinterest, Shin San quickly added, "You cannot kill me. Remember, I am the director of the Finance Bureau. I have connections. If you take my life, the state and government will not spare you. If the rescue team arrives, they will surely eliminate you. Lin Dong pressed the gun's muzzle against Shun San's mouth, forcibly silencing him. Then, with a smile, he addressed Shun San with deliberate clarity. Save your words for the gullible. Be more cautious in your next life. With that, Lin Dong unleashed a powerful surge of lightning, piercing Shun San's heart. After vanquishing Shun San, Lin Dong's gaze shifted to Lily, who instantly collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down her face. Brother Lin Dong, spare me. I know I was wrong. I am innocent. It was Shun San who forced me into this. I had no choice. Woo. Chapter 21. The eerie method of murder. Lin Dong remained silent, smiling as he approached Lily. He then crouched down and, without hesitation, utilized his lightning ability to send her away. Having resolved the immediate trouble, Lin Dong turned to face all of the survivors present. At that moment, the crowd was utterly stunned. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All the survivors stared wide-eyed in terror, their expressions filled with shock. Lin Dong's recent actions were simply astonishing. Within a mere 10 seconds, he had transformed from a captive to the slayer of 4 individuals. Moreover, the most critical aspect was that Lin Dong's method of killing was shrouded in mystery. No one knew how he had managed to eliminate the fat woman and Shun San among others. This uncertainty bred fear. After a full 5 seconds of silence, Zhao Wan'er was the first to speak. Lin Dong, what? What did you just do? Did they really die? Lin Dong glanced at Zhao Wan'er but offered no response, nor did he elucidate anything regarding his powers. I do not wish for similar incidents to recur. Lin Dong smiled as he turned and walked back towards the storeroom. All right, everyone return. The performance has concluded. Those on night patrol, continue your rounds, while the rest of you should head back. And do not compel me to kill again. With that, Lin Dong returned to the storeroom and locked the door behind him. Once Lin Dong departed, the survivors collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. He is exceedingly dangerous. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. What should we do now? I'm so frightened. What happened? He merely touched them. And they died. Surely not. Perhaps they just fainted? Eventually, one survivor, filled with doubt, approached Shun San and checked for his breath and heartbeat. Hiss. They are truly dead. As this revelation spread, all the survivors felt a shiver run down their spines. They are really dead. How did he do it? Could he be a devil? How terrifying. What shall we do? Should we escape from here quickly? Ultimately, it was Zhao Wan'er who stepped forward. All right. Silence. Everyone. Listen to me for a moment. There is no such thing as devils in this world. Besides, it is already the end of the world. Where could you possibly escape to? Lin Dong did not harm you just now, did he? Therefore, from now on, do not provoke him again. Furthermore, Lin Dong intends to leave tomorrow morning. Now, everyone should return and rest. After calming the crowd, Zhao Wan'er began to formulate some speculations about Lin Dong in her mind. An ability user. Judging from Lin Dong's previous demeanor and his bizarre methods of killing, it appeared that he was indeed the ability user mentioned online. Although Zhao Wan'er had arrived at this conclusion, she chose not to voice it. For Lin Dong, the recent actions of these individuals were nothing more than a tedious joke. The following morning, Lin Dong awoke early. After checking his necessary supplies, he slung his canvas backpack over his shoulder and stepped outside. At that moment, Zhao Wan'er and 2 male officers were already prepared at the storeroom entrance. Upon seeing Lin Dong emerge, Zhao Wan'er immediately approached him. Lin Dong, how are you? Are you ready? Do you have a plan? How shall we proceed? Zhao Wan'er deliberately avoided mentioning the incident of Lin Dong killing 4 people the previous night. In response to her avoidance, Lin Dong naturally did not bring it up either. We'll exit through the 2nd floor of the supermarket. After a night has passed, there should be fewer zombies on the streets. Once we cross this road, there is a low-rise residential area. We can carefully navigate our way across the rooftops. Observing Lin Dong's pre-planned route on the map, Zhao Wan'er nodded in reassurance. At that moment, Lin Dong noticed that the surrounding survivors instinctively averted their gazes when they saw him. Their eyes were filled with fear, which elicited a slight chuckle from Lin Dong. He relished this feeling of being feared by others, as it would help him avoid countless unnecessary troubles. After a brief discussion, Zhao Wan'er decided that she, along with 1 male officer, would set out with Lin Dong, while the remaining officer would stay behind to manage the situation. The trio ascended to the 2nd floor of the supermarket and slowly opened the window, climbing onto the roof. As they stepped into the outside world, a nauseating stench of decay and blood assaulted their nostrils. The sight of the densely packed horde of zombies and the ground littered with bloody, decaying corpses nearly made Zhao Wanner and the male officer vomit. The sheer level of gruesomeness was unbearable to behold. Lin Dong, however, was no stranger to such scenes. Next, Lin Dong led Zhao Wanner and the male officer as they navigated across the rooftops towards a nearby low-rise residential area. Gazing down at the throngs of zombies below, Zhao Wanner and the male officer frowned deeply. Observing the residential area across the street, Zhao Wanner turned to Lin Dong and asked, "Lin Dong, there are just too many zombies. How do we get across?" Lin Dong surveyed the ravaged street and formulated a plan in his mind. "I will draw the horde away. You two should seize the opportunity to run across. Then, wait for me on the rooftops of the residential area. If I do not return, you may leave without me." Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Wanner immediately interjected, "No, that is far too dangerous." The male officer gritted his teeth and added, "Let me lure the zombies instead. I was the sprint champion in the police force. I have more experience and am more agile than you." Lin Dong grinned at the male officer's insistence. "Officer, have you truly forgotten what happened last night? Rest assured, I am far more agile than you, and I will not perish." The recollection of Lin Dong's 4 kills the previous night momentarily stunned the male officer. Nevertheless, he persisted, "No, you have already saved us once. Let me do this. Trust me, I won't take unnecessary risks, nor will I gamble with my life." Seeing the officer's resolute expression, Lin Dong regarded him with newfound respect. After a brief contemplation, Lin Dong nodded. "Very well, you go." He then produced an electronic alarm clock and handed it to the officer. "Take this. Do not take unnecessary risks. Find a suitable spot to throw the alarm clock, and then it's up to you to see how fast you can run." Chapter 22. "Thank you for saving me once again." Li Weiwen nodded at Lin Dong and cast a glance at Zhao Wanner before he stealthily made his way into the distance. Observing Li Weiwen's retreating figure, Zhao Wanner turned to Lin Dong and whispered, "You must be the superhuman you mentioned earlier, right?" Lin Dong met her gaze, offering a noncommittal smile. "I suppose so." Upon hearing Lin Dong's tacit acknowledgement, Zhao Wanner grew increasingly curious. "What kind of superpower do you possess? Could you share it with me?" Without hesitation, Lin Dong firmly declined, "No." Instead of being offended by his decisive refusal, Zhao Wanner pressed on. "Then how did you acquire your superpower? Can you tell me?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Dong replied, "It was after that blood rain. Once I was drenched in that eerie downpour, my abilities emerged." The mention of blood rain prompted Zhao Wanner to nod thoughtfully. At that moment, a piercing alarm bell rang out from around the corner of a distant street. The sound was jarring and loud, causing the zombies on the street to move mechanically towards the source of the noise. The ordinary zombies, albeit slow, were numerous. Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner exchanged tense glances as they observed the horde shifting away. Gradually, the majority of zombies were drawn off, leaving only a few lingering in their vicinity. With a shared understanding, Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner nodded in agreement. Lin Dong was the first to leap from the second-story rooftop. Gripping a short blade, he surveyed the area upon landing. Noticing that the zombies were at a safe distance, he waved at Zhao Wanner. Upon seeing the assurance in Lin Dong's eyes, Zhao Wanner leapt down without hesitation, though she stumbled slightly upon landing. Feeling the height of the second floor, Lin Dong immediately grabbed Zhao Wanner's hand, propelling them towards the adjacent residential area. The scattered zombies, noticing their movement, turned their attention towards them. However, just as Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner reached the midpoint, the cacophonous alarm abruptly ceased. With urgency, Lin Dong tightened his grip on Zhao Wanner and quickened their pace. As they approached the residential area, a zombie lunged towards them with a guttural roar. Facing this ordinary zombie, Lin Dong effortlessly dispatched it with a swift thrust of his blade, piercing its skull. In the next moment, a dull crystal tumbled from the zombie's head. Elated at the sight, Lin Dong quickly pocketed the crystal. Before them stood a wall towering over 3 meters high. Zhao Wanner took a running start, using the wall to hoist herself up just enough to cling to its edge. Lin Dong, witnessing the zombies gathering in increasing numbers while Zhao Wanner struggled, felt a frown cross his face. Reluctantly, he extended his hand towards her waist, prompting an immediate blush to spread across her cheeks. Yet, sensing the upward push from Lin Dong, she quickly regained her focus and climbed with determination. Once atop the wall, Zhao Wanner extended her hand towards Lin Dong. "Hurry, the zombies are closing in." Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Wanner's forehead as she surveyed the growing horde. After a brief hesitation, Lin Dong grasped her hand, using a surge of strength to leap onto the wall. With his physical prowess, Scaling the 3-meter wall was effortless for Lin Dong. Upon reaching the rooftop, he immediately set off towards the distant street. After a few moments of waiting on the rooftop, Lin Dong and Zhao Wan finally spotted Li Weiguo, who was being pursued by a throng of zombies. Sweat glistened on his forehead as he sprinted with all his might. Seeing them, Li Weiguo seemed to gain a renewed sense of urgency, quickening his pace. However, his expression shifted to one of concern as he noticed several zombies blocking his path ahead. With the relentless horde at his back and a few zombies extending their hands towards him, despair washed over Li Weiguo. He called out to Lin Dong and Zhao Wan. I live on the 11th floor, apartment 502, in Antian Community. If you can, please check on my parents. As the zombies closed in on him, Lin Dong sprang into action. In an instant, he dashed towards Li Weiguo, his speed astonishing. Within moments, he reached Li Weiguo, swiftly dispatching one of the zombies with his dagger. Without pausing, Lin Dong seized Li Weiguo by the collar and propelled him towards the building. It was as if blue electricity coursed beneath Lin Dong's feet, doubling his speed in an instant. In the next heartbeat, he hurled Li Weiguo onto the rooftop. Li Weiguo landed heavily, coughing in pain. Zhao Wan, astonished by Lin Dong's prowess, could only stare in disbelief, speechless. Meanwhile, Li Weiguo groaned as he struggled to rise, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving me once again. Zhao Wan glanced at the gathering zombies below, her heart racing. That was too close. Lin Dong, your speed was incredible. That must be your superpower. Lin Dong met her gaze and nodded, acknowledging her observation. Seeing that Lin Dong preferred to remain enigmatic, Zhao Wan refrained from further inquiries, merely nodding in understanding. Lin Dong, I truly appreciate your help. Without you, we would have been in grave trouble, Li Weiguo echoed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Lin Dong lightly patted his shoulder. All right, let us move quickly. This is only the beginning. Chapter 23. The barbershop. What lies ahead is even more perilous. You must safeguard yourselves. Moreover, I shall not risk my own life to save you. The next time, you may truly meet your demise. Li Weiguo and Zhao Wan, reminded by Lin Dong, nodded solemnly. Subsequently, the trio traversed the lower residential district with relative ease. After crossing this neighborhood, they were merely 3 streets away from the police station. Lin Dong observed the wandering zombies and the decaying corpses strewn across the street. Gripping his short blade tightly, the forthcoming path would necessitate their own resilience to navigate. Remember the key points I shared. Keep your voices low, no screaming or shouting. Ordinary zombies have poor vision. Aim for their heads, act swiftly, and strike with precision and decisiveness. Ideally, attack from the eye sockets. After dispatching a zombie, return immediately to your comrades. Do not linger. Keep your backs protected and share your vulnerabilities with your allies. Upon seeing Zhao Wan and Li Weiguo nod in agreement, Lin Dong leaped down from the rooftop. Upon landing, he swiftly began to eliminate the zombies. His movements were efficient, each strike appearing remarkably effortless. Witnessing Lin Dong handle the zombies with such ease was enough to make Zhao Wan and Li Weiguo swallow nervously. In their eyes, Lin Dong was truly formidable. A single person armed with a short blade effortlessly dealt with the zombies. The most striking aspect was Lin Dong's relaxed demeanor. He seemed utterly unperturbed by the countless zombies surrounding him. After Lin Dong had dispatched over a dozen zombies, Zhao Wan and Li Weiguo finally jumped down from the rooftop. Once on the ground, they immediately positioned themselves back-to-back with their shovels raised. Noticing their defensive stance, Lin Dong intentionally allowed a zombie to approach them. As the zombie advanced, Li Weiguo tightened his grip on the shovel and thrust it towards the creature's head. With a sickening crunch, the shovel crushed the zombie's skull, and it collapsed to the ground. After vanquishing the first zombie, Li Weiguo joyfully returned to Zhao Wan, resuming their back-to-back formation. Seeing Li Weiguo's success bolstered Zhao Wan's confidence. When another zombie approached, she summoned her courage and charged forward. Perhaps too eager, Zhao Wan found that her first strike did not fell the zombie. Instead, it took 2 additional blows to finally shatter its head. Observing this, Lin Dong's expression turned serious as he raised a finger to signal Zhao Wan to remain vigilant. She nodded in acknowledgement and returned to Li Weiguo's side. Thus, Lin Dong continued to lead the way, successfully eliminating several more zombies as the trio gradually advanced toward the police station. However, as they drew nearer, the number of zombies surrounding them began to swell. It appeared that the police station had become one of the most perilous locales since the onset of the zombie crisis. Throughout their journey, Lin Dong had dispatched dozens of zombies, yet upon witnessing the overwhelming horde ahead, he furrowed his brow. With the zombies multiplying around them, He recognized the necessity of altering their strategy. Ultimately, Lin Dong settled upon a barbershop located by the roadside. This establishment was adjacent to the police station, allowing them to potentially access the station's roof. Having made up his mind, Lin Dong turned to Zhao Wanner and Li Weigua, announcing, "We shall head to that barbershop." He then set off toward the establishment. Meanwhile, within the barbershop, two women peered through the window's gap, observing the actions of Lin Dong and his companions. As they witnessed the trio's prowess in battling the zombies, they were utterly astonished. The woman with dyed blonde hair widened her eyes in disbelief. "Wow, these people outside are incredible. They show no fear of the zombies. How daring to venture out with only a knife." The other woman, adorned in flamboyant attire, also gasped at the sight. Upon noticing the police uniforms worn by Lin Dong and his companions, she exclaimed, "Wonderful. Look, they're in police uniforms. They are officers. We are about to be rescued." Hearing her words, a bearded white man brusquely pushed the flamboyant woman aside and leaned out the window. "Oh yes, this is fantastic. I shall soon escape this wretched place. This country is utterly dreadful. I shall never return to such a hellhole. I want to go back to my homeland and flee from this filthy nation." The blonde woman displayed a flicker of displeasure at the foreign man's derogatory remarks but refrained from retorting. Meanwhile, the flamboyant woman clung to the foreigner's arm, ingratiatingly saying, "Darling, you will take me with you, won't you?" The foreigner, reveling in her flattery, replied with a smug grin, "Rest assured, sweetheart. I will ensure you obtain a green card to America. Once we leave this hellhole, we shall have ample protection. The zombie crisis is already under control in America." The blonde woman furrowed her brow at the foreigner's statements. This zombie crisis is indeed a global issue. According to the latest news from abroad, America is overwhelmed. Do you know what the American government is preoccupied with? They are busy rescuing the wealthy elite and government officials, while the common populace is neglected. In response to the blonde woman's revelations, the foreigner scoffed dismissively. "Nonsense. The news you're seeing is fabricated. This is a deliberate smear campaign against us by your country. Your news is utterly unreliable. The latest information I have received indicates that the zombie crisis in America is effectively contained. Many people are even sleeping soundly in their homes." Before the blonde woman could counter, the flamboyant woman chimed in, "Wow, really? No wonder they say America operates with such efficiency." After Lin Dong eliminated the last zombie in his vicinity, he finally arrived at the barbershop's entrance. Simultaneously, he detected sounds emanating from within the establishment. Realizing that survivors might be present inside, Lin Dong hesitated momentarily, contemplating a different approach. However, just then, the barbershop's door swung open. Without further thought, Lin Dong ushered Zhao Wanner and Li Weigua inside the barbershop. Chapter 24. Racial discrimination. Upon entering the barbershop, Lin Dong swiftly scanned the three individuals within, sensing no immediate threat before closing the door behind him. After securing the roll-up door, Zhao Wanner and Li Weigua hastily found various items to completely block the entrance. Once their task was complete, Zhao Wanner exhaled deeply and turned her gaze towards the trio inside the shop. She offered a polite nod, expressing gratitude. "It appears there are survivors here. Thank you for opening the door in time. Otherwise, we would have encountered trouble." The blonde woman smiled and eagerly inquired, "Are you part of a rescue team?" Before Zhao Wanner could respond, the flamboyant woman interjected, "You must be here to rescue us. Do you have any food? We have been starving for an entire day." The foreign man was equally impatient. "I demand that you take me to our embassy immediately. I am a citizen of the United States. You must take me back to America at once. First, hand over your food. I am famished." Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback by the foreigner's brazen demands. However, a playful smile crept across his face. Noticing Lin Dong's reaction, Zhao Wanner immediately recognized that he was becoming agitated. Although she shared his disdain for the foreigner's condescending attitude, she instinctively stepped in front of him. Understanding Lin Dong's temperament, she knew that if he were to take action, the foreigner might not escape unscathed. Despite the foreigner's rudeness, his actions did not warrant death. Zhao Wanner winked at Lin Dong, signaling that she would handle the situation. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she spoke in a calming tone, "Sir, you need to understand that we are police officers, not your personal servants. The world is in chaos right now, regardless of your nationality in our eyes. You are merely an ordinary person. Additionally, I must inform you that we are not here for a rescue mission. We are simply passing through." Upon hearing Zhao Wanner's words, the blonde woman's expression darkened considerably, while the foreign man was instantly enraged. "Hey, listen up. I am a citizen of the United States, and I demand that you take me to the embassy right now. If not, I will file a complaint against you. You will pay for this, you lowly yellow-skinned monkeys." As the foreigner resorted to racial slurs, Lin Dong felt a surge of indignation. "Did you hear that? You inferior yellow-skinned beings must obey me, or else." Slap. Before the foreigner could finish, Lin Dong delivered a resounding slap to his face, interrupting his tirade. The foreigner's cheek immediately swelled up. "Fuck you, bitch," he yelled, lunging forward in a wild frenzy. However, he was no match for Lin Dong. With a swift motion, Lin Dong seized one of the foreigner's arms, applying just enough pressure to elicit a painful grimace. "Oh, damn yellow-skinned monkey. Let go of me," he held. Lin Dong frowned slightly at the foreigner's outburst. In response, he drew his pistol and thrust the barrel into the foreigner's mouth. "Shut up." Lin Dong's expression was cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes instilled fear in everyone present. The foreigner, paralyzed by terror, collapsed to his knees. No, you can't kill me. I am an American citizen. If you kill me, it will cause an international incident. You cannot just kill me." Desperation filled his voice as he glanced towards his girlfriend, who was equally terrified. Ultimately, the foreigner turned to Zhao Wanner for help. Hesitating for a moment, she stepped forward. "Lin Dong, let it go. We should leave quickly. There's no need to deal with this foreign trash." Lin Dong regarded Zhao Wanner and then looked down at the kneeling foreigner. "Fine. I want to kill you with my gun, but you must bow down and apologize. Apologize to everyone here." The foreigner's face contorted with displeasure, but the prospect of survival compelled him to comply. "All right. I apologize. I'm sorry." He bowed to Lin Dong first, then to Zhao Wanner. "I'm sorry. I apologize to you." Once the foreigner had bowed to each person present, Lin Dong finally holstered his weapon. However, the next moment, he crouched down, brandishing a dagger before the foreigner. The foreigner recoiled in terror. No. Without hesitation, Lin Dong plunged the knife into the foreigner's neck with lightning speed. By the time anyone registered what had happened, the foreigner's throat was already pierced. Blood gushed forth as he desperately clutched at his neck, trying to stem the flow, but to no avail. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Confusion and disbelief filled the foreigner's eyes as he failed to comprehend Lin Dong's sudden change of heart. Through his questioning gaze, Lin Dong discerned his unspoken query. A smirk played on Lin Dong's lips. "I said I wouldn't kill you with a gun, but I never claimed I wouldn't kill you." The foreigner's expression was one of bewilderment and despair. "Why must you kill me?" The onlookers shared his trepidation, awaiting Lin Dong's response. This question echoed in the minds of those present. Lin Dong shrugged nonchalantly, grinning. "There's no reason. I simply find you displeasing. Perhaps I am a racist after all. But I discriminate against those who look down upon the people of Huaxia." With widened eyes filled with resentment and fear, the foreigner succumbed to his fate. After dispatching him, Lin Dong picked up a towel and, in the next instant, thrust the knife directly into the foreigner's skull. Chapter 25. Crystal Stone. Previously, Lin Dong's short knife was stained with the blood of zombies. His action was aimed at preventing the foreign devil from turning into a zombie. After wiping the blood off the knife with a towel, Lin Dong placed the towel over the foreign devil's face. Once everything was settled, he sheathed the knife. The others looked on in terror, not daring to speak or even breathe loudly, fearful of provoking Lin Dong, the harbinger of death. After disposing of the foreign devil's body, Lin Dong turned his gaze towards the blonde woman. "Can the second floor lead to the nearby police station?" The blonde woman hesitated upon hearing Lin Dong's question, nodding her head before shaking it. Indeed, the second floor could reach the police station, but there was a high wall in between. Lin Dong nodded in understanding. "All right. We will rest here for a while. After lunch, we shall depart. Is that agreeable?" Faced with Lin Dong's inquiry, the blonde woman dared not refuse and quickly nodded in agreement. After receiving her response, Lin Dong casually sat on the sofa, opened his backpack, and began to enjoy some simple food. Noticing Zhao Wanner and Li Wei was still frozen in place, Lin Dong smiled and beckoned. "Come, sit. Make the most of this time to rest. Once we've finished lunch, we will move out." Ultimately, Li Wei and Zhao Wanner could only numbly take their seats on the sofa, unpacking their own provisions. The blonde woman and the alluring woman beside her stood awkwardly, unsure of what to do. The alluring woman glanced at her boyfriend, a wave of nausea washing over her. Unable to contain herself, she covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom to vomit. They had gone an entire day without food, and their stomachs were nearly empty. After a bout of retching, the alluring woman felt even hungrier. The blonde woman, possessing a slightly better psychological fortitude, felt queasy yet managed to hold back her vomit. Watching Lin Dong and the others eat, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhao Wan'er and Li Weigua, having slain several zombies and accustomed to the sight of corpses, felt no psychological burden. Finally, the blonde woman cautiously spoke. Could you spare us some food? We haven't eaten all day. Please. She glanced at Zhao Wan'er before turning her gaze to Lin Dong. Everyone understood that Lin Dong was the most influential figure among them. Seeing the blonde woman speak up, the alluring woman clasped her hands together, lowering her posture. Please, we are truly desperate with hunger. After saying this, the alluring woman knelt before Lin Dong. Handsome, I implore you, I am willing to pay any price to accompany you. The alluring woman's intentions were evident. She clearly wished to become Lin Dong's woman. However, Lin Dong had no intention of allowing such a woman to accompany him in survival. After a moment of thought, he produced 2 pieces of bread and handed them to the 2 women. The moment they received the bread, they devoured it ravenously. As she ate, the alluring woman shot various flirtatious glances at Lin Dong, her demeanor suggestive. She was acutely aware that the world had undergone a monumental transformation. From the moment the foreign devil fell, she began contemplating how to survive better, to thrive in this new world. She needed to align herself with a man of greater strength. Lin Dong was her optimal choice. Now that the foreign devil had been vanquished by Lin Dong, following him seemed the best course of action for the alluring woman. After hastily finishing her bread, she loosened the collar of her shirt, revealing her reserve supplies to Lin Dong, and then reached her leg toward his calf. Handsome, thank you for the bread. Might you assist me further? Lin Dong regarded the alluring woman with indifference, remaining silent. Handsome, I have a personal matter I wish to discuss with you. Could you come with me to the room inside? After speaking, the alluring woman cast a seductive glance at Lin Dong and entered the adjacent washroom. Her implications were clear to everyone present. Zhao Wan'er, glancing at Lin Dong, saw that he remained unfazed, prompting her to slowly resume eating her biscuit. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong stood and stretched, observing his movement. Zhao Wan'er quickly rose as well. Ahem. So, shall we move out now that we finished eating? Lin Dong lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Let us rest a bit longer to regain our strength before we set off. With that, he ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor of the barber shop. The blonde woman followed suit, having transformed this 2nd floor into a makeshift storage area filled with various hairdressing supplies and conditioners, alongside a beauty bed. Lin Dong opened the window on the 2nd floor and gazed towards the police station. The high wall separating them matched the blonde woman's description. Standing nearly 5 meters tall, scaling it would not be an easy feat, however, for Lin Dong. If only considering himself, this height posed little challenge. After contemplating his plans, Lin Dong sat down on the beauty bed, reaching into his pocket to silently count the crystal stones he had obtained along the way. He could not recall the number of zombies he had slain, only that he had collected a total of 14 crystal stones during the journey. Gripping one tightly in his palm, he immediately felt the energy contained within. With a focused thought, he absorbed the energy into his body, absorbing crystal stone, gaining 1 experience point. Simultaneously, Lin Dong's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Energy, 500, strength, 80, speed, 80, constitution, 80, mentality, 100, normal human values are 10 points each. Ability, B-grade lightning manipulator. Level 1 evolver. Experience to next level, 100. Without hesitation, Lin Dong proceeded to absorb the remaining crystal stones as well. Absorbing crystal stone, gaining 1 experience point. Experience to next level, 100. After absorbing all the crystal stones, Lin Dong let out a soft sigh. It seemed that not all ordinary zombies possessed crystal stones. To upgrade swiftly, he would need to defeat evolved level 1 zombies. The crystal stones from ordinary zombies only granted a single experience point. Chapter 26. Dancing on the edge of a blade, however, if it were a level 1 zombie, it would yield 10 experience points. As for a level 2 zombie, that would grant 100 experience points. The evolution from a regular zombie to a level 2 zombie marks a significant turning point in strength, as the latter possesses a semblance of animal intelligence and a predatory instinct. Contemplating this, Lin Dong silently set a goal for himself. It was clear that to ascend rapidly in levels and stay ahead in this post-apocalyptic world, he would need to eliminate a substantial number of zombies. Excuse me, could you take me with you? The woman with blonde hair ventured tentatively. Lin Dong pulled his thoughts back, glanced at her, then resolutely shook his head. No. Although he had anticipated her possible rejection, the blonde-haired woman, driven by the instinct to survive, was determined to make another attempt. I can do anything. I eat very little. And I promise to be completely obedient. Lin Dong's gaze remained cold and devoid of any emotion. The blonde-haired woman pressed on. I am willing to pay any price to survive. Please, I beg you. She then knelt at Lin Dong's feet. At that moment, a noise echoed from the staircase. The alluring woman, having not received Lin Dong's response, ascended to the second floor in search of him. Upon reaching the second floor and seeing the blonde-haired woman kneeling at Lin Dong's feet, she immediately deduced what had transpired. She looked at the blonde-haired woman and then knelt beside Lin Dong as well. Handsome, please take me with you. I am willing to do anything for you. I will comply with any request. I promise to be obedient. Please, I beg you, handsome. Seeing both women kneeling, Lin Dong felt no stir of emotion within him. In his previous life, he had witnessed such scenes far too often. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. We will be heading to the police station shortly to search for weapons. If you wish to accompany us, I have no objections and can assist you in entering. However, if you merely intend to be decorative or a burden, then I have no need for you. Lin Dong's stance was unwavering, leaving the alluring woman with no choice but to retreat in defeat. The blonde-haired woman ultimately resolved to follow Lin Dong and his group into the police station to seek weapons for her own protection. Once preparations were completed, Lin Dong and his group arrived at the window of the second floor of the barber shop. The barbershop was more than 3 meters away from the police station below, where numerous zombies were still wandering. Moreover, the police station's high walls posed a significant challenge. Leaping directly from the second floor was akin to a fool's dream. Yet, with Lin Dong's presence, these obstacles seemed surmountable. Lin Dong surveyed Zhao Wanner and the others. Are you ready? I will throw you over the high wall, and you must secure your footing. If you fall, that is no longer my concern. Li Weiguo and Zhao Wanner exchanged glances at the daunting distance of 3 meters and swallowed nervously. The height and distance made the leap seem impossible, and the thought of being thrown by Lin Dong felt like dancing on the edge of a blade. However, they had no choice but to trust him. Otherwise, they would face the grim fate of becoming zombie fodder. After adjusting their mindset, Zhao Wanner and Li Weiguo prepared themselves silently. Their past experiences had instilled a modicum of confidence in Lin Dong's extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired woman, upon hearing Lin Dong's plan, was utterly taken aback. You want to throw us over? Are you joking? It's over 3 meters away and nearly 2 meters high. Are you insane? In response to her doubts, Lin Dong offered no rebuttal, simply stating, if you don't wish to go, then so be it. No one is forcing you. He then turned to Li Weiguo. You go first. Are you ready? Taking a deep breath, Li Weiguo nodded firmly at Lin Dong. Having witnessed Lin Dong's capabilities before, he held a degree of trust in him. Moreover, Lin Dong had saved him twice already. He could not believe Lin Dong would just about something so perilous without assurance. Once Li Weiguo was ready, Lin Dong effortlessly lifted him. In the next moment, Li Weiguo felt as though he were on a catapult, soaring through the air. Upon reaching the edge of the high wall, he landed heavily against it. Gripping tightly, he climbed up steadily. Once atop the wall, he spread his legs to secure himself and leaned forward, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. He then gave Lin Dong a thumbs up. Seeing Lin Dong's success, Zhao Wanner felt her tension ease slightly. Lin Dong's strength was awe-inspiring. It was hard to fathom that he had truly accomplished such a feat. Throwing an adult male over 3 meters and up 2 meters in height, such an act was beyond mere brute strength. Next, Lin Dong turned his gaze to Zhao Wanner, who nodded resolutely. I am ready. Without hesitation, Lin Dong scooped her up and threw her across as well. Zhao Wanner, just for a fleeting moment, felt as if Lin Dong had brushed against her backside during the throw. But the sensation was too transient for her to ponder further. The next instant, she found herself clinging to the police station's high wall. Immediately, Li Weiguo extended his hand to her. After witnessing both of them cross safely, the blonde-haired woman hesitated. Ultimately, her fear overpowered her ambition. Noticing her indecision, Lin Dong smiled broadly. Well then, I shall take my leave. The opportunity has been presented to you. It is your own fear that holds you back. With that, Lin Dong effortlessly leapt out. Upon exiting the window, he lightly pressed against the outer wall of the barbershop's second floor. In the next moment, he soared onto the police station's high wall with remarkable agility. Without any unnecessary movements, he proceeded directly into the police station. The two women in the barbershop gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape in sheer disbelief. Li Weiguo and Zhao Wanner exchanged incredulous glances. Lin Dong's prowess was truly formidable. Such strength was utterly astounding. Within the police station's courtyard, dozens of zombies roamed. Upon landing, Lin Dong swiftly dispatched the zombies in front of him with his dagger. After clearing the area, he waved at the two waiting outside. Once Li Weiguo and Zhao Wanner jumped down, the three of them hurried towards the police station's main building. Chapter 27. The true face of the director. The glass door of the police station on the first floor lay shattered, with a few scattered zombies drifting aimlessly in the lobby. The hall was smeared with blood, the stench overwhelming and nauseating. Among the chaos, 3 zombies donned police uniforms and helmets, clearly former officers who had succumbed to the infection after being bitten. Amidst the debris of spent bullet casings and several 5.7 handguns scattered across the floor, Lin Dong stepped forward to clear away the zombies before turning to Li Weiguo and Zhao Wanner. "Where's the armory?" Li Weiguo glanced at the guardroom, which was desolate, devoid of both zombies and survivors. He opened the guardroom and retrieved a set of keys. "We must first head to the 3rd floor of the office building, to the director's office. The key to the armory is there." The stairwell held only a few stray zombies, and, regrettably, the remnants of human bodies lay in the corners. At the entrance to the director's office on the 3rd floor, blood marked the ground, and a pile of corpses blocked the door. One body lay sprawled in a desperate attempt to gain entry. 2 zombies were gnawing at the remains when Lin Dong swiftly dispatched them, suppressing his nausea. Li Weiguo grasped the keys and opened the director's office door. The moment the door swung open, a woman's startled voice pierced the air. "Director Wong, the door is open. Hurry, run." Surprised and elated, Li Weiguo entered the office to find 2 individuals inside. "Sister Liu, Director Wong." The 2 occupants of the office exchanged glances with Li Weiguo, their eyes glistening with astonishment. "Captain Li, is that you?" Director Wong, peering nervously from beneath the desk, exclaimed. "Captain Li, how did you return? What about the zombies outside?" "Director Wong, we have dealt with the zombies outside. What about you? Were you bitten?" Director Wong shook his head, a look of relief washing over his face. "We are fine, not bitten. But all the others, they perished." With that, Director Wong's gaze fell, laden with complexity. Hearing this, Liu cast a subtle glance at Director Wong before lowering her head in silence. Observing their interaction, Lin Dong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing both the director and Liu. At that moment, Director Wong noticed Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner accompanying Li Weiguo. "Captain Zhao, you're still alive? How fortunate." Upon seeing Lin Dong, Director Wong furrowed his brow in confusion. "This comrade, I feel as though I've seen you before." "Captain Zhao, is he one of your team?" Zhao Wanner hesitated, opting for expedience, and nodded. "Yes, he is from our team. His name is Lin Lu." Lin Dong cast a glance at Director Wong, unwilling to squander further time. "Enough of this idle chatter. Where's the key to the armory? Take me there at once." Taken aback by Lin Dong's brusque demeanor and commanding tone, Director Wong's frown deepened. As the police chief, being addressed in such a manner was decidedly disconcerting. "Comrade, do you understand the rules? You ought to stand at attention and salute when addressing a superior. Didn't Captain Zhao teach you any manners?" As Director Wong attempted to assert his authority, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. "Ah, Director Wong, how grand your authority seems. Alas, times have changed. What? Do you expect me to salute you? Offer you a cigarette? Or perhaps bow and scrape?" Noticing Lin Dong's hostile tone, Li Weiguo felt a shiver run down his spine. Brother Lin, please, temper your ire. We should focus on the greater good and attend to urgent matters." Li Weiguo clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Lin Dong. "I will find the key immediately and escort you to the armory." Witnessing Li Weiguo's deference toward Lin Dong, Director Wong's irritation intensified. "Captain Li, do you no longer acknowledge me as your chief? Why are you apologizing to him?" "Captain Zhao, should you not manage your subordinates better? This is utterly unbecoming." Caught in the crossfire of their dispute, Zhao Wanner felt at a loss. "Director Wong, please. Let's not escalate this. The situation is complicated, and it cannot be explained at once." Lin Dong interjected. "Director Wong, allow me to make an educated guess. The bodies at the entrance, did you not play a part in their demise?" At Lin Dong's words, Liu involuntarily shivered, her eyes wide with fear as they darted toward him. Simultaneously, Director Wong's expression flickered with unease and panic. Seeing their reactions, Lin Dong realized he had not erred in his assumption. Having experienced the apocalypse firsthand, he had witnessed such scenarios all too often, individuals fearing repercussions, closing doors, and dooming other survivors. Lin Dong's mere speculation regarding the corpses and Liu's anxiety had painted a vivid picture in his mind. It was evident that these two had likely survived by trampling over the bodies of others. After a moment of silence, Director Wong stammered in denial. What nonsense are you spouting? They were not killed by me. They were bitten, infected by the zombie virus. I did not harm them. They were bitten by zombies. It's not my fault. As Director Wong's panic became palpable, Lin Dong's smile deepened. You may deny it all you wish, but your denials hold no weight. Everything has been recorded by the cameras. Do not forget, there are cameras in the hallway, and I believe your computer still contains evidence of your misdeeds. Pointing towards the computer on the desk, Lin Dong watched as Director Wong's face paled, leaving him speechless. The director contemplated destroying the computer, yet such an act would only betray his guilt. Meanwhile, Li Yu's mental defenses crumbled. This has nothing to do with me. It was all Director Wong's idea. Chapter 28. Morbid curiosity. The moment Li Yu uttered those words, Lin Dong's previous suspicions were instantly validated. At that moment, Li Weiguo and Zhao Wanner were left in utter disbelief. How could the police chief engage in such treachery, leaving others to suffer? What distinguished this behavior from that of the ungrateful survivors? Witnessing the facade of Director Wong being completely shattered, Lin Dong felt a surge of satisfaction. In truth, such actions were hardly surprising. Betrayal and ingratitude were not uncommon in the apocalypse, as these represented the very essence of survival in such dire circumstances. Your sordid deeds bear no consequence for me. I am indifferent to your troubles. Director Wong stared at Lin Dong in terror, unable to muster a single retort. As Lin Dong approached him, he thought, who prompted you to provoke me? In the next instant, Lin Dong swiftly slashed Wong's throat. After severing his windpipe, Lin Dong turned away without casting another glance at the fallen man. Oh, I neglected to mention, my name is not Lin Lu, it is Lin Dong. Upon hearing Lin Dong's final words, the regret and fear in Wong's eyes deepened. Lin Dong. That name was certainly etched in his memory. An antisocial university student, a murderer. Lin Dong. After killing Director Wong before Li Weiguo and the others, Lin Dong advanced towards Li Weiguo. Quickly find the keys. We are headed to the armory. Li Weiguo, dazed, glanced at Lin Dong and mechanically nodded. His mind was a blank slate, simply obeying Lin Dong's command. At that moment, Li Yu stood frozen in shock. Her gaze fixed on Lin Dong. After casting a glance at Zhao Wanner, Lin Dong turned his attention back to Li Yu. As their eyes met, fear overwhelmed Li Yu, prompting her to cry out. It's not my fault. This has nothing to do with me. Please don't kill me. I swear, it was Director Wong. He caused all of this, not me. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance. I am innocent. I swear to heaven, it was Wong who locked the door, leading to their demise. Seeing Li Yu weep uncontrollably, Lin Dong furrowed his brow. I will not kill you. Be silent. Do not cry. Upon hearing his command, Li Yu quickly covered her mouth in terror. With her sobs stifled, Lin Dong felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. After Li Weiguo found the keys, he sighed as he looked at Wong's lifeless body and returned to Lin Dong's side with his head bowed. Lin Dong exchanged a glance with Li Weiguo, offering no words of comfort. Let us go to the armory. Li Weiguo hesitated for a moment but ultimately led the way to the armory. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Weiguo, still reluctant, asked, Lin Dong, did you expose Wong's actions to make it easier for us to bear the weight of his death? Hearing this, Zhao Wanner also turned to Lin Dong, awaiting his response. In reply to Li Weiguo's inquiry, Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. No. My desire to kill requires no justification, nor do I owe you an explanation to ease your conscience. I revealed his true nature simply because it displeased me. It is a farce when those who engage in sordid acts present themselves as virtuous. When their masks are torn away, their panic and guilt provide a delightful spectacle. For them, it is a punishment and torment. Perhaps this is a manifestation of my own morbid curiosity. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, both Li Weiguo and Zhao Wanner shivered involuntarily. After opening the armory door, Lin Dong was immediately captivated by the array of weapons within. The racks were filled with various firearms, Glock pistols, Type 45 handguns, the 92 series, submachine guns like the MP5, M4 rifles, 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles, grenades, riot shields, bulletproof vests, helmets, radios, tactical gear, police knives, and night vision goggles. Observing the impressive collection of police equipment, Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. It seemed this journey had not been in vain. After donning a bulletproof vest, he swiftly gathered the gear he required. He slung a submachine gun over his shoulder, grabbed 4 handguns, and ensured he had an ample supply of ammunition. Fully armed, he decided to take 2 additional bulletproof vests and a radio to stow in his backpack. Lin Dong's canvas backpack was now stuffed to the brim, weighing over 50 pounds. For an ordinary person, carrying such a heavy load would render them vulnerable to the undead. In the apocalypse, overburdening oneself is a foolish endeavor. However, for Lin Dong, this weight was inconsequential. It was as light as a feather. At that moment, Lin Dong heard footsteps approaching from outside. Just from the sound, he deduced that the newcomers were human, not zombies. Sure enough, Li Yu's voice rang out from outside. "Captain Li, may I join you? I want to accompany you. Please don't leave me behind." Li Weiguo opened his mouth, then hesitated, casting a pleading glance at Lin Dong. Lin Dong merely shrugged in response. "She is asking you, not me. Our objectives have been achieved. It is time for us to part ways." Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Li Yu let out a sigh of relief. She then turned to Li Weiguo with a look of desperation. After contemplating, Li Weiguo looked to Zhao Wan'er, who, after some thought, eventually nodded. "Very well. Let us leave together." Once everyone was fully equipped, they returned to the police station's hall. "All right, everyone, I must take my leave. I wish you all the best on your journey ahead. Thank you, Lin Dong, for guiding us here. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." Li Weiguo stepped forward to embrace Lin Dong, patting him on the shoulder. "Lin Dong, thank you. Without you, I would likely have perished long ago." Zhao Wan'er looked at Lin Dong, hesitating before finally speaking up. "Lin Dong, why not accompany us? Your abilities are remarkable, and with you, we could enhance our chances of survival. We could establish a safe haven and lead more people to safety." Chapter 29. Ideals and reality. I understand you may harbor some disdain towards us, but as our numbers grow and we unite, we shall undoubtedly find ourselves in a far more secure and survivable position than if you were to face the world alone. Lin Dong, I extend a heartfelt invitation for you to join us in this struggle for survival. All of us are eager to have you as our leader. Should you find it burdensome, we are more than willing to assist you, allowing you to focus on the broader vision. With that, Zhao Wan'er gazed at Lin Dong with eager anticipation, awaiting his response. Lin Dong, however, merely smiled and shook his head. "No need for that. I have far more pressing matters to attend to. Furthermore, let me remind you, your ideals are commendable, but they remain just that, ideals. There exists a chasm between ideals and reality. Do not forget how that group of beasts in the supermarket treated you. In this apocalyptic world, aspiring to be a savior could cost you your life." With that, Lin Dong prepared to take his leave. Yet, just as he turned to walk away, he abruptly halted. Pivoting back to Zhao Wan'er, without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her chin and pressed his lips fervently against hers. The suddenness of his action left Zhao Wan'er utterly taken aback. It took her a full 3 seconds before she forcefully pushed him away. Rather than being offended, Lin Dong broke into a roguish laugh. "I've long wished to do that. Quite exhilarating, I must say." He then wiped the corner of his mouth with a grin. Zhao Wan'er, on the other hand, was blushing fiercely, akin to a ripe fruit. "You rogue," she admonished. Lin Dong, still smiling, leaned closer to her and whispered, "Next time we meet, I will certainly have my way with you. However, it is regrettable that upon your return, the likelihood of your demise is high. Farewell." With that, Lin Dong walked away towards the Lanting Villa area, feeling a newfound lightness in his step. Free from the burden, he perceived only benefits, no drawbacks whatsoever. Zhao Wan'er remained in a stupor for a considerable time, watching Lin Dong's receding figure before slowly regaining her composure. Li Weiguo approached her, clearing his throat gently. "Ahem, well then, let us set off. We need to find a sufficiently safe place to spend the night before darkness falls." Zhao Wan'er nodded and followed Li Weiguo as they retraced their planned route. After taking a couple of steps, she couldn't help but glance back in the direction Lin Dong had vanished. In the next moment, her gaze grew resolute. "We will definitely meet again." After voicing this to herself, she departed the police station alongside Li Weiguo and Li Yu. As night descended, Li Weiguo and his companions arrived at a residential building. Upon opening the door, a glass bottle fell from the doorframe, startling the trio. When they observed the shattered bottle, they exhaled in relief. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wan'er and her companions, the sound of the breaking glass had alerted a group within the building. "Brother Liang, more people have arrived." A disheveled woman was sprawled beneath a burly man, her head bobbing rhythmically. The others observed the scene with indifference. Another man was peering through the peephole at the door. "Hiss, Brother Liang, this time it's different. It's the police." Upon hearing this, the burly man furrowed his brow, pushing the woman aside as he adjusted his trousers. "Police?" At that moment, a bald man approached the burly man. "The police are here. Brother Liang, what shall we do?" A timid fellow cast a glance at Brother Liang. "Shouldn't we surrender?" Just say we were acting in self-defense. It should be fine. Brother Liang snorted derisively. Look at your meager courage. What is so terrifying about the police? This is the apocalypse. What can they do if they learn we VE killed? Lock us up? Imprison us? Another tattooed man turned to Brother Liang. Brother Liang, what is your decision? Shall we go ahead with the job? Brother Liang stroked his chin in contemplation before slowly nodding. Yes. However, this time we must not resort to brute force. We shall employ cunning instead. Ultimately, Brother Liang's gaze fell upon the disheveled woman. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan'er and her companions found an unlocked room. After meticulously inspecting the space, they gradually began to relax. As night enveloped them, the trio ignited a fire pit, sitting beside it and savoring their bread. After finishing her bread, Li Yu glanced longingly at the backpack beside Li Weiguo. Once their simple dinner was concluded, they engaged in light conversation about recent events. Zhao Wan'er stared into the flames, lost in thought. Just then, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Upon hearing the knocking, Zhao Wan'er and Li Weiguo immediately became alert. The knocking resumed. Hello, we mean no harm. Are you the police? A woman's voice called out. Li Weiguo and Zhao Wan'er exchanged glances but remained silent. Please don't be alarmed. I'm just an ordinary survivor from this building. We merely wish to inquire about rescue efforts. Li Yu looked at Zhao Wan'er, then at Li Weiguo. Perhaps we should open the door. She doesn't seem to harbor ill intentions. Li Weiguo, gripping his gun tightly, cautiously approached the door and inquired softly, How many of you are there? The two men standing by the door exchanged glances with the woman, nodding slightly. The woman swallowed hard before replying, There are 3 of us in total. And 2 are my younger brothers. Rest assured, we are not bad people. My father was a veteran. After seeking Zhao Wan'er's approval, Li Weiguo gradually opened the door. Upon seeing the door ajar, the 2 men and the woman displayed fleeting smiles of triumph. However, those smiles quickly faded when they noticed Li Weiguo and Zhao Wan'er wielding submachine guns. The sight of the weapons sent shivers down the spines of the woman and the 2 men. But in the next moment, one of the men gently nudged the woman's back, prompting her to regain her composure. With a bag of simple snacks in hand, the woman stepped inside. Hello, my name is Lu Hong, and these are my 2 brothers, Lu Lin and Lu Qing. The 2 men entered, grinning and rubbing their palms together. Nodding towards Li Weiguo and Zhao Wan'er. Observing that the 3 appeared harmless, Li Yu casually took the snacks from the woman's hands. Please, have a seat. We are all survivors here. No need for reservations. Chapter 30. The scoundrel upon witnessing Li Yu take the initiative to accept the food. Zhao Wan'er could not help but furrow her brow. Observing Li Yu's complete lack of wariness, Zhao Wan'er recalled Lin Dong's ominous words echoing in her mind. This time, when you return, the likelihood of your demise is high. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Wan'er discreetly heightened her vigilance towards the 3 outsiders. Li Weiguo, too, did not immediately lower his guard. Instead, he slowly began to inquire into the backgrounds of the trio. After thorough questioning, Li Weiguo found no discrepancies, allowing him to gradually ease some of his apprehension, though he maintained a level of caution. Unlike Li Weiguo, Zhao Wan'er continued to observe the 3 with a scrutinizing gaze. After Lu Hong had shared her circumstances, she curiously inquired about rescue efforts. You are all police officers. Do you have any news regarding the rescue? Upon hearing the mention of rescue, Li Yu sighed and shook her head. Currently, there is still no information regarding the rescue team. The most recent communication advises everyone to stockpile supplies, stay at home, and patiently await rescue. Any new developments will be announced. Lu Hong sighed at the news. Oh, who knows when this ordeal will end. Following this, Lu Hong and Li Yu engaged in a lively conversation, exchanging various stories about their experiences since the onset of the apocalypse, which inadvertently fostered a closer bond between them. Meanwhile, the 2 men continued their discussion with Li Weiguo. Everything appeared quite normal, and there was nothing amiss with the trio. Zhao Wan'er, seated beside the fire pit, remained on high alert, coldly observing the unfolding interactions. Noticing Zhao Wan'er's continued vigilance, Lu Hong endeavored to engage her in conversation to alleviate her suspicions. Eventually, Lu Hong revealed the true purpose of their visit. Sister Yu, Brother Weiguo, may we 3 join your group? Surviving in this apocalypse is exceedingly challenging, and you are the first people we've encountered. We assure you, we will contribute and not be a burden. With a pitiful gaze, Lu Hong turned towards Li Weiguo and Li Yu. Upon hearing Lu Hong's request, Li Yu promptly agreed without a moment's hesitation. Li Weiguo, seeing Li Yu's swift consent, reflected on the situation and, feeling no objections, nodded in agreement. I have no objections. Captain Zhao, what are your thoughts? At last, Lu Hong and the others directed their gaze towards Zhao Wanner, whose expression was one of discomfort. She felt a strong sense of disapproval regarding the three individuals. As Zhao Wanner hesitated, Li Yu, noticing her indecision, quickly interjected, Captain Zhao, wouldn't it be better for us to unite our numbers? Is there an issue? Ultimately, Zhao Wanner conceded with a nod. With her agreement, Lu Hong and her companions visibly relaxed. So, shall we set off tomorrow? Brother Weigua, is there enough supplies at that supermarket you mentioned? How many people are there? Which route should we take? The streets are swarming with zombies. How do we navigate? Brother Weigua, could you share some of your experiences in dealing with zombies? We would greatly benefit from your wisdom. Zhao Wanner watched the animated discussion, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over her. Seeking an excuse, she retreated to her bedroom. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a walkie-talkie. Once powered on, she bit her lip and called out, Lin Dong, are you there? Silence ensued, accompanied only by static. Disheartened by Lin Dong's lack of response, Zhao Wanner sighed. Whether he was too far away or simply had not switched on his device, she could not tell. The memory of Lin Dong's forceful kiss before his departure caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, yet a smile crept onto her lips. Zhao Wanner found herself at a loss regarding her feelings for Lin Dong. The kiss had undeniably unsettled her emotions. Eventually, her gaze wandered to the moonlit view outside the window. Meanwhile, Lin Dong had already arrived at a deserted restaurant in the Lanting Villa area. The establishment was empty, likely closed during the outbreak of the zombie crisis. The restaurant was eerily silent and remarkably clean, devoid of any traces of blood. Lin Dong entered the kitchen, prepared a few stir-fried dishes, and indulged in the delightful meal. As he sank his teeth into a chicken leg while reclining in the boss's chair, he noted the abundance of supplies in the kitchen's freezer. To waste such luxuries in a time like this would be truly regrettable. Few could afford such a lifestyle in the apocalypse. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong relaxed in his chair, sipping a drink while opening his canvas backpack. His gaze fell upon the golden trial book. He planned to enter the trial book after acquiring the meteorite from Sun Yu the following day. Despite Lin Dong's formidable strength, he intended to further enhance his abilities. The dangers of the golden trial book should not be underestimated. He aimed to minimize risks as much as possible. Subsequently, Lin Dong grasped the walkie-talkie, wondering about Zhao Wanner and the other's current situation. After some contemplation, he decided to switch on the device. Zhao Wanner paused, holding the walkie-talkie, and sighed. Just as she was about to return, a voice crackled through the device. Hello, Officer Zhao, can you hear me? Upon recognizing Lin Dong's voice, Zhao Wanner's lips instinctively curled into a smile. I can hear you. I can hear you. Filled with delight at the sound of Lin Dong's voice, her joy quickly faded as she reflected, why am I so concerned about this scoundrel who forcefully kissed me? You scoundrel, you're not dead yet, are you? Hearing Zhao Wanner's voice, Lin Dong chuckled. Rest assured, I won't die before having my way with you. Zhao Wanner felt heat rise to her cheeks upon hearing Lin Dong's words. You scoundrel, can't you think of something serious? How is this not serious? For me, pursuing women is of utmost importance. Zhao Wanner recalled Lin Dong's reckless behavior during their supermarket encounter and the situation involving Li Li. As thoughts of Li Li surfaced, a pang of jealousy struck her heart, leaving her unsettled. If women are so vital to you, then why did you have to kill Li Li? Li Li? Which Li Li are you talking about? Chapter 31. Zhao Wanner's desperation seeing Lin Dong seemingly forget about Li Li only intensified Zhao Wanner's discomfort. Go die, she exclaimed, furiously shutting off the intercom. Damn scoundrel. Perverse rogue. Odious Lin Dong. In a fit of rage, she kicked the cabinet beside her. After a moment, she managed to calm her emotions. Yet soon after, a pang of regret struck her. She wanted to turn the intercom back on, but found herself lacking an excuse. At that moment, she heard a click outside. The door appeared to have been opened, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. Someone had barged in. Zhao Wanner instantly became alert, raising her submachine gun and cautiously opening the door just a crack to peer outside. Several burly men had entered the room, and both Li Weigua and Li Yu had collapsed on the floor, surrounded by scattered snacks. It seemed those snacks had been laced with drugs. The firearms of Li Weigua and Li Yu had also been seized by the intruders. Outside, the group of men stood vigilantly, weapons in hand, clearly waiting for her to emerge. Witnessing this, Zhao Wanner's hand trembled involuntarily. Her instincts had proven correct. These three were indeed harboring malicious intent. At that moment, Lu Hong, clutching a handgun, called out toward the bedroom, Sister Wanner, could you step out for a moment? We have a few questions to ask you. Sweat beaded on Zhao Wanner's forehead as she struggled to maintain her composure, rapidly contemplating her next move. In an instant, Lin Dong came to mind. If only he were here, everything would be manageable. Taking a deep breath, she shouted back, "Wait, I'll be right out." After offering a perfunctory response to Lu Hong, Zhao Wanner dashed to the window to survey her surroundings. She was on the 6th floor, and the night was pitch black outside, punctuated by the distant growls of zombies below. Escape was utterly impossible at this juncture. All she could do now was seek help and stand her ground. Zhao Wanner retrieved the intercom, switched it on, and concealed it beneath the bed. After a moment's thought, she shouted loudly, "Can you come help me? I'm in a bit of a predicament. My underwear is stuck. Lu Hong, could you come in and assist me?" She was uncertain if Lu Hong would take the bait, but it was imperative to relay the message to Lin Dong while attempting to capture a hostage. Outside, Lu Hong paused at Zhao Wanner's plea, glancing at the men beside her. "Zhao Wanner, hurry up and come out. Stop pretending. I know you're aware of the situation outside, and I advise you not to waste your energy. Otherwise, I'll just shoot them both." Lu Hong, unwilling to take risks alone, laid her cards on the table. Seeing Lu Hong drop the facade, Zhao Wanner sighed. It was clear that capturing a hostage to coerce them was no longer a viable tactic. Now, she could only pray that Lin Dong was listening intently and would come to her aid. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wanner continued, "Who are you? Why are you doing this? We merely passed through the Qinyuan Community's Building 6 to find a place to rest for the night. Surely we haven't offended you? If your intent is merely to rob us, take all the food you want. It's no matter. I wish to avoid conflict. There is no need for this to escalate into a life-and-death struggle." Holding her gun tightly, she aimed at the bedroom door, prepared to pull the trigger at the slightest sign of movement. There was a brief silence before a man's voice responded, "We don't wish to fight either. Please come out. I am the leader of these men, Liang Xian. I can assure you that no harm will come to you, provided you do not resist. All I want are your weapons and food. I do not intend to kill. We are simply acting out of necessity." Liang Xian, brandishing a submachine gun, dragged the unconscious Li Weigua toward him, pressing the gun to his head. "Listen closely. If you come out now, I guarantee no one will be harmed. We only need your weapons and food, I assure you. But if you refuse to come out, I will kill your 2 companions. Then I will leave you to suffocate inside. We are aware you possess weapons, but so do we, and our numbers are greater. There are over 10 of us. We can take turns guarding outside, effectively trapping you. The moment you show your face, I will shoot you. Now, listen carefully. I will give you 10 seconds to decide. You must come out. Otherwise, you will lose the chance to negotiate, and I will kill your companions and then you." Upon hearing Liang Xian's words, Zhao Wanner found herself engulfed in hesitation. The situation was indeed dire. If they wished, they could easily trap her. She realized she had been driven into a corner, devoid of options or bargaining power. Meanwhile, Liang Xian began counting down from outside. 10, 9, 8, 3. Zhao Wanner's insides churned with turmoil. Just as she was about to surrender, she suddenly heard a calm voice. "You will die if you go out, perhaps even worse. Don't listen to him." Though Lin Dong's voice was faint, it felt like a lifeline, infusing Zhao Wanner with newfound strength. Quickly, she retrieved the intercom hidden beneath her bed. "Hello, Lin Dong. It's me. Listen to me. Going out to surrender and relinquishing your weapons would be the most foolish course of action." Hearing Lin Dong's voice once more brought her a sense of reassurance. It was as though, with his presence, all obstacles before her transformed from insurmountable trials into mere challenges. As Lin Dong swiftly packed his bag, he spoke calmly, "You must understand who they are, right? A band of rogues, a pack of villains. I suspect they've taken many lives. Can you expect a murderer to honor a contract? To pray for mercy? To hope they keep their word? War will not yield to your prayers for peace. Only through combat can one resolve conflict. If you relinquish the threat of your weapon, will they still reason with you? Don't be naive." Chapter 32. Do not assume the role of a saint. Only fools and simpletons rely on the mercy of their adversaries to survive. With that, Lin Dong paused briefly before continuing. "Now tell me, what is your choice? Are you prepared to venture out and face death? Or will you resist a little longer and allow me to rescue you?" Upon hearing that Lin Dong intended to save her, Zhao Wanner's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. "Are you truly coming to rescue me?" After organizing his backpack, Lin Dong simply stretched his neck. "I can do this, but I must make it clear beforehand. I am not saving Officer Zhao Wanner. I am rescuing my woman, who can also be regarded as my maid. From now on, You must obey my commands without question. Do you accept this? Zhao Wanner's face flushed crimson upon hearing Lin Dong's words. A maid, to obey him completely. The implications of these two crucial pieces of information immediately brought to mind Lin Dong's previous reckless behavior. Can't you think of something else? And, couldn't you be a bit more tactful about it? Lin Dong chuckled at Zhao Wanner's retort. I apologize, but I have no time to indulge in romantic pursuits. To put it bluntly, this is merely a transaction. I save you, and in return, you become my maid and keep me warm at night. Do not blame me for being straightforward. The world has descended into chaos. This is the reality we face. If you refuse, so be it. I am simply drawn to your physical form, nothing more. After absorbing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Wanner bit her lip. Following a brief internal struggle, she finally cast aside her burdens. Fine, I agree. As she spoke, Zhao Wanner clenched her teeth in indignation. Lin Dong, you will pay for this. You will learn the consequences of crossing me. How dare you treat me as a maid? I shall make you address me as your highness. I will exact a severe punishment upon you, you fickle scoundrel. After indulging in her fantasies of vengeance for a moment, Zhao Wanner felt a significant release of pent-up frustration. Meanwhile, Liang Xian, noticing that Zhao Wanner had not yet emerged, called out once more, Have you made your decision? Hurry up and come out. Otherwise, I will start shooting. Hesitating at Liang Xian's words, Zhao Wanner asked, What do we do now? Are we really going to watch Li Weiguo and the others die? Lin Dong's voice was calm. That is the price he must pay for his lack of vigilance. His death has nothing to do with you, does it? Listen closely. My first command to you is to refrain from playing the saint. Do you understand? Zhao Wanner nodded deeply. All right, I understand. I will follow your orders. Lin Dong slung his backpack over his shoulder and continued. Next, find a place to sit and rest while remaining vigilant. If anyone opens the door, shoot without hesitation. Ignore anyone who speaks to you. You must hold your ground. I will reach you in approximately 2 hours. The address is Qingyuan Community, Building 6. That is correct. ISNT it? Yes. Remember what I said. Hold your position. If anything seems off, shoot without mercy. Lin Dong paused for a moment before adding, Now, throw the intercom outside so I can speak with the people on the other side. Curiosity piqued. Zhao Wanner did not raise any objections. She opened the door slightly and tossed the intercom outside. Afterward, she quickly locked the door again. The group outside was startled by the sudden object thrown by Zhao Wanner. With someone shouting, Grenade! Get back! In a panic, the crowd scattered, while some even dropped to the ground, covering their heads. After a few seconds of silence, they cautiously glanced at the intercom. Zhao Wanner called out towards the hallway. I have a companion who wishes to say a few words. Speak with him about whatever is necessary, Liang Xian replied, frowning at Zhao Wanner's words. He gestured to a subordinate to retrieve the intercom. The subordinate, swallowing hard in fear, glanced at those around him before slowly picking up the intercom. After obtaining the intercom, Liang Xian spoke. Hello, who are you? What do you wish to say? At that moment, Lin Dong had left the restaurant and was making his way towards Qingyuan Community under the cover of darkness. I am of no importance. What matters is what I am about to say. I present you with 2 choices. First, take whatever you desire and leave now. We can go our separate ways without further conflict. I will hold no grudges against you. Second, you can remain where you are and wait for me. However, I suspect you would prefer not to meet me. Liang Xian's brow furrowed deeply upon hearing Lin Dong's words. Are you threatening me? Huh? Do you think I want to kill your 2 companions right now? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? This woman is trapped in the bedroom. She will inevitably perish. Having dispatched the zombies in his path, Lin Dong replied, Very well. I will offer you an irresistible benefit, but you must wait for me. With that, Lin Dong closed the intercom and continued on his way. Without hesitation, Lin Dong activated his ability, Thunder Step. In an instant, his speed multiplied several times. In the dark of night, Lin Dong moved like a shadow, swiftly approaching Qingyuan Community. A blue lightning aura emanated from his feet, and the surrounding zombies could not even graze him. At this moment, Lin Dong had no time to concern himself with these ordinary zombies. They posed no threat to him. In merely half an hour, Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of Qingyuan Community. He took a moment to assess his energy levels. Energy, 381,500. The prolonged use of his abilities had indeed consumed considerable stamina and energy. As the zombies drew near, Lin Dong effortlessly pierced through their skulls with a short knife, collecting the crystals from within. After securing the crystals, Lin Dong made his way towards Building 6. Meanwhile, Zhao Wanner remained fixated on the bedroom door, gripping her submachine gun tightly. her fingers trembling slightly. Scattered around her were numerous spent bullet casings. Indeed, just moments ago, Liang Xian had launched a surprise attack with his subordinates against Zhao Wanner. Unwilling to remain passive, she had followed Lin Dong's instructions and opened fire. Seeing that the forceful assault was ineffective, Liang Xian, in a fit of rage, seized Li Yu's hair and dragged her forward. Damn it, I'll give you one last chance. If you don't come out now, I will truly start shooting. Chapter 33, 1 for 1 please. No, save me. I do not wish to die. At this moment, Li Yu and Li Weiguo had also awakened. Li Yu, her hands bound, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Please, do not kill me. I still want to live. Damn it. Shut up. Liang Xian seethed, striking Li Yu across the face. Listen carefully. I will count to 3. 3, 2, 1. Fire. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Who is there? Liang Xian turned sharply to see Lin Dong standing in the doorway. A fallen henchman at his feet, blood pooling from the wound in the man's neck, staining Lin Dong's shoes. Lin Dong grinned at Liang Xian with a hint of amusement. In the next instant, he raised his handgun and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. Liang Xian and his men responded in a frenzy, opening fire as chaos erupted. The air was filled with screams, wails, and the cacophony of gunfire. Lin Dong moved with remarkable speed, his movements swift as lightning, akin to a ghost, agile and unpredictable. His marksmanship was impeccable. He hardly needed to aim. In a mere 6 seconds, Lin Dong had dispatched all of Liang Xian's henchmen, each struck down with a bullet to the head, including Li Yu, who was caught in the crossfire. Her body was riddled with bullets. Liang Xian, their leader, lay on the ground, his limbs shattered, pierced by bullets. Lin Dong had intentionally spared his life, recognizing that he still held some utility. Hiss, ugh. After neutralizing all threats, Lin Dong approached Liang Xian step by step. At this point, Liang Xian had completely lost his sanity, consumed by agony, his cries echoing in the air. As Lin Dong drew nearer, a profound terror gripped Liang Xian. Spare me. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Help. I do not want to die. I still wish to live. To Liang Xian, Lin Dong appeared as a demon, and in a desperate attempt, he writhed to escape, but it was futile. Just then, a faint noise caught Lin Dong's attention, and he immediately trained his gun in that direction. Behind the sofa stood a bald man, armed and holding Li Weiguo hostage. Don't move. Don't shoot, or I will kill him immediately. What? I didn't expect there to be another survivor. Upon seeing this, Lin Dong was slightly taken aback. The bald man pressed his gun against Li Weiguo's head, terror etched on his face as he glared at Lin Dong. Stop talking. Throw down your weapon. Otherwise, I will kill him. Seeing the bald man holding Li Weiguo hostage did not faze Lin Dong in the slightest. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Is that so? Then go ahead and pull the trigger. Kill him, and then I'll kill you. It'll save me a lot of trouble. The bald man was momentarily stunned by Lin Dong's audacity. Lin Dong aimed his gun at the bald man's head. Come on. What are you waiting for? Pull the trigger. The bald man tightened his grip on Li Weiguo's neck, raising the gun slightly. Don't think I want to do it. If you let me leave, I promise to let him go. Otherwise, I will kill him. Lin Dong chuckled at the bald man's bluster. Noting his immediate retreat and the conditions he proposed, the bald man's only demand was for his life and safe passage. Liang Xian, lying on the floor, also gasped if you let us both go, we will leave immediately. I swear we won't retaliate. Seeing both men eager to flee this perilous situation only amused Lin Dong further. No. 1 for 1 isn't fair. Here's the deal. One of you must die, and I will let the other go. How about that? Bald man, the choice is yours. Do you want your leader to die, or do you wish to die yourself? At this, fear flickered in Liang Xian's eyes. No, we must leave together, or we will kill him immediately. Lin Dong raised his foot, pressing it down on Liang Xian's wounded leg, twisting it painfully. Did I give you permission to speak? Hearing his leader's agonized cries, the bald man's resolve began to crumble. I'll go. Just let me leave, and I promise not to retaliate. I just want to get out of here. At that moment, a knock echoed from the bedroom door. Lin Dong, is that you? Can I come out? Zhao Wanner's voice rang out, seeking confirmation. Yes, come out. It's nearly resolved, Lin Dong replied. Once assured it was Lin Dong, Zhao Wanner stepped out cautiously. As she emerged, her eyes widened at the sight of bodies, scattered bullet casings, and pools of blood. She struggled to suppress her nausea, shock plainly visible on her face. Zhao Wanner could hardly believe that all of this had been orchestrated solely by Lin Dong. Upon spotting the bald man holding Li Weigua hostage, she immediately aimed her gun at him. Put the gun down. Seeing Zhao Wanner appear, Lin Dong's mind sharpened. After a brief contemplation, he placed his hand on her submachine gun, lowering the barrel. Don't act rashly, just observe. As Lin Dong pressed her gun down, the bald man exhaled slowly, visibly relieved. Don't shoot. I just want to leave here. I'll let him go immediately. However, Lin Dong swiftly rejected the bald man's proposal. No, you must release him now. I guarantee I won't kill you. Do not negotiate with me again. I am giving you this one chance. Put down your weapon and walk out. And I will let you go. If not, I will shoot you on the spot. And I assure you, I do not care about his fate. If you doubt me, go ahead and kill him. Faced with Lin Dong's commanding presence, the bald man's hand trembled involuntarily. I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. 3, 2, 1. Under the pressure of Lin Dong's countdown, the bald man finally relented, shifting the gun away from Li Weigua's head. All right. I agree. Don't shoot. I'll leave now. Chapter 34. Compassion and Reluctance. I hope you keep your word. The bald man declared before tossing the gun onto the couch and beginning to make his way toward the door. At this moment, he was utterly tense, walking with slow, delicate steps, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dong, fearful that he might suddenly change his mind. The distance felt interminable to him, and his anxiety escalated with each step. As he approached Lin Dong, his heart raced faster. Just as he reached the doorway, he seemed to lose all his strength, relaxing momentarily, believing he was finally safe. However, as Zhao Wanner and the others thought the bald man was saved, Lin Dong spoke. Behold, this is your second lesson. With a deafening gunshot, the bald man felt a surge of blood spray before him. Almost instantaneously, he lost all power and collapsed at the threshold, too weak even to utter a last word. In his fading consciousness, he vaguely heard Lin Dong's voice. Show no mercy towards your enemies. Do not negotiate with villains. Had you stepped out of the bedroom, this would have been your ultimate fate. Li Weigua and Zhao Wanner trembled in horror at the sight of Lin Dong shooting the bald man. Meanwhile, Liang Xian's despair deepened, witnessing Lin Dong's ruthless action. Humph. You claim to be a man of your word. What kind of hero are you? Lin Dong glanced down at the still-breathing Liang Xian and chuckled. I am no hero. Remember, I am also a villain, merely a more sophisticated one than you lowly scoundrels. In fact, I am far worse. With that, Lin Dong turned to Zhao Wanner. Your third lesson, kill him. At that moment, Zhao Wanner was still in shock, staring blankly at Lin Dong, oblivious to his command. Fire. End his life. After stepping over Liang Xian, Lin Dong approached Li Weigua. It seems you faced death once already, yet you still failed to learn. Hearing Lin Dong's words, Li Weigua bowed his head in shame. Brother Lin Dong, thank you once more. I truly do not know how to repay you. Lin Dong untied Li Weigua's ropes. No need for thanks. I did not come here for you. Li Weigua glanced at Zhao Wanner and immediately understood Lin Dong's intentions. He nodded with a smile. Regardless, Brother Lin Dong, you have saved my life twice. If you ever need my assistance, I will do everything in my power to help. Lin Dong smiled and nodded in return. I hope that day never comes. Be cautious from now on. No one will save you again. He then turned back to Zhao Wanner. At that moment, she had the gun aimed at Liang Xian's head but hesitated to pull the trigger. Lin Dong, noticing her reluctance, expressed his displeasure. Do you find it cruel? Are you hesitating? Or are you simply afraid? This is the essence of the apocalypse. You must adapt. Fire. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Wanner finally pulled the trigger. Once Liang Xian was dead, she immediately covered her mouth and rushed outside, retching. After a considerable time, she regained her composure as Lin Dong handed her a bottle of water. You must quickly adapt to this violence, for it is the reality of the end times. Now, let us depart. What? No? Where are we going? To find a clean and comfortable place to spend the night. Upon hearing the phrase spend the night, Zhao Wanner's face flushed. Just then, Li Weigua hurried out, extending his arms towards Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong, thank you for saving me once again. Enough with the sentimentality. After bidding farewell to Lin Dong, Li Weigua turned to Zhao Wanner. Captain Zhao, are you leaving with Brother Lin Dong? Zhao Wanner lowered her head and nodded slightly. Yes. Li Weigua smiled and shook her hand. It's great that you two are together. I wish you both happiness. Zhao Wanner looked at Li Weigua with a hint of regret. I'm sorry for leaving you alone. I wish you safe travels. Li Weigua nodded. Glancing between Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner. I hope we meet again. Absolutely. I believe that day will come. After a simple farewell, Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner set off. Throughout their journey, they walked in silence, heads bowed, exchanging not a single word. Eventually, they arrived at a lavishly decorated room in an upscale neighborhood. Lin Dong surveyed the space and nodded in satisfaction. This will do for tonight. Close all the curtains and make the bed. Pull. The curtains? Why? It's pitch black in here, and there's no electricity. Isn't it fine as it is? Besides, in the apocalypse, who would spy on us? After locking the door, Lin Dong opened the electrical panel. Now, here's your first rule. My words are not to be questioned. Execute them immediately. Seeing Lin Dong's assertiveness, Zhao Wanner pouted in frustration but complied nonetheless. Once the curtains were drawn, Lin Dong activated the power. Instantly, the room was illuminated, and the sounds of the refrigerator and air conditioner filled the air. Zhao Wanner stood in shock, her mouth agape, gazing at the now-powered appliances. Wow, electricity? How did you do that? Lin Dong, amused by her astonishment, gently tapped her on the head. Second rule, do not ask too many questions. Noticing Zhao Wanner's disheveled appearance, he frowned. First, go take a shower and make the bed. Then, wait for me. Blushing, Zhao Wanner stepped into the bathroom. Fortunately, although the power was out, the water was still running. After a refreshing bath, she stood before the mirror, momentarily lost in thought as she admired her clean reflection. Looking at her long hair, she pondered for a moment before grabbing the scissors beside the mirror and cutting her hair into a simple bob. When Zhao Wanner emerged from the bathroom, Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. In an instant, the phrase "like a lotus emerging from the water" flashed through his mind. At that moment, Zhao Wanner looked stunning, her angelic face perfectly complemented by her chic short hair, leaving Lin Dong utterly captivated. Though she was wrapped in a towel, it did little to conceal her alluring figure, accentuating her curves beautifully. Chapter 35, The Transformation of a Dress. The most striking feature was undoubtedly the splendid curve adorning her chest. Zhao Wanner noticed Lin Dong's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, causing a blush to involuntarily bloom on her cheeks. Subsequently, she hurriedly retreated into the bedroom to make the bed. Once the bed was prepared, anxiety gripped her as she stared at the door, for this was Zhao Wanner's first experience of such a nature, with nervousness and unease surging within her. Listening to the rapid thumping of her heart, her palms began to perspire uncontrollably. After a moment of waiting, seeing that Lin Dong had yet to enter, she curiously opened the bedroom door and approached the bathroom. In the next instant, her face flushed crimson. Lin Dong stood there, wrapped in a towel, his upper body exposed. His physique was simply breathtaking, defined muscles and eight-pack abs, fulfilling every woman's fantasy. Lin Dong's form epitomized the ideal male idol. However, in the next moment, Zhao Wanner observed Lin Dong fiddling with her lingerie, measuring it with his hands. Upon witnessing this scene, her face reddened further as she snatched her underwear away. Give it back. As Lin Dong watched her reclaim her lingerie, his gaze inadvertently drifted to Zhao Wanner's chest before shifting back to his own hand. In that fleeting moment, a thought struck him, a woman who cannot be entirely controlled by a single hand. The next instant, Lin Dong stepped forward, effortlessly lifting Zhao Wanner into his arms. What are you doing? Put me down quickly. Stop fooling around, you scoundrel. Despite her protests and resistance, Lin Dong tossed her onto the bed in the bedroom. Zhao Wanner, her face filled with apprehension, slowly retreated. I'm not ready yet. Could you give me a bit more time? Can we take it slow? Lin Dong grasped her arm, pinning her down on the bed. Before, I could take my time with you. But now, the decision rests with me. You are merely my maid. As Lin Dong's face drew nearer, Zhao Wanner's address for him shifted from his name to rascal and scoundrel. A few minutes later, she called him Big Bad Guy. After an additional 20 minutes, her address transformed yet again to Good Brother. Ultimately, at Lin Dong's insistence, she uttered the new title, Master. Afterward, Lin Dong leaned against the headboard, lighting a cigarette, while Zhao Wanner lay feebly against his chest, carefully studying his face. After a long while, she summoned the courage to ask the question every woman inevitably poses. Lin Dong, do you love me? Upon seeing Zhao Wanner's expectant and earnest expression, Lin Dong hesitated. The concept of love was somewhat foreign to him. Having witnessed too much betrayal between men and women and experienced numerous separations, Lin Dong was skeptical that love could ever manifest in his life. Noticing his reluctance, Zhao Wanner's heart plummeted. In that instant, she was unequivocally certain of her feelings for him. Seeing Lin Dong silent, she sighed softly. Lin Dong reached out to caress Zhao Wanner's cheek, stating earnestly, Wanner, I'm not quite sure if what I feel for you can be called love. However, I know that I will never allow you to leave me. I will protect you and ensure that you survive in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Wana felt warmth spread through her heart at Lin Dong's heartfelt confession. But what if something happens to me? Would you? Before she could finish, Lin Dong forcefully interrupted her. I want to allow anything to happen to you. I want you to stay by my side forever, unharmed. Like many women in love, Zhao Wana yearned desperately for the answer she sought. What if? As she began to inquire once more, Lin Dong silenced her with a kiss, igniting another round of fervent passion. The night was long, and so was Lin Dong's stamina. By dawn, Zhao Wana was utterly exhausted, devoid of even the strength to speak. The following morning, Lin Dong awoke early. Noticing the bloodstains on the sheets, he prepared a lavish breakfast for Zhao Wana. As he meticulously arranged the meal, Zhao Wana stirred awake. However, she did not immediately rise. Hearing the sounds from the kitchen, she blushed and smiled shyly. When she heard footsteps approaching, she quickly buried herself under the covers again. After placing the breakfast down, Lin Dong glanced at the figure hiding beneath the blanket. Hey, breakfast is ready. Upon hearing his voice, Zhao Wana remained still, choosing to feign sleep. Aware of her ruse, Lin Dong stretched lazily. Well, since you're reluctant to wake, I'll just keep you company for a bit longer. With that, he unfastened his shirt and embraced her waist from behind. Startled by his actions, Zhao Wana let out a cry and attempted to rise. No, I'm awake. Yet her resistance seemed feeble in Lin Dong's view. Zhao Wana found herself pinned beneath him, gasping for breath. No, big bad guy, let me go? Lin Dong observed her with a mischievous grin. No more pretending? I recall someone calling me good brother last night. At his teasing, Zhao Wana's face flushed a deeper shade of red. Scoundrel, you big bad guy. How about it? Want to experience it again, Zhao Wana? Absolutely not. Just let me go. I'm starving. I want to eat. Well, I'm hungry too, but first, I want to eat you. Seeing Lin Dong's intentions, Zhao Wana panicked. No, really, I don't want to. I haven't rested enough. Please, Lin Dong, don't make me unhappy, okay? I truly need to recuperate. Noticing the seriousness in Zhao Wana's expression, Lin Dong finally halted. He recognized that last night had been her first experience, and perhaps he had been a bit too vigorous. All right then, just call me good brother once more. Let me reminisce. The request made Zhao Wana's cheeks even hotter. No, just let me go. Seeing her stubbornness, Lin Dong decided to frighten her a bit. If you don't call, I might just have to take matters into my own hands. As he inched closer, Zhao Wana ultimately capitulated. No, good brother, I beg you, don't. Upon hearing the words he longed to hear, Lin Dong softened, gently kissing Zhao Wana's cherry lips. I've prepared breakfast for you. Time to get up. Zhao Wana found herself slightly taken aback by Lin Dong's sudden tenderness. Chapter 36. Foolish actions. Zhao Wana shyly nodded and lifted her head to kiss Lin Dong gently. Thank you, dear brother, she said, and the endearment made Lin Dong's gaze soften even further. After a simple breakfast, Lin Dong began to pack his backpack. Upon getting out of bed, Zhao Wana placed a hand on her waist, feeling the aftermath of the previous night's exertion. Noticing her fatigue, Lin Dong cleared his throat awkwardly. How about you wait here for me? I need to make a quick trip to the Lanting Villa area. I should be back in about 2 hours. However, Zhao Wana immediately dismissed his suggestion. No, you promised you wouldn't let me leave your side. I want to go with you. After a brief rest, she stood up confidently. Let's go. Lin Dong felt a sense of relief at her determination, devoid of any pretense. He said no more and set off with her. As Lin Dong led the way, he continuously shared various tips on dispatching zombies while engaging in combat. Zhao Wana occasionally took down the zombies that approached from behind. Their pace was swift, and with Lin Dong clearing the path, Zhao Wana felt utterly reassured. While passing by a residential building, someone suddenly opened a window and shouted at Lin Dong and Zhao Wana, "Hey, are you from the rescue team? Wow, you're actually fighting zombies. That's incredible. Are you here to save us?" Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Dong quickly glanced sideways and whispered to Zhao Wana, "Stay focused. Observe your surroundings and don't get distracted. Ignore them. They're already dead inside. Soon, zombies will flock to them. These people are either trapped in their rooms or have been devoured by zombies. Remember, when encountering such fools, our task is to keep our distance and not let their foolishness sway us." Zhao Wana retracted her gaze and nodded resolutely, understanding that losing focus could spell doom for them. On the 5th floor of the building, a group of young individuals in their 20s opened a window and yelled, "Hey, don't you have guns? Why aren't you using them? We're talking to you. Hurry and come save us. Can you see us? We're on the 5th floor. We need help fast. We're running out of food. Seeing that Lin Dong and Zhao Wana remained silent, their shouts grew louder. But the next moment, misfortune struck. The zombies, drawn by the noise, arrived at their door and forced it ajar. Lin Dong heard their cries. Damn it! Stop shouting. The zombies are coming. Be quiet. Block the door. Move the table and barricade it. There are more and more zombies. Yet, in the face of imminent danger, one young man continued to shout from the window, Hey, come help us. Zombies are breaking in. We need saving. Help us. His cries grew louder, attracting even more zombies to their location. Lin Dong, witnessing this unfolding chaos, silently cursed his luck. After dispatching the nearby zombies, he swiftly turned and scooped up Zhao Wana. Hold on tight and don't let go. We need to speed up. With that, Lin Dong's feet sparked with electricity as he dashed towards a nearby supermarket. Just as they were leaving, screams erupted from the residential building. Damn it! The door won't hold. Run. The zombies are here. Help. The cries of the young people echoed in desperation, ultimately leading to their demise due to their ignorance. Lin Dong moved with such speed that the surrounding zombies could not even brush against his clothing. Upon reaching the supermarket, he set Zhao Wana down, who was still in shock. At that moment, Lin Dong heard faint sounds from within the store, indicating the presence of survivors. After processing this information, he glanced up at the second-floor window of the supermarket. In the next instant, he cradled Zhao Wana once more and leapt towards the second-floor window. As he grasped the window's edge with one hand while holding Zhao Wana with the other, she steadied herself and pushed against the glass. Panic surged as she realized the window was locked from the inside. What should we do? The window is locked. Below them, a horde of zombies gathered, reaching out with clawing hands. Yet Lin Dong remained unfazed. He drew his short knife, and in the next moment, it was enveloped in a blue electric current, the blade glowing a deep azure. With effortless precision, he pressed the knife against the glass and sliced through it as if cutting through tofu. The glass was severed smoothly and cleanly. Imbuing his weapon with electric energy was the simplest application of his lightning abilities. Of course, a weapon enhanced by such energy was unmatched in resilience and sharpness. Once the window was breached, Zhao Wana climbed in first, followed closely by Lin Dong. The sounds from the second floor attracted the attention of the survivors inside the supermarket. A flurry of footsteps echoed from the stairwell as 6 survivors, armed with various makeshift weapons, cautiously ascended. Leading them was a burly man in his 30s, dressed in a suit. Who are you? What do you want? Lin Dong cautiously observed the suited man and the 5 survivors behind him. Sensing the absence of any supernatural abilities among them, he relaxed considerably. We're just passing through, and we'll be leaving shortly. No need to be alarmed. At that moment, one of the survivors pointed at Zhao Wana and Lin Dong's uniforms. They're in police uniforms. They must be officers. They aren't bad people, right? The suited man remained vigilant, reminding everyone not to lower their guards simply because they wore police attire. Don't forget the information circulating online. In this apocalypse, people's hearts are inscrutable. Some officers are even worse than beasts. Upon hearing the suited man's words, Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with a hint of appreciation. Chapter 37, Lanting Villa. In the next moment, Lin Dong, with a beaming smile, brandished a submachine gun from his back, aiming it at the suited man. What I said is absolutely true. From this moment on, do not provoke me, or else I would not hesitate to eliminate all of you. The sight of the submachine gun visibly stunned the suited man, who slowly raised his hands in surrender. Don't shoot. Don't be hasty. Take whatever you want. There's no need for bloodshed. The other survivors, upon witnessing Lin Dong and Zhao Wana armed with firearms, gasped in shock and promptly raised their hands as well. Lin Dong observed their reactions with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This is the right attitude. Cooperation will only benefit you. Zhao Wana sighed, glancing at Lin Dong. What shall we do now? With a smile, Lin Dong replied. Let us rest here for a while, have some lunch, and then we shall set off again. He then gestured with his gun, commanding, everyone go downstairs. No one is allowed upstairs. We will leave on our own after our break. Do not force my hand. The suited man swallowed nervously and nodded in compliance. Once the group of survivors had departed, Lin Dong finally set down his backpack and retrieved his phone and map. If we cross this street, we will arrive. Let's take a moment to rest. Zhao Wana nodded and took out some bread and beef jerky from her backpack, beginning to eat. After finishing his lunch, Lin Dong gazed out the window at the zombies outside, which were gradually dispersing. Once he and Zhao Wana had shouldered their backpacks, they prepared to leave. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A female survivor cautiously ascended, raising a hand. Wait, Can you take me with you? My home is just in the nearby community. You can drop me off downstairs. Zhao Wana looked at the woman and then turned her gaze to Lin Dong, who had become her pillar of strength. Seeing that Zhao Wana awaited his response without taking matters into her own hands filled Lin Dong with satisfaction. No, I do not have the luxury of playing the Good Samaritan. With that, he turned to leave. The woman immediately knelt down, pleading, I beg you. I can offer you food and any supplies you desire. I have plenty of food at home, and I can give it all to you. She glanced cautiously over her shoulder before whispering, Please, take me with you. I am the only woman in the entire supermarket. If you don't save me, I will eventually die here or suffer a fate worse than death. Please, I implore you. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Noticing a steel pipe beside the window, he tossed it to the woman. Take this and find your way home. A word of advice, aim for the zombies' heads. Destroy their brains. With that, he disregarded the woman, leaping out of the window with Zhao Wana. Upon landing, Lin Dong swiftly dispatched the nearby zombies, collecting the crystalline stones from their brains. Zhao Wana, having landed, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Noticing her hesitation, Lin Dong remarked, I know what you're thinking, but we cannot save her. Each person must save themselves. If we help her this time, will she survive in this apocalypse? Moreover, such situations will only become more frequent, bringing more trouble and danger. Also, she has been tightly gripping a fruit knife in her right sleeve. I doubt you noticed that. Did you? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Wana turned in shock towards the second floor of the supermarket. Indeed, the woman was clutching a fruit knife. A chill ran down Zhao Wana's spine. Could she be planning to harm us? Steal our supplies? As Lin Dong continued to eliminate zombies, he forged ahead. I cannot say for certain. This woman might genuinely be seeking our help, and her knife could be for self-defense. However, human nature is unpredictable. We must exercise caution. In this apocalypse, our primary concern is ensuring our own safety. Everything else is secondary. After hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Wana gazed at his back, her determination solidifying. Dongge, I will follow your lead from now on. All right, don't get distracted. We must move quickly. With that, Lin Dong quickened his pace. Another half hour passed before Lin Dong and Zhao Wana finally arrived at the Lanting Villa area. Upon entering, Lin Dong's actions of killing zombies drew the attention of many within the villa community. Wow, look, there are police outside clearing zombies. What? Is that a rescue team? Let me see. Goodness, who are these two? They aren't afraid of zombies. They must be a rescue team. Wonderful. They are definitely our saviors. We are about to be rescued. No more eating this junk food. Ha. We are saved. As they passed a 3-story villa, a rotund middle-aged man opened a window. Hey, are you from the police department? Do you know Director Zhao from the 3rd Precinct? I'm a good friend of his. You must take me with you. I can speak to your director and help you get promotions and raises. Lin Dong and Zhao Wana didn't even glance at the middle-aged man, continuing to slay zombies as they headed toward the location sent by Sun Yu. In an apocalypse, relying on past connections is futile. Such fools are beyond redemption. Seeing that he was ignored, the middle-aged man erupted in anger. Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Do you believe that with a single phone call, I can make you both pay a price? Do you know who I am? Huh? I command you to take me away immediately. Otherwise, you two will face grave trouble in the future. The man's furious barking finally caught Lin Dong's attention. He glanced at the man, then drew a silenced pistol from his waist. Such a nuisance should not be allowed to live. Without hesitation, Lin Dong pulled the trigger. With a soft pop, the middle-aged man fell in terror from the 3rd-floor window, having been shot in the head by Lin Dong's precise marksmanship, sparing him considerable suffering. After dispatching the man, Lin Dong quickly led Zhao Wana to Villa Number 6, where Sun Yu was located. Chapter 38. Liu Here lies the address previously provided by Sun Yu. However, the villa is eerily silent, with numerous corpses of zombies strewn across the yard, alongside 2 human remains. Witnessing this scene, Lin Dong furrowed his brow. After stealthily entering the villa with Zhao Wana, they immediately began to scour the premises. The security door had been forcibly breached, and the interior was in disarray. In the bedroom, they discovered the body of a man. Lin Dong picked up a picture frame from the bedside, revealing a young and beautiful woman clad in a white coat. Zhao Wana surveyed Sun Yu's bedroom with curiosity, inquiring, "Is this doctor your friend?" Lin Dong shook his head. "No, but this individual possesses resources I require. Alas, it seems someone has beaten us to it." With a lingering glimmer of hope, Lin Dong retrieved his phone to call Sun Yu. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is out of service." Since the power outage, numerous communication devices had failed, and the mobile signal had grown increasingly weak. It appeared that in a matter of days, phones would become utterly obsolete. After hanging up, Lin Dong let out a self-deprecating laugh. Let us move on. Our next destination is the Hongdu Hotel. Perhaps it holds what I seek. Zhao Wanner opened the refrigerator and glanced inside, shaking her head gently. It was completely emptied. Evidently, the looters had been meticulous. Her observation sparked a realization in Lin Dong. After a brief contemplation, he deduced that Sun Yu might not have ventured far and could very well still be within the Lanting Villa. The group that had raided Sun Yu likely had ulterior motives beyond the meteorite. With this thought, Lin Dong established a new objective. He led Zhao Wanner to the adjacent Villa No. 7 for a thorough examination. The atmosphere was one of deathly silence, with the yard also littered with zombie corpses. Lin Dong then noticed that the zombies' heads had been pierced. It seemed these individuals had realized the existence of crystals within the zombies' brains. Continuing his investigation, Lin Dong eventually stumbled upon a villa with survivors. Villa No. 9 had all its windows draped with curtains, and the door was intact. Lin Dong stood beside the villa, quietly listening, and indeed, faint sounds were audible. There were survivors inside Villa No. 9. He climbed in and approached the door, knocking firmly. "Open up. I know someone is inside." At the sound of his knocks, the villa fell into a profound silence. Lin Dong patiently knocked again. "I mean no harm. I am here to find someone. However, should you refuse to open the door, I shall resort to force." After a few moments, a woman's voice emerged from within. "I'm sorry, I don't know anyone here. Please leave immediately." "Well, it appears you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation." As Lin Dong's words fell, he forcefully kicked the door open. Bang! The impact was tremendous. The lock and a table barricading the entrance were sent flying, and the doorframe trembled precariously. Inside, a man and a woman stood frozen in shock, their mouths agape, eyes wide with terror. Lin Dong flashed a grin at the astonished duo and brandished his pistol. "Now, I kindly ask for your cooperation." Upon seeing the firearm, they instinctively raised their hands in fear. "We truly have no food left. You may search if you wish. We lack any supplies. Please, spare us." Silence. Lin Dong aimed the gun at the man's head and questioned him. "First, answer my initial inquiry. Where is the group that looted the most resources from Lanting Villa?" The man glanced nervously at the woman, swallowing hard before replying. "We don't know." Noticing Lin Dong's displeasure at this response, the woman quickly interjected. "We genuinely do not know. All we know is that their leader is named Li Hu. We are unaware of their exact location." "Very well. My second question, do you know Sun Yu?" "Who resides in Villa No. 6? The two exchanged glances before the woman nodded. "We have seen her a few times, but we are not well acquainted. We are merely neighbors." "My third question, has Sun Yu been captured by Li Hu, or has he robbed her of her supplies?" The woman immediately affirmed, "Yes. A day ago, Li Hu and his men forcibly broke in, and they took her away." Satisfied with the information, Lin Dong nodded. "Good. I apologize for damaging your door." With that, he turned to leave. As he did, the pair exhaled deeply in relief. Halfway out, Lin Dong suddenly turned back. "By the way, is Li Hu a resident of Lanting Villa? Have you encountered him before?" The couple shook their heads vigorously. "We have not seen him. He likely arrived after the apocalypse began." "Do you know their approximate location? Did they come from a specific direction?" The man pointed eastward. "They always came from that direction to rob supplies." With the information in hand, Lin Dong and Zhao Wanna set off toward the eastern villas, eliminating zombies as they went, while continuously gathering information. Eventually, Lin Dong obtained valuable intel. Li Hu and his crew were a band of rogues from a nearby community. Following the chaos of the apocalypse, Li Hu believed he had the opportunity to dominate this new world, and thus he arrived at the Lanting Villa area. Li Hu's group comprised over 20 individuals, all idle members of society, petty criminals. Upon entering the villa district, Li Hu began extorting protection fees and demanding food. Should anyone resist and refuse to provide resources, they would simply resort to outright theft. Moreover, Li Hu's gang boasted of having a superpower user among them. However, the authenticity of this claim remained uncertain, as no one had genuinely witnessed such a power. Currently, Li Hu's stronghold was at Villa No. 18. As Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner approached Villa No. 18, they cleared the zombies lining their path. With each step closer, survivors began to peek out from their windows, observing the duo. "Are the police here? I thought the emergency calls couldn't go through. How can there be police? Has someone successfully called for help?" Chapter 39. The Fall of the Meteorite. Isn't it absurd? The world has descended into chaos, and who still cares about these ruffians? Haven't you seen the news? Now, people are looting supplies, committing murder, and setting fires. No one is able to intervene. Everyone is merely trying to survive. Then let us call for help quickly. Our supplies at home are truly running low. No. How can we trust whether these two policemen are good or bad? What if they turn out to be villains as well? All we can do is remain silent and look for an opportunity to escape. Finally, as we passed by Villa number 14, someone daringly opened a window. Officers, are you here to rescue us? Can you take us with you? We have children at home. Please. Zhao Wana glanced at the woman who had cried for help but ultimately remained silent. Lin Dong, while collecting crystals from the zombies' brains, heightened his vigilance. The woman's cries might attract more zombies. Although Lanting Villa was enclosed and the number of zombies was fixed, if they all converged here and surrounded Lin Dong and his companion, it would spell trouble. Lin Dong quickened his pace and swiftly scanned the house numbers. Just then, cries emerged from Villa number 17 ahead. Help! We truly have no supplies left. Please, don't. Let my wife go. Ah, damn it. I will fight you to the end. You will die. Be careful. Don't let him scratch you. Damn it. Kill him. Hubby. Whoa. Stay away from me. Don't touch me. Haha. Pretty little thing. If you accompany me obediently, I will let your husband go. Otherwise, I will kill him. Ha. The world has changed. Stick with me, and you won't suffer. Otherwise, you both will surely die. Aha. The woman's heart-wrenching cries drew numerous zombies closer. Li Hu, leading the group, immediately covered the woman's mouth. Damn it. Shut up. Otherwise, I will kill you on the spot. Stop shouting. You're attracting all the zombies. Li Hu, with a vicious expression, tightened his grip around the woman's neck, brandishing a dagger before her eyes. Once the woman silenced in fear, Li Hu revealed a lewd grin. He beckoned to his henchman, who promptly pinned the woman's husband to the ground. Then, without hesitation, Li Hu drew the dagger across the man's face, blood gushing forth. Ugh. Ha. Ah. Humph. If you dare resist again, I will kill him immediately. Seeing Li Hu's ruthless demeanor, the woman trembled in fear, tears flowing uncontrollably. Whoa. Please, don't. I beg you, don't. Let my husband go. No. Gazing into the woman's eyes, filled with despair, Li Hu grinned with satisfaction. Rest assured, as long as you behave, your husband will be fine. Li Hu fixated on the woman's chest, his eyes betraying madness and cruelty. After lowering the dagger, he reached out to touch her. The man, pinned to the ground, clenched his teeth and struggled fiercely. Ah, bastard. If you have the guts, come for me. Don't touch her. Otherwise, I will kill you. Yet his struggles and shouts only elicited more violent beatings. The woman understood what was about to happen and, in despair, closed her eyes. Just then, a sudden knocking echoed at the villa door. Li Hu turned his head, puzzled, glancing at his henchman. The henchman immediately leaned down to peek through the peephole. In the next instant, this henchman, along with the door, was flung 2 meters away. Following this, Lin Dong entered, wielding a silenced pistol, and commenced a one-sided massacre within. Bang, 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 bang. Ugh, damn, run. There's a gun. Help, hide. Damn, get down. Don't shoot me. No. In an instant, chaos erupted within the villa. Each shot fired by Lin Dong claimed a life. After eliminating the majority, he shifted his aim from heads to arms and bodies. Once the gunfire ceased, only 5 individuals remained alive, including Li Hu and a couple within the villa. At this moment, Li Hu was in no better condition. Having been shot in both the arm and thigh, he lay on the ground, howling in pain. Once assured of safety, Lin Dong stepped into the villa. The interior was a scene of carnage, blood flowing freely, surrounded by corpses and the wounded. Lin Dong approached Li Hu and looked down at him. You are Li Hu? Li Hu, in terror, scooted backward, his eyes wide with fear. Seeing Li Hu too frightened to respond, Lin Dong pressed his foot down on Li Hu's wounded arm, applying pressure. Are you Li Hu? Li Hu grimaced in pain and nodded vigorously. Ah, yes, that's me. Please stop stepping on me. Ah. I've heard there is a superhuman among you. Where is he? Li Hu, trembling, shook his head in fear. A superhuman? No. There is no superhuman. Seeing Lin Dong's scrutinizing gaze, Li Hu quickly explained, It's true. I'm not lying. There really is no superhuman among us. This is merely a smokescreen we released to the outside. Noticing that Li Hu's demeanor seemed genuine, Lin Dong relaxed his vigilance somewhat. Second question, the meteorite from Villa No. 6 was taken by you, correct? Where is it? Upon hearing the word meteorite, a hint of panic flickered in Li Hu's eyes. And no, I don't know. There is no meteorite. I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Dong grinned at Li Hu's frantic attempts to conceal his anxiety. He holstered his pistol and drew a short knife from his waist, crouching down with interest as he observed Li Hu. I know you're lying. However, do not worry. I will ensure you reveal the truth. Lin Dong gently traced the knife before Li Hu's eyes. I will first remove your ears, then your nose, your tongue, and finally, I will gouge out your eyes. Afterwards, I will toss you into a horde of zombies, allowing you to experience true terror. At this, Li Hu trembled in fear. Believe me, you absolutely do not want to experience that feeling. Chapter 40. The Greedy One. As for the location of that meteorite, I believe your underlings will be able to inform me. With that, Lin Dong shifted his gaze to the remaining two subordinates of Li Hu. Without hesitation, Lin Dong placed the blade against one of Li Hu's ears. Are you ready? At that moment, beads of sweat immediately formed on Li Hu's forehead, and he shook his head in terror. No, don't do this. Only I know where the meteorite is. Please, don't. I'll tell you. Don't cut my ear. Lin Dong smiled, gently gliding the tip of the knife along Li Hu's ear. Speak. Li Hu took several deep breaths, swallowing hard. If I tell you, will you spare my life? Will you not kill me? Just let me go. Lin Dong cast a casual glance at a couple huddled together, having narrowly escaped with their lives. Of course, I assure you, I will not kill you. As long as you do not deceive me, once I acquire the meteorite, you shall be free. Having received this assurance, Li Hu slowly divulged. The purple meteorite is hidden in the safe of Villa number 19, and the code is 12138. Satisfied with the information, Lin Dong nodded approvingly. Li Hu glanced at the door that Lin Dong had kicked open, then at the lifeless bodies scattered across the floor. The shock in his heart had yet to fade. Brother, you must be a superhuman, right? Does that meteorite grant superpowers? Seeing Lin Dong's gaze upon him, Li Hu hurriedly clarified. I mean, no offense, I'm simply curious. I've seen many superhumans online and I'm quite envious. I just want to know the truth. I swear I have no ulterior motives. Lin Dong chose not to respond to Li Hu's query and stood up. If I do not find that meteorite, you should know the consequences. He looked at the couple still cowering in the corner. You two are not to move. Keep an eye on them. The man nodded vigorously, touching the scar on his face. Yes, I understand. Upon arriving at Villa number 19 with Zhao Wanner, Lin Dong effortlessly located the purple meteorite. Li Hu had indeed spoken the truth. Naturally, facing Lin Dong, Li Hu dared not lie. The first layer of the safe contained over 20 gold bars, with the purple meteorite lying beside them. Observing the meteorite that emitted a faint violet glow, Zhao Wanner inquired, Brother Dong, is this the meteorite that granted you superpowers? Lin Dong smiled at Zhao Wanner. Yes, indeed. Do you desire this meteorite? Do you wish to become a superhuman? A glimmer of hope appeared in Zhao Wanner's eyes. Me? Can I really? Noticing her reaction, Lin Dong felt a flicker of intrigue. Of course, rest assured, I will help you become a superhuman. However, I must use this meteorite first. I promise to assist you in becoming a superhuman later. Zhao Wanner, upon hearing this, showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, she nodded joyfully. Yes, Brother Dong, you are so kind. Seeing that Zhao Wanner harbored no greed or malice, Lin Dong felt a wave of relief. Clearly, his judgment was not mistaken. Zhao Wanner was indeed a trustworthy and reliable partner. After obtaining the meteorite, Zhao Wanner picked up a gold bar and weighed it in her hand. This is my first time seeing a gold bar. It's so heavy. Lin Dong glanced at the gold bar in her hand and chuckled. Unfortunately, items like this have become worthless now. They are even less practical than a loaf of bread. Zhao Wanner clutched the gold bar with reluctance. Observing her reaction, Lin Dong's smile deepened. I never would have guessed you were such a little money grubber. If you wish to keep it, then by all means, take it. Your backpack has plenty of space. Blushing at Lin Dong's remark, Zhao Wanner eagerly stowed the gold bar in her backpack. Hee, I'm just an ordinary police officer. You know, I've always liked gold jewelry, but I could never afford it. Now I must indulge a little. Very well, do as you please. As long as you don't mind the trouble. After exiting Villa number 19, they climbed over the fence and arrived at Villa number 18. This was the stronghold of Li Hu and his men, and Lin Dong wondered if there were any valuable resources left inside. He turned to Zhao Wanner. This time, you take the lead. Zhao Wanner was taken aback by Lin Dong's words. Me? Lin Dong nodded affirmatively. Yes. Stay calm. Remember what I taught you. Aim, then fire. Visualize the enemy as prey or a wild beast, and do not hold back. I will support you. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Wanner nodded solemnly at Lin Dong. All right. Once she had steeled her resolve, Zhao Wanner imitated Lin Dong and knocked on the door of Villa number 18. The 5 remaining subordinates of Li Hu inside exchanged glances. Is the boss back? Curiously, one of the subordinates opened the door without a hint of caution, having grown accustomed to their usual arrogance. They were oblivious to any danger. When the door opened, the sight of Zhao Wanner left the subordinates momentarily stunned. Huh, who are you? The next moment, another subordinate leered at Zhao Wanner's alluring figure, grinning widely. Wow, beautiful lady. Please come in. Ha. Little beauty, are you lost? Would you like me to take you home? Ha. The gang of ruffians, upon seeing Zhao Wanner, instantly surrounded her, viewing her as easy prey. With grins plastered on their faces, they could hardly restrain themselves from reaching out. Zhao Wanner, observing the lewd expressions of the 5 ruffians, instantly recognized their intentions. As the captain of the police, dealing with such scoundrels was a mere trifle, if she had felt any psychological burden about taking a life before. Witnessing these 5 men alleviated much of that weight. As the ruffians extended their filthy hands, Zhao Wanner's demeanor shifted. In the next moment, she drew her silenced pistol from her waist. Upon seeing the firearm, the 5 ruffians froze in fear. One of them exclaimed, "Don't shoot. We surrender." Chapter 41. Sun Yu. Yes. Don't shoot. We surrender. We are all accomplices in this matter. It has nothing to do with us. Zhao Wanner exclaimed. The gun's muzzle unwaveringly aimed at the thug's head, her palms betraying her anxiety with perspiration. Behind her, Lin Dong observed her hesitation to pull the trigger, his brows furrowing in concern. Fire. Lin Dong's command resonated like a clarion call, igniting a surge of resolve within Zhao Wanner. In an instant, she steeled herself and squeezed the trigger. Bang. The sight of Zhao Wanner executing a thug rendered the remaining 4 utterly paralyzed with fear. 2 of them frantically sought refuge, while another collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by terror and shame. Among them, the boldest let out a furious roar and lunged at Zhao Wanner. She swiftly redirected her weapon, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. The thug, struck by bullets, fell toward her, and just as he was about to crush her beneath him, Lin Dong intervened. With a single motion, he lifted the wounded thug and carelessly discarded his body aside. Continue, Lin Dong urged, and Zhao Wanner, emboldened, aimed her gun at the prostrate thug without hesitation and fired again. She then advanced toward the remaining 2 thugs, who screamed and dashed toward the 2nd floor of the villa. Zhao Wanner exchanged a glance with Lin Dong before pursuing them upstairs. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, she was met with a scene that left her aghast. Not only were there 2 thugs, but also 6 women bound to chairs. Their upper bodies were bare, hair disheveled, and their skin marred by various wounds and bruises. Their faces bore the marks of violence, eyes filled with despair and rage. It was evident that these women had endured unspeakable torment and abuse. The 2 thugs held knives to the women's throats, shielding themselves behind their captives. Don't come any closer. I'll kill her. One threatened. Stay still. Take another step, and she dies. Witnessing this, Zhao Wanner's fury surged to an all-time high. This scene was a veritable hell for the women, all orchestrated by these beasts. Upon seeing Zhao Wanner, the captive's eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope. The woman held at knife point, upon noticing Zhao Wanner in her police uniform, cried out with determination, "Officer, shoot them. Don't worry about us. Kill these animals. Avenge us. We fear nothing now. Please, shoot." Their pleas echoed in the air, urging her to act. Zhao Wanner felt her heart swell with emotion. Yet she refrained from firing her weapon. The commotion on the 2nd floor had drawn Lin Dong's attention. When he arrived, he appeared remarkably composed amidst the chaos. In this apocalyptic world, such horrors were all too common for Lin Dong, who had witnessed far worse atrocities. He approached Zhao Wanner, gently placing a hand on her trembling shoulder. "This is the cruelty of the world we live in. You must learn to adapt." With that, Lin Dong seized the gun from Zhao Wanner and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang, bang. The thugs screamed as their hands were shot, collapsing to the floor. Lin Dong quickly advanced, delivering a swift kick to each thug's head, ensuring they were merely unconscious. He then retrieved a knife from the ground and began unbinding the women. Once they were free, he tossed the knife aside. "These 2 thugs are yours. Do what you will." The liberated women surged toward the incapacitated thugs with wild abandon. One woman picked up the knife and slowly approached the unconscious men. Lin Dong understood the fate that awaited them. He walked over to Zhao Wanner, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Let us check the 3rd floor." Zhao Wanner turned back, her heart heavy as she gazed at the nearly frenzied women, unable to quell her emotions. "Brother Dong, why do people do such things? Why? In this end of the world, do the wicked become even more vile? It is simply reality. Some, in their suffering, choose to inflict pain upon others. Conversely, some, despite their pain, strive to bring joy to others. This is the distinction between good people and beasts. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Wanner suddenly turned to him. Brother Dong, you are a good person. Seeing her earnest expression, Lin Dong chuckled and shook his head. I am certainly not a villain, but I also do not consider myself a paragon of virtue. The third floor of the villa was cluttered with various packaged foods and makeshift medical supplies. From an adjacent room, faint sounds could be heard. Lin Dong opened the door and was taken aback. Sun Yu? Inside, Sun Yu had her mouth taped shut, her hands bound to the bed's headboard. Though her clothing was wrinkled, it remained relatively tidy. Lin Dong tore the tape from her mouth, smiling as he said, I never expected you to still be alive. Zhao Wanner hastily released Sun Yu's hands. Once freed, Sun Yu regarded Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner with suspicion. Thank you for rescuing me. But, do I know you? Lin Dong chuckled, waving his phone. You sent me your address earlier. Remember? You're the one who made a deal with me. As the words left his lips, Sun Yu's expression dimmed. I'm sorry, the meteorite is not with me anymore. But I know who possesses it now. If you could help me. Before she could finish, Lin Dong interrupted. It's all right. I already obtained the meteorite. Li Hu is no longer a threat. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope sparked in Sun Yu's eyes. Li Hu has been killed by you. Chapter 42. A lifeline. Lin Dong paused momentarily before speaking. Not exactly, but it's nearly time. He has outlived his usefulness, and I shall soon take his life. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, a fierce glint of malice ignited in Sun Yu's eyes. Can I accompany you? If possible, grant me this opportunity. Certainly. After all, you and I have struck a deal. I obtained the meteorite, rescued you in the process, and now I offer you the chance for revenge. This settles our accounts. Sun Yu understood well that she had no standing to negotiate terms with Lin Dong, for he was the one who had saved her, and ultimately, the meteorite was lost due to her own negligence. The chance for vengeance that Lin Dong provided was already a rare gift. Lin Dong surveyed the various supplies piled on the third floor and began to select items without reservation. After replenishing his food supplies, he led Zhao Wanner and Sun Yu to the second floor. The scene was grim. The floor was stained with blood. Remnants of the two thugs who had been torn to pieces. 6 women, having slain the thugs, sat on the ground, looking somewhat lost. Upon seeing Lin Dong, they all knelt before him. Big brother, thank you for saving us. We wish to follow you. Please lead us to survive in this apocalypse. Yes, take us with you to survive in this world. They echoed, eager to join him. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Forget it. Saving you is merely a matter of convenience. There is no need for thanks. As for taking you with me in this dire world, that is out of the question. I am not your caretaker. I lack the ability and the inclination to carry a burden on my journey. As he descended the stairs, Lin Dong added, there are still plenty of supplies upstairs. Take what you desire. Suddenly, he halted. By the way, the instigator, Li Hu, is on the brink of death. If you wish to join me, you may. The mention of Li Hu sent a rush of excitement through the 6 women. That bastard is about to die? Wonderful. Heaven has eyes. That scoundrel is finally meeting his end. Let us go. We shall seek revenge. I want to personally slay this beast. When Lin Dong and the women arrived at Villa 17, Li Hu was already in a state of unconsciousness. The sight of the bodies strewn about and the wounded thugs ignited a wild exhilaration in the women. Given Li Hu's current condition, he was already teetering on the edge of death, even if they did not intervene. As they gazed upon Li Hu, their eyes burned with a fierce desire to make him suffer 1,000 deaths. However, with Lin Dong present, they restrained their fury and awaited his command. Lin Dong cast a glance at the unconscious Li Hu and grinned. Then he turned to the man residing in Villa 17. Wake him up with urine. Without hesitation, the man unfastened his trousers and complied. Li Hu, in his stupor, felt the warmth of liquid splashing on his face and instinctively opened his mouth. His throat was parched. And in his haze, he did not care what the liquid was. He merely yearned to quench his thirst. After tasting the urine, Li Hu groggily opened his eyes and was met with the sight of the man urinating on him, prompting him to recoil in shame and anger. What the hell? Do you know who I am? Do you believe I won't kill you? But before he could finish, the agony coursing through his body jolted him awake. Upon seeing Lin Dong beside him, he was seized by terror and became instantly subservient. Big brother, you're back. Oh, I didn't lie to you, right? You have the meteorite now, don't you? Big brother, can you let me go? Lin Dong regarded Li Hu's obsequious demeanor and nodded with a smile. Of course, I can spare you. I will not kill you. However, whether they choose to kill you is beyond my concern. Only then did Li Hu notice Sun Yu and the others standing behind Lin Dong. Panic set in as he instinctively recoiled. Big brother, you can't go back on your word. You said you would let me go. I never said I would go back on my word. I stated I would not kill you. What they choose to do is not my concern. Lin Dong picked up a knife from the ground and handed it to Sun Yu. The rest is up to you. You may proceed as you see fit. With that, Lin Dong prepared to leave with Zhao Wanner. As they saw the women, eyes reddened and knives in hand, slowly advancing, Li Hu was truly terrified. He shouted with all his might, Big brother, save me. I have another meteorite. I have another meteorite to offer you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong turned curiously. Speak. Sun Yu and the others halted, patiently awaiting Lin Dong's direction. Li Hu glanced at Sun Yu and the others, trembling. Big brother, if I tell you, will you spare me? I truly do not wish to die. I want to live. I beg you, do not let them kill me. If you allow me to live, I will tell you right away. Lin Dong narrowed his eyes and shook his head firmly. You have no standing to negotiate with me. Speak quickly, and I will save you. Otherwise, I shall take my leave. As Lin Dong stepped toward the exit, Li Hu watched in despair as his hope of survival dwindled. With nothing left to lose, he cried out, I will tell you. I will tell you. There is a meteorite hidden in the basement of Villa 19. Please, save me quickly. Li Hu could only pray that Lin Dong would keep his word. At the brink of death, one clings to any semblance of hope, no matter how futile it may be. Lin Dong, however, did not look back. Do what you must. Do not concern yourself with me. With that instruction, Sun Yu and the others, shedding any remaining hesitations, approached Li Hu with their knives drawn. As Lin Dong and Zhao Wanner exited the villa, the chilling screams of Li Hu echoed within, akin to a slaughtered pig. His remaining two thugs would soon face the most terrifying judgment. This was the price these scoundrels would pay. Once more, Lin Dong returned to Villa 19. This time, he thoroughly searched every corner of the villa. The rewards from this expedition were astonishing beyond belief. Chapter 43, Assassination of the Strong. Unexpectedly, Li Hu had concealed much. Villa No. 19 was essentially Li Hu's personal storage. Inside the villa lay two meteorites, one red and one green. Lin Dong also discovered several crystal stones within the brains of the zombies in the basement. After this unexpected windfall, Lin Dong returned to Villa number 17 with great satisfaction. At the entrance of Villa number 17, Sun Yu was resting on the steps, with some vomit nearby. The sounds of agonized wailing still faintly emanated from within, albeit significantly subdued. The villa was stained with blood, and Li Hu had been tortured beyond recognition. The methods employed by these women were exceptionally brutal, and despair filled Li Hu's eyes. Kill me, I beg you. Just give me a swift end. Upon seeing Lin Dong and his companion return, Sun Yu rose to her feet. I still don't know your name. Lin Dong. Sun Yu silently committed the name to memory and, with a hint of trepidation, said, may I ask you for another favor? We all wish to survive alongside you. Could you lead us? Before Sun Yu could finish her plea, Lin Dong resolutely shook his head. I have said it before. I will not carry burdens as I strive for survival. Though my words may sound harsh, they are but the truth. I owe you nothing and will not act as your caretaker. At that moment, a short-haired woman emerged from the villa, gripping a knife tightly. If we are not burdens, can we follow you? Lin Dong glanced at the woman, whose face was smeared with blood and whose eyes glimmered with a hint of madness. He narrowed his gaze slightly. What is your name? I am Li Saming. Upon hearing her name, Lin Dong couldn't help but repeat it. Li Saming? Is that the name you chose for yourself? Yes. I grew up in an orphanage. A wave of memories washed over Lin Dong. Li Saming, an absolute powerhouse in the realm of assassination from my previous life. Li Saming is a woman. Lin Dong felt uncertain if the Li Saming before him was indeed the formidable assassin from his past. Are you a superhuman? At Lin Dong's inquiry, Li Saming shook her head, her expression dimming. No. Although I have also been drenched in that blood rain, I am not a superhuman. She had yet to awaken her powers. The thought ignited excitement within Lin Dong. He envisioned leading Li Saming and her companions to survival. Perhaps he could forge a team of assassins, or, under Li Saming's guidance, establish a squad of superhumans to serve his purposes. With this thought, Lin Dong felt a surge of exhilaration. Though these women were currently weak, their loyalty was invaluable. Very well, I am willing to offer you an opportunity. But let me make my terms clear. First, you must obey my commands without question. Second, I will not tolerate any burdens. Should I deem anyone unfit for our group, I will expel her. After delivering his ultimatum, Lin Dong turned to Li Saming and added, from now on, you shall be their captain. taken aback by the sudden appointment. Li Saming quickly composed herself and nodded solemnly. Understood, Commander. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction. Gather everyone. We shall depart shortly. Li Saming hurried back to inform the others of the good news. Upon hearing that Lin Dong had agreed to lead them, the women eagerly emerged. Lin Dong surveyed the 7 women present, nodding lightly. Let us proceed. Nightfall approaches, and we must find a clean and safe place to rest. He led them back to Villa number 18, where numerous supplies awaited. They were instructed to take as much as they could carry without hindering their mobility. Once they had gathered sufficient food, Lin Dong guided them to an unoccupied villa. As night descended, they lit several braziers, casting a gentle glow in the room. Lin Dong's gaze swept across the 7 women, and he spoke slowly. From this moment forward, we are a team. I shall lead you in striving for survival in this apocalyptic world. Of course, if any of you wish to leave, you are free to do so. I will not hinder anyone. However, let it be known that to remain with us, you must obey orders unconditionally. Your circumstances will only grow more perilous. No one will come to your aid, and you must become strong on your own. After Lin Dong finished speaking, the women exchanged glances, resolute in their decision. We are willing to follow Brother Dong. He saved my life. I vow to follow him to the end. I wish to accompany Brother Dong. We will grow stronger. Seeing their enthusiastic declarations, Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction. You need not worry. I will guide you and teach you how to become stronger. From now on, Li Saming is your team leader. Direct your questions to her. Naturally, you must also heed her commands. Now, take a look at your comrades. Remember, you are now a united front, a family. You must trust each other unconditionally. With that, Lin Dong settled down, allowing the women time to acclimate to one another. As they gradually grew familiar, Lin Dong smiled and patted Li Saming on the shoulder. The team has been formed, and the troubles and dangers ahead will only intensify. As captain, you too must grow stronger. Afterward, Lin Dong produced a vial of crimson liquid. This is for you. Li Saming, taken aback, asked, Is this? Indeed, it is the blood ray. I had saved a bit. This vial should help you awaken your powers. Trembling, Li Saming accepted the precious vial. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she solemnly nodded. Brother Dong, thank you. Lin Dong rose with a smile, addressing everyone. Starting tomorrow, training will commence. As for the name of our team, that is for you to decide. Now, rest well, everyone. With that, Lin Dong ascended the stairs with Zhao Wanner. Chapter 44. Nightmare level trial. Upon ascending the staircase, Lin Dong retrieved the 3 meteorites he had just acquired. Zhao Wanner gazed in astonishment at the meteorites, which emitted a spectrum of colors. Wow, why do these 3 meteorites differ in color? She exclaimed. With a smile, Lin Dong explained. The ranking of meteorites is categorized as red, green, blue, purple, and gold. Each color signifies a different level of quality within the meteorite. As he spoke, Lin Dong opened the red and green meteorites, revealing 2 evolution fruits within. After consuming the fruits, Lin Dong felt a remarkable transformation in his physical attributes. Energy, 500. Strength, 110. Speed, 110. Constitution, 110. Mentality, 130. Note, the standard values for an average human are 10 points. Ability, B-Class Lightning Manipulator. Level, First Level Evolver. Experience to level up, 14,100. Feeling his physical prowess surging, Lin Dong couldn't help but clench his fists. To achieve such extraordinary levels as a first-level evolver was nothing short of astounding. He felt an unparalleled strength coursing through him, far surpassing that of a typical first-level evolver, whose attributes seldom exceed 3 times that of an ordinary person. Lin Dong had already outstripped anyone else by a considerable margin. The most crucial point was that upon evolving to a second-level evolver, his attributes would double once more, ensuring he remained perpetually ahead of his peers. This, indeed, was the greatest flaw of the evolution fruits. A single step ahead meant perpetual advancement. After exhaling a sigh of relief, Lin Dong opened the purple meteorite. Inside lay a purple trial book. The acquisition of yet another trial book filled Lin Dong with joy. Zhao Wanner, curious about the purple book, inquired, Dong good. Why is it a book this time? Ruffling her hair affectionately, Lin Dong replied, Silly girl, please step outside and keep watch. Don't let anyone disturb me. With a pout, Zhao Wanner exited the room. All right, I understand, she said. Once she left, Lin Dong quietly approached the door to lock it. He then set a lightning alarm on the door lock using his lightning ability. Should anyone attempt to open or forcibly break in, they would immediately be shocked and alerted by a crackling sound. With his preparations complete, Lin Dong picked up the Purple Trial Book. Congratulations on acquiring the Purple Trial Book. This trial is designed for first-level evolvers, with a difficulty rating of Nightmare level. Do you choose to accept the trial? Reminder, if you perish during this Nightmare level trial, you will also die in reality. Silently affirming his decision, Lin Dong's consciousness was engulfed in a haze. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a realm of pure white, devoid of any reference points. Before he could thoroughly examine his surroundings, a voice echoed once more. The Nightmare level trial is about to commence. Please respond to initiate the trial. Let it begin, Lin Dong declared. The moment his words fell, the voice resumed. Nightmare level trial commencing. The white expanse began to distort, and a black portal abruptly emerged. Subsequently, a horde of zombies surged forth from the opening. Witnessing nearly 100 ordinary zombies appearing simultaneously, Lin Dong enveloped his hands in lightning energy. This was a virtual realm. He had no short blade or weapon at his disposal. His only reliance was on his hands and his abilities. Without hesitation, Lin Dong plunged into the throng of zombies. Engaging in a furious battle, devoid of traditional weaponry, he unleashed his lightning abilities to their fullest extent. Lightning daggers, lightning gauntlets, even lightning hammers. Lin Dong's mastery of his lightning powers had reached an unparalleled level. These lightning-crafted weapons not only dealt immense damage but were also remarkably resilient. If there was a singular drawback, it was their considerable energy consumption. In no time, Lin Dong vanquished the ordinary zombies. Faced with such weak foes, he felt no pressure at all. However, from the black portal emerged new adversaries. A massive mutated ant leapt forth, followed closely by a second and a third. Eventually, nearly 20 mutated ants sprang from the black void. These mutated ants stood at a staggering height of 1.5 meters, instilling a sense of awe and terror. Transforming his lightning energy into a longsword, Lin Dong slashed at the ant's head. His speed was astonishing. The newly mutated ants were unable to react in time. The lightning sword easily severed the ant's head. Just then, one ant raised its sharp foreleg to jab fiercely at Lin Dong. The mutated ant's speed was remarkable, a challenge for any ordinary evolver. Yet this time, it faced Lin Dong. His speed exceeded theirs. He effortlessly evaded the ant's assault without even needing to enhance his speed with lightning energy. Drawing near, Lin Dong swung his sword, cleaving the ant in half. Soon, the remaining mutated ants charged at him with ferocity. Instead of retreating, Lin Dong surged forward, altering the length of his lightning blade as he raced toward them. In no time, he had dispatched all the ants. As the last of the ants fell, 10 mutated bees, their wings fluttering, emerged from the black portal. These bees circled Lin Dong, their bodies larger than half a meter, with their stingers appearing exceptionally sharp. Most alarmingly, the stingers dripped with a purplish liquid, unmistakably poisonous. Lin Dong sheathed his lightning longsword and aimed a bolt of electricity at one of the mutated bees. Crack! The bee was struck by lightning, plummeting to the ground, emitting a plume of black smoke. The creature was charred black, its wings incinerated. Seeing Lin Dong's initial attack, the remaining bees charged at him with incredible speed, nearly matching Lin Dong's own agility. Witnessing this, Lin Dong felt a surge of apprehension. The speed of these mutated bees was astonishing. An ordinary evolver would undoubtedly meet their demise under such circumstances. With no other option, Lin Dong enveloped his legs in lightning energy. Thunderous steps. In an instant, his speed doubled. Facing the bees became significantly easier. After dispatching the mutated bees, Lin Dong took a moment to catch his breath. It seemed that the Nightmare level trial was indeed as formidable as its reputation suggested. Chapter 45. The powerful exclusive weapon. The trials posed an immense difficulty. Only exceptionally strong evolvers could hope to survive. After vanquishing the mutated bee, the black hole began to twist once more. Was it not over yet? Lin Dong could not help but glance at his attribute panel. Energy, 156,500. His energy reserves were dwindling, indicating that a change in strategy was necessary. If he continued in this manner, he would soon exhaust his energy completely. This time, 5 level 1 evolved zombies and 2 mutated mantises emerged from the black hole. These mutated mantises towered over 2 meters, their sharp scythes instilling fear. With their appearance, the black hole vanished. It appeared that these 5 evolved zombies and 2 mantises constituted the final trial. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong summoned his lightning long knife once more. He had to utilize the thunder step again. He charged towards one of the mutated mantises, evading its scythe before cleaving it in two with his long knife. After dispatching the first mantis, Lin Dong felt invigorated and charged at the second. However, at that moment, the 5 evolved zombies surged towards him with alarming speed. These level 1 evolved zombies were swift and displayed predatory instincts akin to beasts. If ordinary zombies resembled preschool children, then level 1 zombies were akin to high school students, entirely different tiers. For an average level 1 evolver, encountering a level 1 evolved zombie would spell significant trouble. Yet, at this moment, Lin Dong's prowess far surpassed that of these zombies. Utilizing his speed advantage, Lin Dong systematically eliminated the 5 evolved zombies before turning his attention back to the mutated mantis. This particular mantis had proven exceptionally troublesome, its speed formidable. Without the thunderstep, Lin Dong would have found himself in dire straits. He glanced at his energy. 86,500. Facing the last mutated mantis, Lin Dong resolved to employ the special ability he had previously developed. He held a lightning sphere in each hand and forcefully fused them together. While evading the mantis's attacks, he concentrated his mental energy to merge the spheres. The energy within the spheres was highly volatile. Forcibly combining them heightened their sensitivity and volatility, leading to an explosive effect. He recalled a term from a novel, Fire Lotus. The principle was similar, and the effects should not differ significantly. Without hesitation, Lin Dong hurled the electrified sphere towards the mutated mantis. The sphere sped through the air, reaching the mantis in an instant. With a gentle manipulation of his mental energy, the sphere detonated. A powerful surge of lightning erupted, obliterating the mantis into smithereens. After slaying the mutated mantis, Lin Dong found his energy nearly depleted. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed. "Congratulations on passing the nightmare level trial. Please select your reward. Reward 1. Double your ability energy. Plus 1 purple evolution fruit. Reward 2. An exclusive weapon of lightning ability. The weapon's form can be freely changed according to the host's will. Long knife, short blade, long whip, hammer, spear. The exclusive weapon can be brought into the trial arena and will evolve alongside the evolver. Reward 3. 2 purple evolution fruits and a bottle of purple energy potion." 3 luminous spheres materialized before Lin Dong, each containing one of the rewards. Contemplating his choices, Lin Dong weighed the options. The first option offered a doubling of his energy, raising it to 1,000, along with a purple evolution fruit that could enhance his physical attributes by an additional 40 points, an enticing prospect indeed. The second option, on the other hand, addressed Lin Dong's acute weapon deficiency. His current armament was merely a survival knife. Without the enhancement of his lightning ability, it was utterly ineffective. The third option, 2 purple evolution fruits and a potion, was also quite tempting. After a brief moment of deliberation, Lin Dong ultimately chose the second reward. Please select the weapon form. Long knife, short blade, hammer, long whip, spear, axe. Gazing at the myriad of weaponry, Lin Dong felt overwhelmed. Eventually, his gaze settled upon the hammer. As he concentrated, a hammer materialized in his hand. Just as Lin Dong marveled at this new development, the mechanical voice resumed. Exiting the trial arena, a warm light enveloped Lin Dong, and in an instant, he felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring. His ability energy rapidly replenished. After a moment of disorientation, he found himself back in the villa. He sensed that something new had been added to his consciousness. With a thought, the hammer appeared in his grasp. This sensation was utterly extraordinary. Lin Dong could feel the close connection between the hammer and his consciousness. It was as if the weapon had become a second organ. With another thought, the hammer vanished, only to be replaced by a spear in the next moment. He could freely alter the weapon's form and appearance. Yes, this was magnificent. Lin Dong could not help but exclaim. This experience was exhilarating. Akin to acquiring a personal weapon of destiny. The weapon could be summoned into his being at will. Furthermore, it could transform according to the nature of the adversary he faced. This reward was nothing short of invincible. Once he regained his composure, Lin Dong took note of his attribute panel. Energy, 500. Strength, 110. Speed, 110. Constitution, 110. Mentality, 125. 130. The normal human benchmark is 10 points. Ability, B-level lightning manipulator. Level 1 evolver. Experience to level up, 14,100. His energy had indeed returned to full capacity. Lin Dong also observed a slight reduction in his mental energy. Summoning the exclusive weapon evidently required some mental expenditure. Understanding the rules and considerations involved, Lin Dong stored his exclusive weapon away. He retrieved his phone to check the time. then rose and approached the door. Placing his hand on the lock, he retracted his lightning ability before opening the door. Upon hearing the sound, Zhao Waner hurried to Lin Dong's side. Dong Gu. Chapter 46. The Shadow Stalker. After receiving his reward, Lin Dong was in high spirits. His gaze towards Zhao Wana becoming increasingly gentle. Under Lin Dong's tender gaze, Zhao Wana felt her cheeks flush and instinctively lowered her head. Dong Gu. What do you want to do? Lin Dong gently lifted Zhao Waner's chin and pressed his lips firmly against hers. After a moment of slight resistance, she ultimately melted into his embrace. The following morning, Lin Dong awoke early. He glanced at the still slumbering Zhao Waner, tenderly arranging her hair. She looked peaceful and beautiful in her sleep. Unable to resist, he planted a soft kiss on her fair cheek. Zhao Waner murmured sleepily, "No, you naughty rogue. My waist hurts." Hearing her dream talk, Lin Dong stood up awkwardly. It seemed that his physique had indeed become increasingly robust. He mused to himself that perhaps it was time for Zhao Waner to become an evolved being as well. Otherwise, she would struggle to keep up with his vigor. After exiting the bedroom, Lin Dong set about preparing breakfast. Remembering the rewards he had received the night before, he summoned his exclusive weapon. With a mere thought, a blue short blade materialized in his hand. He wielded the blade, testing its feel, akin to a child with a new toy, continuously altering the weapon's shape. The sensation was simply marvelous. Unbeknownst to him, his mental energy began to wane significantly. Spirit, 93-130. Once he sheathed the weapon, Lin Dong's excitement calmed considerably. At that moment, he heard soft footsteps coming from the staircase. Li Sanming peeked his head around the corner, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. "Commander, you're awake." Lin Dong turned to Li Sanming with a smile, asking, "What's the matter? Why are you so happy? Have you activated your abilities?" Upon hearing Lin Dong's guess, Li Sanming nodded eagerly. "Yes, Commander, you guessed it. I have truly activated my abilities. I am now an evolved being." Lin Dong observed Li Sanming closely, attempting to sense his energy fluctuations, but regrettably, he could not perceive any indication that Li Sanming had become an evolved being. Curiously, Lin Dong inquired, "What is your ability? It must be of a stealth nature, right?" Li Sanming gasped, "Commander, how did you know? My ability is S-Class Shadow Stalker. I tested it last night, and this skill allows me to traverse freely in the dark. Even when standing before zombies, they cannot see or sense my presence. Moreover, my physical attributes have tripled compared to an ordinary person. This feeling is simply exhilarating. I feel as though I am invincible in the night. My vision, sense of smell, and perception have all significantly enhanced. I felt no fatigue at all despite staying awake the entire night. I was on watch the whole time. I feel as if I was born for the night." Li Sanming continued to rave. "Last night, I practically roamed the entire neighborhood. I could stand next to others, and they wouldn't notice me at all. In the darkness, I could hear their breathing and heartbeats, yet they remained oblivious to my existence." Lin Dong patiently listened to Li Sanming's enthusiastic recounting before gently interrupting. "You should go eat first. We can chat more later." Lin Dong could sense Li Sanming's fervor, reminiscent of his own feelings upon awakening his powers. The sensation of suddenly transcending the ordinary and looking down upon others was something Lin Dong understood all too well. This excitement and thrill were beyond mere words to describe. However, from another perspective, the existence of evolved beings could also be seen as a calamity for ordinary people, as those like Li Sanming, upon gaining power, could be driven by desires and darker impulses, transforming them into something unrecognizable. Li Sanming, realizing he had been interrupted, fell silent, then bowed respectfully to Lin Dong. "Commander, thank you. I wish to follow you forever." "All right. No need to be overly sentimental. Hurry and go eat. We shall depart shortly," Lin Dong replied. Upon hearing this, Li Sanming paused momentarily and blurted out, "We're leaving soon? Sister-in-law, can we still leave today?" Realizing his slip, Li Sanming's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily explained, Commander, what I meant was..." Lin Dong also recognized that Li Sanming had overheard things she shouldn't have. Clearing his throat, he reassured her, "It's fine, she's in good health. No issues." Li Sanming, with her head bowed, softly said, "I'm sorry, Commander, I truly didn't mean to." "I'm so sorry." As she apologized, she hurriedly made her exit. Lin Dong sighed, understanding that Li Sanming had not intended to intrude, newly awakened to her abilities. Her heightened senses in the dark would naturally lead her to hear things she shouldn't. Once Li Sanming had left, Lin Dong carried the prepared breakfast into the bedroom. After placing it on the bedside table, he gently tucked a strand of hair behind Zhao Wanner's ear. As Zhao Wanner slowly awakened and saw Lin Dong, she immediately covered her face with the blanket. Noticing her reaction, Lin Dong chuckled. "What's wrong? Feeling bashful?" Zhao Wanner, wrapped in the blanket, peeked out her head and replied, "You should step out for a moment. I'm not dressed yet." "Oh, is that so? Then I must take the opportunity to admire the view," he said with a mischievous grin, licking his lips. Seeing Lin Dong's playful smile as he approached, Zhao Wanner tightened her blanket around herself. "No, you naughty boy. You scoundrel. Hurry and go out." After a playful tussle, the two finally emerged from the bedroom. Chapter 47. Team Black rose upon descending the stairs. Zhao Wanner was met with the cheerful gazes of her companions, instantly flushing with embarrassment. She playfully pinched Lin Dong's waist, clearly aware that their earlier playful banter had been overheard. Blushing, Zhao Wanner approached Sun Yu and linked arms with her. Sun Yu leaned in, whispering teasingly into Zhao Wanner's ear, eliciting a gentle swat on the arm from her friend. "How could you tease me like that?" Lin Dong, observing this exchange, was momentarily taken aback by the newfound intimacy between the two women. The intricacies of female friendship often eluded him. "All right, everyone," Lin Dong declared, his tone shifting to one of authority. "Training commences now. Shortly, I will lead you to the craft shop marked on the map, where you can select your desired weapons. For now, utilize these shovels, steel pipes, and pot lids." With that, he guided the group out of the villa, only to be greeted by the sight of a zombie staggering toward them. Drawing his short blade from his waist, Lin Dong approached the creature. Remember, ordinary zombies are not particularly fearsome. Simply destroy their brains. After piercing the zombie's skull, he retrieved a crystal from its brain. Tossing the gem to Li Sanming, he explained, "This crystal is an energy core found within the zombie's brain. It can be absorbed by evolvers. Consider it a treasure hidden within the undead. Always aim to destroy their brains for a definitive kill." Lin Dong continued, sharing strategies for dispatching zombies. The most efficient methods involve targeting their eye sockets or attacking from beneath the chin to sever their necks or pierce their brains from below. However, be cautious. Decapitating a zombie does not render it harmless, as the severed head can still bite. A bite from a zombie almost guarantees transformation. As Lin Dong eliminated zombies, he imparted various techniques for handling them. "Now, let us commence training. Pair up, with Li Sanming working solo." As the group split into pairs, Lin Dong remained centrally positioned, quietly guiding them through the nuances of combat. After defeating a zombie, retreat to your partner's side, ensuring your back is protected. When one of the team members nearly fell victim to a zombie's grasp, Lin Dong swiftly intervened, neutralizing the threat. Remember, zombies move slowly, and their primary action is to reach out and bite. Stay calm, evade their grasp, and strike at their brains during their vulnerable moments. You can also use a pot lid as a makeshift shield to deflect attacks. While the female team members appeared tense and flustered, Li Sanming displayed remarkable composure. Wielding a steel pipe in one hand and a shield in the other, dispatching zombies with ease. Under Lin Dong's careful instruction, the team's progress was nothing short of astonishing. Within merely half an hour, they had become adept at coordinating their efforts to eliminate zombies. Observing their progress, Lin Dong felt a sense of relief. He turned to Li Sanming, who was effortlessly taking down zombies. "Sanming, did you manage to come up with a name for the team?" After dispatching a zombie, Li Sanming kicked its corpse aside and confidently replied, "We have two names, Team Black Rose and Team Hunters." Upon hearing these options, Lin Dong decisively announced, "Let it be Black Rose. It has a certain resonance." As they made their way, the pace slowed. Approaching the entrance of the neighborhood, a group of individuals stealthily peeked out from beside Villa 1. The barriers surrounding the villa were clearly well-crafted, and within, over 20 people armed with various weapons glared menacingly at Lin Dong and his team. These individuals exuded ill intent, yet Lin Dong remained unfazed, even smiling. Perfect timing for Team Black Rose to witness the darker side of humanity in this apocalypse. However, he quickly realized he had underestimated the situation. Having endured the abuses of the likes of Li Hu, these women were all too aware of human depravity. As Lin Dong and his group reached Villa 1, the individuals indeed rushed out to confront them. The leader, a burly man, puffed out his chest upon noticing the predominance of women in Lin Dong's group. "Hand over all your backpacks." The Black Rose members regarded the men with a mix of wariness and disdain. It was evident that they harbored deep-seated animosity towards these men. Lin Dong, however, exhibited no such aversion. The hostility and contempt from Team Black Rose towards the men were palpable. "Commander, what should we do?" One member asked, urgency in her voice. Give us the order. We are unafraid. Another member spat. These men are disgusting. What else do they know but pillaging? Lin Dong surveyed the group of over 20 men and, after a moment's contemplation, turned to Li Sanming. Sanming, I leave this matter to you. Share your thoughts. Shall we fight, negotiate, or surrender? Forget my presence. Consider me invisible. How should Team Black Rose proceed in this scenario? Li Sanming's eyes glinted with determination. She clenched her fists, resolute. We must eliminate them. Chapter 48. The Devil, Li Sanming at this moment. The burly leader observed that the crowd did not lower their backpacks, but instead engaged in hushed conversations. He immediately shouted, Hey, you have 5 seconds to drop your weapons and surrender all your supplies. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. A lewd grin spread across his face as he spoke. Lin Dong glanced at the burly man and then at Li Sanming, saying, Very well. If you believe your 7 men can overpower us, then give the order. Upon hearing the burly man's words, a fierce glint appeared in Li Sanming's eyes. Stepping out from the crowd, he whispered, Wait for my signal. We will charge together and eliminate them. With that, Li Sanming advanced to stand before the burly man. Seeing Li Sanming approach, the leader's face twisted into a lewd smile. Ha ha ha, little girl, what is this? Are you their leader? Where is that man? Is he a coward hiding away? My dear, you should just come with us. A bunch of women trailing after a pretty boy is utterly dull. Stick with me, and I will show you what a real man is like. The men behind him erupted into laughter. Ha. Indeed, our leader is quite the specimen. He'll surely make you happy and satisfied. Ha. Little ladies, you should just join us. We'll take good care of you. Ha. TSK. How wretched it must be for you to support a pretty boy. Come with us, and you'll relish the experience. Listening to their vulgar banter, a flicker of disgust welled up in Li Sanming's eyes, but she swiftly masked it. With a sinister smile directed at the burly leader, she said, Very well. Let us do this. Upon hearing her words, the burly man's expression grew even more depraved, and he reached out towards Li Sanming's face. Just as his hand was about to make contact, a fierce glint ignited in Li Sanming's eyes. Unknown to him, Li Sanming had already tightened her grip around a fruit knife. In the next moment, she thrust it violently into the burly man's neck. Li Sanming's speed was astonishing. Her arm blurred with a shadow that rendered her nearly invisible to the naked eye. Witnessing her explosive speed, Lin Dong was taken aback. In that instant, Li Sanming's velocity seemed to surpass even his own. Indeed, Li Sanming's prowess was undeniably formidable. A former assassin of legend, her reputation was well-deserved. No wonder she possessed an S-class ability. Such swiftness could only have been achieved through her extraordinary powers. While Lin Dong was astounded, the others present were still oblivious to the situation. They couldn't even comprehend how Li Sanming had executed her move. The burly man, as the direct participant, never anticipated that the seemingly weak girl before him would strike with such lethal intent. In fact, he had failed to recognize that Li Sanming was not his prey, but a ferocious beast, a cold-blooded viper. The burly man barely registered a flash of darkness before he felt the cold steel of a fruit knife at his neck. Even as he collapsed to the ground, he couldn't fathom why a knife had suddenly appeared there, nor how this seemingly gentle girl had instantaneously taken his life. As he fell, clutching his neck, blood gushed forth uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the men behind him stood there, dumbfounded. While they were lost in shock, Li Sanming was not. She seized a steel pipe and charged at the others. Black Rose team, eliminate these beasts. After dispatching another man, the members of the Black Rose joined her with fervor. Meanwhile, the opposing group had been utterly paralyzed by fear. They couldn't comprehend how their leader had met his demise. Just moments into the confrontation, 2 of their strongest had inexplicably fallen, and the instigator was a seemingly frail woman. The staggering disparity and incredibility filled them with confusion and shock. This sense of the unknown birthed profound terror. In an instant, these men scattered, fleeing for their lives. Run. She is a monster. Hurry. This woman is a devil. An enchantress. Run. She is definitely a superhuman. Flee for your lives. Don't push me. Run. Quickly, they are superhumans. Retreat. As the opposing side fled in terror, the members of the Black Rose felt emboldened. Lin Dong stood at a distance, quietly observing, unable to suppress a gentle shake of his head. He had initially intended to use this opportunity to train the Black Rose members, but he hadn't anticipated their utter lack of resilience. They were nothing but a disorganized mob, devoid of any combat capability. After chasing a short distance, The Black Rose members dispatched 2 more men who had been trampled by the panicking crowd. Hearing the agonized cries of the men, the others didn't dare look back. Instead, they quickened their pace. Once they had routed their foes, Li Saming exhaled deeply. "Commander, should we continue the pursuit or just move on?" Lin Dong glanced at the scattered, fleeing mob, feeling no inclination to pursue. "Forget it, they are merely refuse. Let us proceed." Upon arriving at the entrance of the Lanting Villa district, they were met with a street teeming with zombies, causing the members of Black Rose to feel a sense of dread. The sheer number of zombies outside was overwhelming, stretching as far as the eye could see. Had it not been for the iron gate restraining the countless undead, the interior of Lanting Villa would have become even more perilous. Lin Dong assessed the relentless tide of zombies and began to strategize their route. "Listen closely. Once we step outside, no one is to fall behind. We must exercise utmost caution. Everyone must be fully alert. We will cross this street and move through the community on the opposite side, where the density of zombies will be significantly lower. However, there may be survivors nearby, so we must remain vigilant and silent within the community. No noise is permitted, not even whispers. If we attract a horde, all of you will perish." Having quickly issued his instructions, Lin Dong waved his hand. "Let us go." Chapter 49. Choices and Desperation. As Lin Dong and his companions opened the side gate of the villa area and exited the community, a horde of zombies immediately surged towards them. The Black Rose squad maintained their formation, methodically and steadily dispatching the undead. Lin Dong, ever vigilant, occasionally struck down zombies, his methods becoming increasingly adept, effortlessly extracting the crystal from each zombie's brain upon killing. Witnessing this, Li Saming could not help but feel a profound admiration for Lin Dong. His movements were fluid and unencumbered, exuding an air of ease as he dispatched the zombies. The members of Black Rose, observing Lin Dong's prowess, felt a renewed sense of confidence. As the group trudged forward, the encroaching zombies began to weigh heavily on their spirits, gradually instilling a sense of fatigue and trepidation among them. The overwhelming swarm of zombies created an intense psychological pressure for each individual, making it all too easy for one's resolve to shatter in such dire circumstances. If one's inner strength faltered, facing this horde could lead to a catastrophic demise. At that moment, an unforeseen incident occurred. A tremendous explosion erupted at the community entrance. Boom! A vehicle parked at the entrance suddenly detonated. The overwhelming shockwave and fiery brilliance jolted everyone's senses. Lin Dong felt compelled to divert his attention towards the explosion site. There, a Mercedes engulfed in flames captured his gaze. His keen instincts led him to notice a group of men peering from a 5th-floor window. Among them, one young man held a somewhat battered tin can, a makeshift bomb. The thought struck Lin Dong like lightning, sending a chill down his spine. Upon glancing at the youth, he discerned that he appeared quite young, resembling a university student. Upstairs, Zheng Qi observed the explosion-triggered chaos below, quickly assessing the distracted zombies. "Perfect. The horde below is diverted. Let us move swiftly. The people down there should help draw the zombies' attention. This is a twofold advantage. Remember, we must first raid the supermarket for supplies. Take as much as you can carry, then return to our base immediately," Zheng Qi shouted, and the others hastily pushed open the door. Racing downstairs, the explosive blast drew the surrounding zombies towards the source of the commotion, placing Lin Dong and his companions in an increasingly perilous situation. As the relentless tide of zombies surged forth, a profound sense of despair enveloped the group. Finally, a long-haired woman could no longer withstand the psychological strain. Overwhelmed by fear, she cried out, "I can't take it anymore," and sprinted towards the nearest dessert shop. Her sudden flight spurred another woman, who had been fighting alongside her, to abandon her post as well. "I don't want to die. I want to live," she shouted, closely following the long-haired woman. With the departure of these 2 women, panic spread among the remaining members of Black Rose. They glanced between Lin Dong and the fleeing duo, and soon 2 more women succumbed to fear and joined the frantic escape. "Hey, don't run. Have you forgotten the commander's orders?" Li Saming's desperate calls fell on deaf ears. Faced with the grim reality of survival, the newly formed Black Rose squad scattered in disarray. In this dire moment, the hope of survival outweighed any command or allegiance to the team. After swiftly dispatching 2 zombies, Lin Dong turned to the remaining members. "Now, only Li Saming and Sun Yu chose not to flee. Sun Yu and Zhao Wen'er stood back to back, valiantly continuing their fight against the undead. Zhao Wen'er, resolute in her faith in Lin Dong, had developed an unwavering trust and reliance on him after their shared experiences. It seemed that as long as Lin Dong was present, no danger or trouble could prevail. Sun Yu, unwilling to abandon her post, felt bolstered by Zhao Wan-er's determination, which infused her with courage. Li Sanming, too, had completely surrendered to Lin Dong's leadership, bolstered by her status as an evolved being, possessing her own hidden strengths. As the zombies closed in, Zhao Wan-er anxiously inquired, "Dong-ge, what do we do now?" Li Sanming, equally alarmed by the relentless tide of zombies, urged, "Commander, please give us a command. What should we do?" At that moment, Lin Dong had already devised a plan to extricate them from their current predicament. He was not one to recklessly seek death. His mind was churning with strategies. Spotting an abandoned bread truck nearby, he called out, "Follow me. Let us take refuge in the bread truck." Without hesitation, he summoned his exclusive weapon, a long knife crackling with blue arcs of electricity. Leading the charge towards the truck, Lin Dong brandished the knife, slicing through the necks of the approaching zombies with extraordinary precision. The weapon, imbued with his abilities, proved devastatingly sharp, cleaving through the zombies as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The sight of multiple zombie heads tumbling to the ground invigorated the spirits of Li Sanming and the others. Incredible. Lin Dong's strength is astounding. At that moment, they had no thoughts to spare for the origins of the remarkably sharp knife. They only knew that Lin Dong represented their sole hope for survival. Li Sanming and the others struggled against the advancing horde, their spirits wearing thin from prolonged concentration. Yet, bolstered by Lin Dong's fierce onslaught, they soon reached the bread truck. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Dong transformed his weapon from a knife into a whip, infusing it with electric energy that crackled with blue lightning. Its power surged exponentially, ready to face the impending threat. Chapter 50. Level 1 Zombie Lin Dong wielded his long whip, sweeping it horizontally, causing the zombies struck by it to be cleaved in two. In an instant, a brief vacuum zone appeared around the van. Lin Dong flung open the car door, turned around, and swiftly pulled Zhao Wan-er and Sun Yu inside the van. His speed was astonishing. By the time Zhao Wan-er and the others registered what had happened, they were already seated within the vehicle. Following this, Lin Dong again swung his whip, clearing the zombies in front of Li Sanming with remarkable efficiency. A flash of blue electricity surged through, splitting the zombies before Li Sanming into halves, leaving him utterly astounded. Lin Dong pushed Li Sanming towards the side of the van, shouting, "Get in. Stay still inside the vehicle and wait for me." Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Li Sanming momentarily froze. "Commander, what are you planning to do?" "I'm going to attract the zombies. You all stay hidden in the van." Li Sanming immediately responded with determination. "No, Commander, I'm going with you." Lin Dong shot him a glance, then abruptly shoved Li Sanming back into the van. "That's an order. No resistance allowed." Just as the door closed, zombies swarmed around, relentlessly pounding on the van's windows. Witnessing this scene, Li Sanming furrowed his brow deeply, yet felt powerless to exit. Forcing the door open now would equate to a death sentence. At this moment, the three individuals inside the van could only pray for Lin Dong's safety, hoping he could create a miracle and lure the zombies away. Lin Dong transformed his weapon into a short knife again. With no more worries weighing on him, he felt a newfound lightness. In an instant, Lin Dong activated the Thunder Step, doubling his speed. He deftly maneuvered through the horde of zombies, sprinting towards a nearby small parking lot. His speed was so swift that the surrounding zombies could not even touch him. Confronted by obstructing zombies, Lin Dong simply dispatched them with a short knife and continued on his way. A streak of blue lightning darted through the horde. Soon, Lin Dong arrived at the small parking lot, distancing himself from Zhao Wan-er and the others in the van. With ease, he slashed the fuel tank of a car with his short knife, then retrieved a lighter from his pocket. After igniting the lighter and tossing it into the fuel tank, Lin Dong sprinted towards a distant building with all his might. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, accompanied by a wave of heat that struck Lin Dong's back. He dared not slow down, continuing to race towards the distance. At this moment, Lin Dong felt as if he were riding on lightning, desperately propelling himself forward. Boom! Boom! Two more explosions resonated as the vehicles ignited, setting off a chain reaction in the parking lot. The zombies were drawn in by the immense noise and flames, slowly congregating towards the site. Boom! Another explosion occurred, obliterating several zombies into a gruesome mess. Reaching the building, Lin Dong leaped lightly to the second-floor window. From this vantage point, he surveyed the entire street. Observing the movements of the zombie horde, the series of vehicle explosions had attracted all the zombies, and in just a few minutes, the number of zombies near Li Sanming would significantly decrease. It seemed this strategy of drawing the enemy away was effective. However, Lin Dong still felt a lingering unease as he gazed at the dense wave of zombies. Just then, a peculiar zombie caught his attention. This zombie did not follow the horde towards the explosion site, but instead headed in the direction of Li Sanming and the others. Clearly, this was a level 1 evolved zombie. Witnessing this, Lin Dong frowned and took out his walkie-talkie. "Hello, Warner, can you hear me?" "Hello, Dong-gu. I can hear you. Where are you now?" Li Sanming eagerly grabbed the walkie-talkie. "Commander, where are you? Do you need assistance? We'll come find you immediately. Don't act rashly. Listen to me. A level 1 zombie is heading your way. This zombie is somewhat extraordinary, so be extra cautious. The van won't withstand its attack. Stay alert and wait for me. Protect the two of them." After retracting the walkie-talkie, Lin Dong glanced at the horde of zombies below. The number of zombies had significantly decreased, with most of them converging towards the parking lot. After jumping down from the second floor, Lin Dong made his way towards Li Sanming and the others. Meanwhile, Zhao Wan'er and the others were huddled inside the van, lowering their voices as they observed the surrounding zombies. Li Sanming was nervously gripping his fruit knife, vigilantly watching the approaching hordes. At that moment, Zhao Wan'er suddenly pointed towards a nearby dessert shop. "Look, it's them. There are still 2 alive. They're still here." Li Sanming followed Zhao Wan'er and indeed saw 2 women still surviving inside the dessert shop. He also noticed the remnants of scattered corpses and torn clothing at the entrance. Additionally, he observed that the 2 women were injured. As an evolved being, Li Sanming had excellent vision and could see that bandages were wrapped around their shoulders and arms, indicating they had sustained injuries. Whether they had been bitten by a zombie remained uncertain. While Li Sanming was still observing carefully, the top of the van suddenly felt heavy. It seemed something had leapt onto the roof. A moment later, there was a sound of metal distorting. The noise was jarring, as if a hard object was scraping against the metal. Li Sanming gripped his fruit knife tightly, crouching down. He heightened his senses, becoming increasingly tense. Crack! Suddenly, a claw pierced through the roof, revealing blood-black nails. However, at that moment, a sound of shattering glass came from the direction of the dessert shop, capturing the attention of the level 1 zombie. The van's roof sank again as the level 1 zombie leapt down and dashed towards the dessert shop. Witnessing the level 1 zombie being drawn away, Li Sanming exhaled a long sigh of relief. The 3 of them kept a close watch on the dessert shop. Upon reaching the entrance of the dessert shop, the level 1 zombie effortlessly swatted away the ordinary zombies blocking the door. It then crashed directly into the dessert shop, shattering the glass into a million pieces. Immediately, screams and cries echoed from within the dessert shop. Help! There's a monster. Run! Is anyone there? Can anyone save us? Oh my god! There's a monster. Please, save me. I don't want to die." As Li Sanming and the others held their breath, anxiously watching the dessert shop, a sudden sound of knocking on the glass broke through the tension. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 51. A journey of vengeance. The trio immediately turned in terror, only to relax once more upon recognizing Lin Dong, who stood outside the van, waving at them. They soon noticed that Lin Dong had nearly cleared the zombies surrounding the vehicle. After Zhao Wan'er alighted from the van, she rushed into Lin Dong's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears. "Oh, Dong-gu, you scared me to death. I'm so grateful you're here." Li Sanming and Sun Yu, though less exuberant than Zhao Wan'er, gazed at Lin Dong with immense gratitude and admiration. Before they could utter a word, a piercing scream echoed from the dessert shop. Oh. The last remaining woman stumbled out of the shop, clutching her neck, blood seeping profusely from multiple wounds. Fueled by adrenaline, she managed to escape the dessert shop just in time. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the others, a flicker of hope illuminated her face. "Ming Jia, officer, please save me. I don't want to die yet." However, the moment her spirit relaxed upon seeing them, she could no longer sustain herself and collapsed to the ground. Another howl erupted from the dessert shop as a level 1 zombie burst forth. Seeing a level 1 zombie for the first time, Li Sanming and the others were overwhelmed with dread. There was indeed a stark difference between it and a regular zombie. The level 1 zombie was significantly larger, and its teeth and claws appeared exceedingly sharp. Most notably, its eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Lin Dong assessed the level 1 zombie, sensing it had only recently evolved. "Sanming, do you have the confidence to kill it?" Feeling a surge of determination, Li Sanming replied. "Officer, I can give it a try. Go ahead. This zombie has just evolved. As long as you give it your all, it won't be your match. Rest assured, I'm here for you." Upon hearing those last three words, warmth surged within Li Saming, bolstering his courage as he charged towards the level 1 zombie. Lin Dong turned to Zhao Wan'er and Sun Yu. Keep a vigilant watch for the surrounding zombies. Do not let your focus wane. Coordinate well. Once Saming handles this, we will leave immediately. This area is too open, and zombies will continue to wander back. Prioritize your safety. After receiving their orders, Sun Yu and Zhao Wan'er immediately positioned themselves back to back, ready for any impending threats. Following this ordeal, Lin Dong's leadership stature and Sun Yu's mind soared to new heights. His words and commands had become even more authoritative and indisputable. At the dessert shop entrance, the level 1 zombie roared as it charged towards Li Saming. With a powerful leap, the zombie lunged at him. Li Saming, unyielding, activated his abilities, his speed multiplying 2- or 3-fold. Dodging the zombie's claws, he swiftly aimed a fruit knife at its eye. Li Saming moved with such speed that the level 1 zombie could hardly react. The knife pierced the zombie's eye socket, eliciting a pained roar. Yet, the level 1 zombie did not fall. Instead, it became even more ferocious and frenzied. Having lost his weapon, Li Saming could only evade the zombie's claws. Witnessing this scene, Lin Dong no longer hesitated and rushed towards the zombie. Upon closing in, he summoned his exclusive weapon and swiftly plunged it into the zombie's head. The crystal within the zombie's brain flew out, easily caught by Lin Dong. After dispatching the zombie, Lin Dong tossed the crystal to Li Saming. Well done. However, your weapon was rather inadequate. Let us go. Just as Lin Dong prepared to lead Li Saming and the others away, the woman who had collapsed on the ground rasped, "Help, please save me. I beg you." Lin Dong halted, glancing at the woman. "Your will to live is remarkably tenacious. I did not expect you to still be alive." At this moment, her eyes had changed color, a blood-red hue gradually overtaking her pupils. She was on the verge of transformation. Seeing his former comrade in such a state, Li Saming sighed heavily. "If I had known this would happen, we wouldn't have tried to save you." It was evident to him that the woman had been bitten by a zombie, her numerous wounds signifying her fate was sealed. Lin Dong pulled the fruit knife from the zombie's head and handed it to Li Saming. "Regardless, she was once our teammate. Let us assist her." Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the woman displayed no fear in her eyes, only a hint of relief. "Thank you." After receiving the knife, Li Saming did not hesitate. He delivered the woman from her suffering, granting her a merciful end. "Let us move. We have a score to settle." Li Saming was momentarily taken aback. "A vendetta?" Lin Dong smiled, pointing at the charred remains of a Mercedes-Benz. "Do you think that vehicle exploded on its own? Come, I know how to track them down. They cannot escape. This is the price they must pay." Upon entering the adjacent high-rise residential community, they quickly made a discovery. At the entrance of a supermarket, several zombies were feasting on a corpse. Lin Dong merely glanced at it, instantly discerning that the body had only recently succumbed, no more than 20 minutes prior. Surveying the area, Lin Dong's gaze landed on a 3-story residence. It appeared inhabited, with newspapers plastered across the windows and curtains drawn tight. Notably, the bottom left corner of one window was devoid of newspaper, indicative of someone observing the outside world. Having identified their target, Lin Dong made his way towards the building. After dispatching a few stray zombies, he entered the premises. Ascending to the 3rd floor, he knocked on the door. "Open up. I know you're in there." The room was eerily silent, yet Lin Dong could distinctly hear heavy breathing within. "I do not wish to force my way in, but you must open this door." Finally, a voice emerged from within. "I'm sorry, please leave immediately. We do not wish to cause any trouble, but if you choose to be forceful, we are not to be trifled with. There are over a dozen men in here." Lin Dong chuckled at the man's words. "No, there are only 3 of you in total, and one of you is a child. You pose no threat." Chapter 52. The distribution of power in the community. "Therefore, you are not in a position to negotiate with me. Open the door immediately. I have no desire to take a life. I merely seek to gather some information." Upon realizing that Lin Dong had accurately deduced the situation within the room, the man grew increasingly apprehensive. He clutched the kitchen knife tightly, trembling uncontrollably. "Feel free to ask your questions here. I shall reiterate. Open the door." This time, Lin Dong's tone was assertive, leaving no room for doubt. The man gulped, still stubbornly refusing. "I'm sorry. Please leave at once." Seeing this, Lin Dong ceased his futile attempts at conversation, extending his hand towards the door lock and employing his supernatural abilities. A surge of electricity erupted from his hand, instantly melting the lock. As Lin Dong pushed the door open, the family of 3 inside stood in stunned silence. The man instinctively raised his knife, assuming a defensive posture. What do you want? Leave now, or you will regret it. Lin Dong effortlessly disarmed the man, taking the knife from his grasp. Relax. From this moment forth, do not seek your own demise. We will only stay a short while before departing. He tossed the kitchen knife onto a nearby cabinet and strolled casually into the dimly lit living room. All the windows were obscured by newspapers. Upon entering, Li Sanming and his companions did not emulate Lin Dong's nonchalance. Instead, they offered polite smiles. I apologize for the intrusion. Please rest assured, we mean no harm. Noticing the goodwill emanating from Li Sanming and his companions, the man felt somewhat reassured. He shifted his stance, positioning his wife and child behind him, and cautiously inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Lin Dong glanced at the clock on the wall. "Do not worry. We simply wish to rest for a moment and inquire about the local situation." With that, he retrieved a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack and placed them on the coffee table. "Consider this a compensation for the damage to your door lock." The sight of the biscuits caused the young boy's eyes to light up, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Observing the child's reaction, Lin Dong tossed the biscuits to him and said to Li Sanming and his companions, "Please, sit down and rest. We will eat, take an hour to recuperate, and then set off." The man's wife, hearing Lin Dong's words, murmured, "I'm sorry, but we have very little food left. It won't suffice for all of us." Zhao Wanner waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine. We have food of our own, so no need for concern." Lin Dong beckoned the man over. "Come, I have some questions for you." After a moment's hesitation, the man nervously approached Lin Dong. Noticing the man's evident anxiety, Lin Dong smiled and waved his hand. "Sit down. Do not just stand there foolishly. Rest assured, I am not a zombie, nor will I devour you alive." However, Lin Dong's words did little to ease the man's vigilance. Instead, he stood even more rigidly. Lin Dong sighed, choosing not to dwell on the matter. "I trust you heard the explosion earlier? Tell me, where did that group who raided the supermarket go?" Upon hearing Lin Dong's inquiry, the man immediately retorted, "Are you referring to the Zheng family army?" "Yes." "Please elaborate on this Zheng family army. Who is their leader, and where is their stronghold?" The man took a deep breath and began. "The leader of the Zheng family army is named Zheng Kuan. He is a drifter. After the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, he gathered a group of local ruffians to form the Zheng family army. Their hideout is in the large building at the center of the community." Lin Dong produced a pack of cigarettes, lighting one for himself before offering it to the man. "Is that so? I previously encountered a university student. He must possess some chemical knowledge, correct? That explosion was likely his doing." The man's eyes gleamed with a strong desire as he accepted the cigarette. Quickly igniting it and taking a deep drag, he inhaled deeply several times, swiftly finishing the cigarette. Lin Dong, observing this, tossed the box to the man. The man cautiously retrieved another cigarette, lighting it immediately and greedily savoring the nicotine's pleasure. After indulging his craving, he continued, "I know who you're talking about. His name is Zheng Qi, Zheng Kuan's brother, and indeed, he is a university student. These two brothers are complementary. One is scholarly, the other brawny. This is one reason the Zheng family army has been able to quickly amass followers." Lin Dong nodded slightly. "Is there any additional information? How many members does this Zheng family army have? Are there any superpowered individuals among them?" The man glanced at Lin Dong, lighting a third cigarette. "The Zheng family army comprises over 30 individuals, though I have not heard of any superpowered members. However, it seems Zheng Kuan possesses a firearm. A gun? Where did he acquire it? I cannot say. Nevertheless, speaking of superpowered individuals, I recall one. There is indeed a superpowered individual within our community. His name is Wang Chao, and he has gathered many followers." Intrigued by the revelation of a superpowered being in the community, Lin Dong asked, "What is Wang Chao's power?" "I cannot say for certain, but I have heard he possesses immense strength, capable of lifting a refrigerator with one hand. I also heard that he once crushed 2 individuals to death with a refrigerator." Lin Dong pondered for a moment before continuing his inquiry. "Has Wang Chao ever sought to absorb the Zheng family army? Have they coexisted peacefully?" At the mention of these two factions, the man suddenly became animated. "Peaceful coexistence? That is utterly impossible. They are in constant conflict, frequently resulting in casualties. However, they have reached an agreement, dividing the community in two. The eastern side belongs to the Zheng family army, while the western side is under Wang Chao's control. Neither faction is virtuous. They are all just bullies, robbing food and women alike. Damn." As the man grew increasingly animated, he couldn't help but curse. Having gathered sufficient information, Lin Dong tossed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to the man. All right. We will leave shortly after we finish our meal. Lin Dong retrieved supplies from his backpack, beckoning Zhao Wanner and the other women. Sit down and rest for a bit. After our meal, we shall set off. As Li Sanming and his companions settled down, they too began to produce various simple food items from their packs. The man's family watched this scene, unable to suppress their hunger as they swallowed hard. After a moment, the man's wife ladled out 3 meager bowls of thin gruel. Chapter 53. Reserve and Dignity. As Lin Dong observed the meager lunch of the family of 3, memories of his past life flooded his mind. This thin gruel, a concoction of minimal flour and water, was reminiscent of the desperate sustenance that emerged in times of scarcity, embodying the essence of a post-apocalyptic existence. The family, while consuming their meager meal, cast longing glances at the assortment of biscuits, bread, and jerky held by Lin Dong and his companions. Eventually, the man's wife fixated her gaze on their sizable backpacks, her eyes igniting with fervent desire. Unable to withstand the family's yearning looks, Sun Yu was the first to relent. She retrieved 3 bags of bread from her backpack and offered them to the little boy. Here, take this, she said. Observing this act, Zhao Wanner frowned. Sister Yu, she said, shaking her head in disapproval. Taken aback by Zhao Wanner's intervention, Sun Yu looked at her in confusion. Zhao Wanner quickly explained, Sister Yu, our resources are limited. We cannot save them. They must fend for themselves. The man, upon hearing Zhao Wanner's words, cast a dim glance at his wife, who, with unwavering resolve, continued to gaze at Lin Dong and his backpack. The little boy, with innocent desperation in his eyes, prompted Sun Yu to finally hand over the bread. Here, take it. The boy excitedly dashed back to his parents, fearful that it might be taken from him. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Wanner sighed and glanced at Lin Dong. He observed everything quietly, yet he remained silent, internally formulating his own plans. After their meal, the man's wife was the first to return to the bedroom. Moments later, she emerged, clad in clean, neat attire. Lin Dong noticed her subtle glances directed at him, which he chose to ignore, curious about her intentions. After a while, she entered the kitchen and brought 2 cups of water to her husband and child. The man, once he drank, felt dizzy but was reluctant to sleep with Lin Dong and the others present. Ultimately, he succumbed to drowsiness and slumped into a chair. Once her husband and child were asleep, the woman approached Lin Dong with water in hand. May I speak with you privately? She inquired, placing the jug on the table and fixing her gaze on him, winking suggestively. Lin Dong glanced at the unconscious man in the chair, smirking slightly. Observing the woman's alluring figure and then looking at Zhao Wanner and the others, he casually lit a cigarette, leaning back on the sofa with a playful demeanor. Undress, he commanded. Stunned by Lin Dong's directness, the woman froze. Zhao Wanner and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. After a brief pause, the woman, blushing, replied, Could you come to the bedroom with me? At this, Sun Yu and Li Sanming immediately turned to Zhao Wanner, fully aware of the implications of her words. Zhao Wanner understood as well but refrained from voicing her objections, instead watching Lin Dong for his reaction. Lin Dong shook his head with a smile. Right here. Undress. This made Sun Yu uneasy. Sir, this isn't right. Li Sanming looked at Lin Dong awkwardly, seeking clarity on his intentions. Zhao Wanner, closest to Lin Dong, regarded him with a blend of confusion and bewilderment. She recognized his hedonistic nature, knowing that if he desired a liaison with the woman, he likely would have already retreated to the bedroom, indifferent to the feelings of others. Deep down, Zhao Wanner understood that she could not hold Lin Dong, for his striking looks and formidable prowess would undoubtedly attract many women eager to win his favor. She was acutely aware that this was no longer a society governed by law. In this apocalyptic world, it was entirely natural for powerful men to be pursued by women. In this dire landscape, survival was paramount, often necessitating reliance on oneself or on those with greater strength. Zhao Wanner did not expect Lin Dong to remain devoted to her alone, recognizing the futility of such hopes. Lin Dong disregarded Sun Yu's objections and avoided looking at Zhao Wanner. I am not forcing you. If you wish to heed my words, then undress. If not, I will not compel you. We can leave this place immediately. With that, he turned to organize his backpack. Sun Yu exhaled deeply upon hearing Lin Dong's words. Fine. We will leave at once. Yet, at that moment, the woman reached for her collar. Wait. I will undress. Thus, before Sun Yu and the others. The woman shed all semblance of reserve and dignity, methodically removing her garments. Lin Dong's expression remained impassive, devoid of surprise or emotion. As he shifted his gaze towards Sun Yu, Li Saming and Zhao Wana hung their heads, unable to bear the sight. Just as the woman was about to remove her undergarments, Lin Dong interjected, "Enough. Stop. I understand what you desire." As he spoke, he placed 3 bags of compressed biscuits on the table. "Thank you for the valuable lesson you've imparted to my companions. You may now put your clothes back on." The woman hesitated and then slowly replied, "I am aware of your capabilities. What I wish to know is whether you could take me away from here. I am willing to follow you, to serve you in any capacity." Lin Dong, upon hearing her words, sighed with a smile. "I'm afraid that is not possible. I never travel with burdens, and should you accompany me, you would inevitably meet your demise. Most importantly, I already have a woman." Zhao Wanner's eyes lit up with gratitude upon hearing Lin Dong's declaration. The woman's expression darkened, yet she did not concede defeat. A newfound determination surged within her as she suddenly knelt before Zhao Wanner and the others. "Sisters, I implore you to take me with you. Please, I beg you. I vow to serve you for life, with no ulterior motives." Chapter 54. Exile of Sun Yu. "I will surely perish if I remain here. I implore you," the woman pleaded. Lin Dong observed her in silence, offering no words of comfort. Noticing the lack of sympathy from Zhao Wanner and the others, the woman continued, "My husband often beats me, and he has even threatened to cook me when food runs out. I am truly terrified. Please, save me." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves to reveal her wounds. "Sisters, look, I am frequently beaten and bullied. I beg you to take me with you." Upon hearing that the man intended to consume her, Zhao Wanner and the others were taken aback with hesitation and shock. Li Saming and Sun Yu turned their gazes towards Zhao Wanner. Ultimately, Zhao Wanner looked to Lin Dong. "Brother Dong, I will follow your lead." Lin Dong, shouldering his backpack, rose to his feet. "Let us depart." His eyes reflected neither hesitation nor pity. After Zhao Wanner slung her bag over her shoulder, she cast a deep glance at the woman. "I'm sorry, but we cannot assist you." Li Saming pondered for a moment before picking up a kitchen knife from the cabinet and offering it to the woman. "Take care of yourself. You can only rely on yourself." As Lin Dong and the others made their exit, Sun Yu had no choice but to follow suit. The woman, seemingly deflated, collapsed onto the living room floor, her eyes filled with confusion. Sun Yu caught up with Lin Dong, hesitating before gently grasping his arm. "Commander, don't you think we should help this woman? If she stays, she will surely die." Lin Dong glanced at Sun Yu, unable to stifle a derisive laugh. "How can you be certain the woman is not lying? Do you think her foolish? She is far more cunning than you perceive." The moment she discarded her so-called dignity to strip herself bare, it revealed her true nature. Turning to Sun Yu, he continued, "By the way, the Black Rose team is effectively defunct now, and you are free. If you wish, you may stay here to assist this family, and I will not hinder you. You may offer all your provisions to them. However, your resources are limited, and you will need to venture out to scavenge for supplies to support them. If you choose this path, go ahead. I respect and admire your decision. Now, you may leave." Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Sun Yu's expression darkened. She was not naive. She understood that Lin Dong was mocking her. "I'm sorry, Commander, I realize my mistake." But Lin Dong shook his head. "No, you are not at fault. I mean it. Listen carefully. Your mindset makes it clear that you do not belong in our team. It is time for you to depart." Lin Dong's serious gaze left no room for debate. Sun Yu, noticing Lin Dong's stern demeanor, immediately lowered her head. "I'm sorry, Commander. I truly understand my error. Please forgive me. I will never oppose you again, truly." Seeing Lin Dong genuinely angry, Zhao Wanner quickly took hold of Sun Yu's hand. "Brother Dong, please give her another chance." Lin Dong shook his head resolutely. "Do you recall what I have previously stated? If someone is unfit for this team, I will expel them. She is no longer suitable for our group. Today, she must leave. This matter is not up for negotiation." Upon hearing Lin Dong's decree, Sun Yu's eyes reflected confusion and despair. She could not fathom how she would survive alone in this apocalyptic world. Zhao Wanner, witnessing Lin Dong's unwavering stance, felt at a loss. Li Saming, observing the situation, prepared to intervene on Sun Yu's behalf, but Lin Dong halted him with a gesture. "Do not persuade me. My decision is final. Sun Yu must leave the team. No amount of pleading will change that." Sun Yu, resolute, nodded in acceptance, then bowed deeply to Lin Dong. "Commander, thank you for your care and for saving me." She embraced Li Saming and Zhao Wanner tightly. "Farewell." As Sun Yu prepared to depart, Zhao Wanner suddenly stepped forward and embraced her once more, whispering something in her ear. Lin Dong paid little attention to the emotional farewell between the two women, focusing his thoughts elsewhere. After their exchange, Zhao Wanner discreetly handed a silenced pistol to Sun Yu, giving her an encouraging nod. Sun Yu accepted the firearm, casting a grateful glance at Zhao Wanner and nodding gently. Once Sun Yu left, Zhao Wanner followed behind Lin Dong. While they journeyed, she inquired softly, "Brother Dong, did you expel Sun Yu because she gave food to that young boy?" As Lin Dong dispatched zombies, he casually replied, "In this apocalypse, playing the role of a saint is most perilous. With her character, she would inevitably attract trouble." Zhao Wanner considered Lin Dong's words thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. "All right, enough of this idle speculation. If you wish to survive, focus." After 20 minutes, Lin Dong and his companions finally arrived at the central community's large building. Lin Dong surveyed the structure, which comprised 5 stories, and noted 2 men guarding the entrance. Without hesitation, he led Zhao Wanner and Li Sanming toward the building. The guards, noticing the approaching trio, displayed no signs of caution. Instead, they leered at Li Sanming and Zhao Wanner, their expressions lewd. "Wow, these 2 ladies are a real treat. Curves in all the right places, and they're beautiful too. If only I could have a night with either, I'd gladly pay the price. Hey, who asked this guy? How did he end up with such stunning women? And 2 of them, no less. Damn, that's infuriating. Yeah, I haven't seen him before. He's not one of Zheng's men, nor is he under Wang Chao." Finally, one of the burly men suggested, "Hey brother, do you think he might just be an ordinary passerby? Looks like we hit the jackpot today. Brother, are you suggesting we team up for a little fun?" Chapter 55, Preparing for Battle. The burly man cast a glance at Zhao Wanner, unable to resist licking his lips. Such stunning beauty in 2 women, accompanying a pretty boy, wasn't he that a sheer waste? If we teamed up against this pretty boy, it would be more than sufficient. We could eliminate him and take the women back, indulging ourselves first. Once we've had our fill, we could even offer the women to Brother Zhengkuan and ascend the ranks ourselves. What do you say? Are we in? Upon finishing his proposal, the burly man eagerly turned to his companion. Finally, the other man gritted his teeth, a lascivious grin spreading across his face as he nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Let us proceed. But we must act swiftly. If we're discovered, it'll be the end for us." "Ha. Good. Let us lure these 3 over. Just watch my signal, and we will strike down this pretty boy together." After their agreement, the burly man promptly opened the door and beckoned to the approaching Lin Dong. Upon seeing the 2 guards gesturing towards him, Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. However, as he noticed their lascivious smiles, he quickly realized their sinister intentions. Without pausing, he continued towards the building. As Lin Dong and his companions drew nearer, the smiles on the faces of the Zheng family guards deepened. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Dong displayed an innocuous smile. "Hello, gentlemen. May I ask what brings you to us?" The 2 burly men exchanged glances, their smiles growing more pronounced. "Hey there, young brother. We are a rescue team organized by the community committee, currently distributing free food. Would you like to receive some?" The burly man leered at Li Sanming and Zhao Wanner. "Ladies, are you hungry? Would you care for a portion of free food?" Seeing the lewd glances from the 2 men, Li Sanming's heart filled with murderous intent. She subtly placed her hand on her fruit knife, but refrained from acting hastily, patiently awaiting Lin Dong's response and command. Observing the clumsiness of the men's act, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. "All right then, we appreciate your kindness." Seeing Lin Dong's agreement, the burly man gestured for him to step inside. The 2 men exchanged a silent nod, confirming their intent. Lin Dong confidently approached the 2 burly men, and as they sensed the moment was right, they struck. One of the burly men drew a dagger from his waist and swiftly slashed towards Lin Dong's neck, while the other lunged to grab Lin Dong's clothing, aiming to stab him in the stomach with the dagger from below. Anticipating their sudden assault, Lin Dong had already prepared himself. The exaggerated movements prior to their attack made their intentions glaringly obvious. The coordinated ambush was laughable in Lin Dong's eyes, effortlessly dodging their strikes. He seized the dagger from one of the burly men and pressed it against his neck. Meanwhile, Li Sanming swiftly dispatched the other man with a precise strike to the throat. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Dong looked at Li Sanming with admiration for her ruthless efficiency. The other burly man, now completely petrified, could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. He hadn't even seen Lin Dong's movements before finding himself at the mercy of Lin Dong's blade. His companion lay on the ground, clutching his neck as blood gushed forth, unable to utter a single word. The burly man, astonished and terrified, desperately attempted to staunch the flow of blood, utterly bewildered by how swiftly he had met his demise. Lin Dong pressed the blade closer to the man's neck, smiling as he inquired, "Now, tell me, is your boss here? And what about your boss's brother, Zheng Qi?" The burly man remained in shock, failing to process Lin Dong's question. Yes. They are on the top floor, please, gurgle." Before he could finish his plea, Lin Dong unhesitatingly severed his throat. After extracting valuable information, Lin Dong retrieved his silenced pistol, checked the magazine with habitual precision, and proceeded towards the staircase, readying himself for battle. Remember, not a single survivor. Leave no one alive. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wan'er promptly drew her submachine gun, while Li Sanming, clutching her dagger, resolutely followed Zhao Wan'er. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Dong encountered a man emerging from a room. The man paused upon seeing Lin Dong and his companions. "Who are you?" "We're here to collect debts," Lin Dong replied, pulling the trigger without hesitation. With a faint gunshot, the man collapsed at the foot of the stairs. Lin Dong stepped over his body and continued his ascent. "Zhao Wan'er, handle the second floor. Li Sanming, you're with me to the third." Zhao Wan'er, taking a deep breath, entered the rooms on the second floor with her weapon drawn. Upon reaching the third floor, Lin Dong glanced at the half-open door, smiling. Inside, a group of men were playing cards, shirtless. The sounds of a woman crying and men laughing grotesquely echoed from the bedroom. "Li Sanming, this is your domain, is that all right?" Hearing the cries of women and the men's lewd laughter intensified her murderous resolve, and she nodded firmly. "Commander, you can count on me. I will ensure the mission is accomplished." Lin Dong said nothing further and ascended to the fourth floor. Meanwhile, the sounds of gunfire and men's screams erupted from the second floor. "Help! This woman has a gun. Run! Save me! Don't kill me! Someone! There's an ambush! Help! I've been shot! Hurry!" The cries from the second floor immediately alerted everyone in the building. Seeing this, Li Sanming rushed into the third floor rooms, beginning her own massacre. Enemy attack! Someone kill that girl! Quickly! My ears! Help! Everyone get her! This woman is formidable! Hurry, take her down! I want her to pay for blood with blood! She shall pay the price!" The cacophony of screams from the third floor quickly drowned out the cries and pleas from the second floor. Chapter 56, A Bloodbath at this moment. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the fourth floor. Lin Dong stood quietly at the staircase, awaiting the enemies from the fourth and fifth floors. After a few seconds, the door to the fourth floor finally creaked open. The individuals on the fourth floor were momentarily stunned upon seeing Lin Dong guarding the staircase. In the next instant, members of the Zheng family rushed forward, brandishing knives and steel pipes, shouting, "Kill him! Attack! Hurry! We're under siege!" Lin Dong, unfazed by the so-called Zheng army, calmly raised his firearm and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 With unrelenting precision, each shot found its mark, targeting their heads. Those cowering behind immediately recoiled in fear, retreating back into the room. The front line attempted to flee, but there was no opportunity. They were shoved into the line of fire. Lin Dong executed the unfortunate members of the Zheng army with ruthless efficiency. Subsequently, Lin Dong entered the fourth floor room, eliminating those who had just hidden away. After ensuring the complete eradication of the fourth floor, he continued his ascent. Stepping over the corpses, he traversed through their blood to reach the top floor, where Zheng Kuan and Zheng Qi were hiding. At that moment, Zheng Kuan and Zheng Qi, along with their companions, were paralyzed with fear in their room. There were only 5 members of the Zheng army on the 5th floor, all of whom were key figures and trusted allies of Zheng Kuan. When Zheng Kuan learned of the attack on their stronghold and the presence of firearms, panic seized them all. As the sounds of battle outside gradually ceased, they exchanged anxious glances. Zheng Kuan, clutching a hunting rifle and hiding behind the sofa, nervously swallowed. "Old 3, go check the situation at the door," Zheng Kuan commanded. Reluctantly, a burly man rose and approached the door, peering through the peephole. After 2 seconds, he rushed back in, diving behind the sofa. "Boss, I didn't see anyone outside." "Do you think they've left?" Zheng Qi pondered for a moment before cautiously drawing back the heavy curtain of the floor-to-ceiling window. "No, they haven't left. It's likely they've surrounded us." Zheng Kuan spat in frustration. "Damn it, that bastard Wang Chao. When did he get his hands on guns? Why wasn't I informed? This is going to be a huge problem. Kuan Gu, you need to make a decision now. What should we do?" Another member urged. "Yes, boss. What are we going to do? We need a plan." Zheng Qi, contemplating the dire situation, tentatively proposed, "Brother, if it comes to it, perhaps we should offer him the fruit from that meteorite. They must have come for it. After all, we've already tested the fruit from that meteorite. It only enhances strength and is of little use otherwise. It won't activate superpowers, and ordinary folks won't achieve the effects that Wang Chao does. We might as well hand the meteorite fruit over to him. We have no way out now. We are surrounded. In my view, our only chance is to surrender and hand over the fruit. It might save our lives. As for revenge, we can devise a plan later. After all, a wise man doesn't suffer in vain. Zheng Qi's words resonated with the majority, and they all understood that they were trapped like fish in a barrel. Simply surviving was already a blessing. Resisting would undoubtedly lead to their demise. Seeing the eager expressions around him, Zhang Kuan reluctantly agreed. He knew that asking his subordinates to sacrifice themselves was no longer feasible. Doing so could incite a rebellion, and he would be the first to perish. Hey, people outside. Listen, we surrender. We can give you all our supplies. Just please stop the killing. Upon hearing the cries, Lin Dong chuckled. All right, then drop your weapons and come out. At that moment, Zhao Wanner and another individual rushed up from downstairs. After a moment's thought, Lin Dong waved them back. Stay by the staircase on the 4th floor. Lin Dong recalled that Zheng Qi was reputed to be an expert in explosives. Although such rudimentary bombs posed no threat to him, they could endanger Zhao Wanner. Inside the room, Zheng Kuan instructed someone to retrieve a red evolution fruit and place it in a box. Is your leader Wang Chao present? I want to speak with him. Hearing Wang Chao's name, Lin Dong paused for a moment before breaking into a grin. He realized that Zheng Kuan had mistaken him for one of Wang Chao's men. However, he was too lazy to clarify. Sure, just wait a moment. Our boss will be here shortly. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Dong kicked the door open with a swift motion. He quickly maneuvered, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang, 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 bang. The members of the Zheng Kuan's group were caught completely off guard as Lin Dong stormed in, unleashing a massacre. The vast disparity in power, combined with Lin Dong's unexpected assault, left the occupants of the room in shock. They barely had time to react before falling victim to Lin Dong's relentless onslaught. In the end, only Zheng Kuan and Zheng Qi remained conscious, their limbs shattered by Lin Dong's gunfire. Yet, compared to the others who were shot in the head, the Zheng brothers were considered fortunate. Lin Dong had not killed them outright, intending instead to extract information about Wang Chao before they drew their last breaths. Just as Lin Dong stowed his weapon and prepared to interrogate the Zheng brothers, faint sounds emanated from the adjacent bedroom. The noises were subtle. If not for Lin Dong's extraordinary hearing, he might have overlooked them. He glanced at the moaning Zheng brothers on the floor, deducing from their reactions that there was likely no ambush in the bedroom.